thought hub than a request to talk. The moment Nick accepted the connection, Nero shouted, "Nick, I don't know how to do that voice projection thing. What should I do?" Nick's presence seemed to buckle a little under Nero's emotional assault, but only for a moment. Once it stabilized, Nick replied, "What? Of course you do. You've done it before, remember?" On the outside, Nero did his best to maintain a calm and controlled expression. To the audience in the hall, he hoped it looked like he was just waiting for Vera to finish walking over to the side of the room before he began speaking. However, on the inside, he was filled with confusion and panic. "What the hell are you talking about? When?" Possibly sensing Nero's need for clear and precise answers, Nick surprisingly kept his reply quick and to the point. "When you addressed the forces from the penal conscripts, and then also when you spoke to the wackos in the common room. It's mostly a matter of intention. I guess you were doing it naturally. No matter. To project your voice to people, you just need to infuse your center into what you are saying. Just hold on to your center as if you were about to cast a spell. Then think about who you are addressing. With all of your identity, will them to hear you." Most likely feeling Nero's uncertainty, Nick added in a supportive tone, "Don't worry, you can do this. Think about it. You've been doing it without even meaning to. Just trust yourself and project your voice to everyone here. The scale isn't nearly as important as your connection to the ether, which, I assure you, is more than sufficient to reach everyone here." Nero unconsciously nodded to himself. Luckily for him, to the nobles and the rest of the audience, he looked like he was mentally preparing himself to address them. Firming his shoulders, he stood as tall as a 5 feet 4 inches young man could, and willed his voice to fill the room. He could feel his center churning, its inherent connection with the ether pulsing in tune with the ambient essence. "As Vera said, thank you all for coming. To be honest, I don't really know why you're all here. My knowledge of local customs is still a work in progress," he began, his voice practically roaring through the room, completely misjudging how much intention he needed to project his voice. Unfortunately, he couldn't exactly judge how loud he was being from his place on the dais, so he continued along at the same uncomfortable volume. While he wasn't exactly shaking the rafters, his volume was just above a regular speaking voice, causing everyone to unconsciously wince a little. To them, he sounded more like an authority figure giving out a sentence, rather than a colleague expressing his welcome. Nero, completely focused on the moment, had closed off his connection with Nick and even temporarily put aside Vera's instructions. Despite feeling several pings coming in, he ignored them, not willing to be distracted. With his hands on his hips, he stood somewhat casually on the dais, trying his best to speak from the heart. "Well, many of you probably know my history. Most of you probably don't. Since coming back to Dorchester after our recent fight with the kobolds, I've had a chance to explore the Thought Hub and see how people interact here in Dorchester. Luckily, I'm not the #1 trending topic at the moment, but I was surprised to see so many people discussing me," he said somewhat sarcastically. Many people in the audience frowned in confusion as the world's translation magic tried to keep up with his use of phrases they weren't familiar with. Not waiting for people to catch up mentally, Nero continued. "A lot of rumors are going around about me that I've only heard mentioned in passing. But now, having seen the effect it is having on people, I feel like I should set the record straight." Crossing his arms, Nero looked away from the audience to stare off at the ceiling in thought. Choosing his words carefully, he said, "It's not wrong to say that I'm not a native. In fact, before a few months ago, I wasn't even on this planet. Plane, whatever. Both Archmage Jennings and my buddy Nick, or as many of you know him as Lord Salvatore Verena, they both know all about it. They've helped me piece together a few things that I'd like to share with you all. Back in my old life, I died young. While my soul was in the afterlife, or what you call the outer planes, I saw this. Let's call it a universe. As best we can tell, when I crossed over here, I ended up floating around without a body. According to Jennings, Archmage Jennings, that is, I was in that state for quite some time. Now, why am I telling you all this? Well, many people are convinced that I'm here due to some god's plan, or fate itself taking a hand in things. Others think that I'm from some other far-off kingdom. A few of the crazier theories even have me labeled as an undead, or some kind of planar invader, he said with some humor, practically chuckling at the thought of being some kind of transmigrated lich or something from one of the online webcomics he used to read. Now, as far as I can tell, this ceremony is supposed to be about welcoming people who want to follow me. And you are all here to witness their life oaths or whatever. So I figured this was my last chance to set the record straight before I end up on trial. Or triad for false advertising or something, he added with a frown. Taking a few deep breaths to center himself, he continued, I'm just a guy. I have no knowledge of what I went through in the upper planes. I don't remember meeting any gods or bargaining with the forces of fate. To my knowledge, I wasn't sent here for any purpose or destiny. Just like all of you, I'm figuring it out as I go. When I woke up here, I was in the body of a recently dead young man who'd had a pretty rough life from what I've heard. After his soul went off to wherever it was supposed to go, I took over. Apparently, my soul was pretty strong, and it had enough spare energy to kickstart my healing. There is no evidence of divine intervention or anything like that. I'm not undead. My center counselor had me tested. I'm human, right down to my soul. Maybe what I went through made me a little different. Maybe the ability which earned me my unique title is due to my extraplanar origins. I couldn't possibly tell you. But rest assured, I came here with no grand plan or backing. I'm not the first wave of an invasion or a link to the upper planes. I'll reiterate it one more time for those of you who are hard of hearing. I'm just a guy. An everyday, run-of-the-mill guy. So, when I woke up and found myself in a new world, I went with the flow. The army found me, took me to a center, and I tried my best to figure out what was going on. After that, one thing led to another, and I ended up sticking my nose into that little noble war we had. If you want to know why, blame it on ignorance of local customs and the fact that I'm not the kind of guy who'd stand by and watch a lady get smacked around. I'm in a world of magic and danger, and I'm not planning on sitting on the sidelines being a passive observer. I'm an adventurer at heart, and adventurers aren't known for their restraint. After that, well, chance and luck ended up rewarding me with a title and a bunch of seed money. With the help of Nick and Vera, the Salvatore Varinas, I did my best to adjust. I wasn't all that used to being a commoner, or whatever it is you call a non-noble, so it wasn't all that difficult. Then, some ass, he cut himself off, coughing into his hand. Remembering where he was and the severity of the moment, he changed what he was going to say. Some less than nice people decided to try and kill me in the arena. My response wasn't a calculated move to embarrass the nobility or gain fame. That bit about me leveraging my assets to bet on myself was just a last-minute gambit that paid off. From there, I joined the elites because of some noble trials or other such nonsense, and ended up facing the kobolds. After another assassination attempt by some other jerks, that is. I didn't nobly stand in defiance of the wilds, like some of the more eloquent people on the Thought Hub are claiming. I was just in the right place and at the right time, with the ability to make a difference. Nothing more, nothing less. Things got a little more hectic after that. I ended up being labelled as a unique and found myself once again on the front lines. That whole thing with the penal forces was basically just a misunderstanding. Put simply, I found the sacrificing of people for some poorly thought-out plan annoying. And, more to the point, unnecessary. I can't say it any plainer than this. I was not making a statement. Honestly, I don't have the cultural background to understand half of what you people do. Your class system is completely outside of my experience. While I might think classes are stupid, they seem to be working well enough here, however the hell that is possible. For me, I've been lucky enough to have a few people around me who know what they're doing. Vera Salvatore Verena is a genius when it comes to anything having to do with business. So any and all successes I've had on that front can be attributed to her. Nick, her husband, is a good friend of mine and often the voice of reason for me. He's always been there to explain the local weirdness to me, helping me navigate this unfamiliar world.
I honestly don't know what I'd do without him, he said, with no small amount of feeling tinging his voice. Shaking off the heavy tone he'd fallen into, he continued on with a chuckle. Then there's Kathleen Averett. She's a warrior woman through and through. When it comes to fighting, she's taught me all I know. And she's the one who's basically been leading House Walker's forces. So, if there is anyone to thank for what we've accomplished in the dust-up with the kobolds, it's her. The point I'm trying to make is that I'm not some kind of divine protector sent down from the heavens to save you or this city. I'm just a guy, lucky enough to have made a few friends since I got here. House Walker is a team, and I'm just the guy whose name is on the door. I'm all about two things, magic and adventure. I love this world's crazy power system, despite how annoying and nonsensical it can be at times. In my old world, there weren't monsters or beasts or causes that were black and white, but here there are. The kobolds are a threat I don't have to feel bad about eviscerating, and the laws are set up in a way that I can legally defend myself from the less-than-nice people coming after me by putting their heads on a pike. This world is everything I hoped it was, and more. And I'm intending to see it all. I'm going to travel, fight the good fight, earn my fortune, and bag me a few princesses. Metaphorically speaking, of course. So, all you nobles here in this room, and anyone else out there who might be listening in over the Thought Hub, you can stop guessing and theorizing about what my being here means. I'm not all that complicated. I'll be fighting the kobolds just like many of the good people of Dorchester will be, trying to keep my head on my shoulders and the people standing next to me alive. I'm no savior, just another guy trying to make a small bit of difference. If people still want to follow me after knowing all that, I'm not going to complain. He finished with a sigh, before smirking and adding, After all, we're all in this together, right? Seeing as everyone was still staring at him intensely, he figured it was about time he got to the point. Squaring his shoulders, he planted his fists on his hips and said, So, in conclusion, thank you all for coming. I'm sorry if I'm not what you thought I was. I have no intention of living up to anyone's expectations other than my own. I'm an adventurer mage who's going to master magic, travel the world in style when I figure out how to build my personal traveling tower, and gather a few friends while I do so. If anyone wants to come along, you're more than welcome. Caught up in his speech, Nero forgot for a moment that he was trying to be serious. There'll be plenty of assholes to kill, people to save, money to earn, and sights to see. Monsters and beasties will tremble when they hear that House Walker is coming. That the wackos of Lord Walker are here and hungry for adventure. Spreading his arms wide with a crazy smile on his face, he proclaimed, So welcome to House Walker, where our house's words are not just a statement, but a way of life. Game, win, repeat. Noble causes and pretty words come and go, but actions and adventures are eternal. Now, let's get this ceremony over with, as I've got kobolds to kill and beer money to earn. The entire room was in silence, well over 100 people standing in quiet contemplation. A lord's welcoming speech was typically nothing more than a short statement about how he was happy to have so many people here to witness his house's founding, along with a few brief statements demonstrating his house's loyalty and intentions to dutifully serve Oglevark. It was not supposed to be a heart-to-heart with the entire city's nobility. The essence flows in the room were roiling in conflict with each other. The confused but emotional states of so many people bumping into each other like boats in a storm. Whatever anybody thought he'd say, it hadn't been that. Having said his piece, Nero reopened the schedule, eager to get on with the ceremony. That was, if anybody still wanted to pledge themselves to him, that is. According to what he was reading, he was supposed to now be introducing Kathleen, who was serving as his house's ostensible leader, despite Vera basically being the one in charge of everything. But before he could say anything, a gruff but powerful voice shattered the somewhat awkward silence. "By Thrunken's stubby axe on a chair. I've heard of honest humans, but I'd never thought I'd actually meet one. Good on you, lad. Clan Mithrilstrike will help you clear out those smooth-skinned abominations out of your mountain. Or my name isn't Mavros Mithrilstrike. We'll see our mountain range cleared of these beasties, don't you worry." From the area around where that voice originated, Nero heard a small but powerful group of voices break out into cheers. While he couldn't see who was talking, he could just imagine a group of roughneck assholes raising their beers and grabbing their guns from the back of their pickup trucks. Chuckling to himself at the mental image they evoked, he thought to himself, "Well, this ought to be interesting." Chapter 232. Welcome to the family. We have donuts. Dwarven legend holds that they have been on this plane since the beginning. When the plane's crafters came together to forge the world, they left behind the dwarves to give their work meaning. Through their love of exploring, mining, crafting, and fighting, they were inextricably tied to this material realm. It was a universally accepted belief that dwarves lived for the challenges the world constantly put in front of them. Whether it was a previously unknown ore that needed to be rigorously experimented on to unlock its secrets, or one of the inevitable disasters that appeared from the dark below, they faced what came with unrivaled enthusiasm. In fact, they did everything with enthusiasm. To other races, the dwarves seemed impulsive, even brash. But that was just because they were very much like the ground that they lived in. They were stubborn and set in their ways. It took a great deal of effort to get them to change their minds or do something they didn't want to. Wherever they chose to point themselves, they went headlong into that direction as if it were their only choice. When they drank, they drank. When they held a grudge, even their grandchildren would remember who'd wronged them. And when they pledged their support, it was eternal. So, it shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone that after Mavros Mithrilstrike declared his support of House Walker's vendetta against the kobolds under the mountain, he fully intended to follow through with it. With his arms crossed over his chest, he glared up at the surrounding nobles, barely listening to what they were saying. He could tell that they were nervous about something or another, but humans were always making a big deal out of nothing. Cutting off the conversation harshly, Mavros declared, "None of that matters now. You say the lad owns the mountain you intended to give us. That's fine. It will be him that I'll be speaking to, not any of you. I can tell just by listening to him that he won't be trying to sell me a cracked hammer. You lot need to get your heads out of your asses and learn how to speak plainly if you want to have relations with my clan in the future. We Mithril don't do politics. We're honest dwarves, and when we offer someone something, you can bet your pale-shaven asses that it's ours to offer." Stomping away, Mavros ignored the insulted sputterings of the nobles behind him. Useless human wastes of essence, he thought to himself. Behind him he could feel the boots of his fellow dwarves following him. From just over his shoulder on his right, he heard Ironwick ask gruffly, So, you intend to end our agreement with the human king and speak directly with this walker? I'm not sure that he has the authority to even sell you his mountain. After all, it is within the human king's kingdom. Waving his hand as if Ironwick's concerns were irrelevant, Mavros replied, It doesn't matter. The king's lackeys tried to offer us a mountain they didn't own. I'm not going to wait for them to bargain with the lad. It's a waste of time we don't have. We need to get my clan working as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might end up relying on the humans to clear out the kobolds.
I'm not willing to start off our new relationship with us in their debt. I'd much rather have them owing us. Besides, you heard the young human's speech. He's not the type to waste time speaking nonsense. From the other side of Mavros, his advisor, Noxy Crusher, spoke up. The Council of Kings made the deal with the human king, not us. I don't think anyone here has even read the damn thing. Who knows what kind of bureaucratic nightmare they'll be dealing with after this cock-up? Practically growling, Mavros muttered loudly. Titan shit bastards had the gall to sell us a mountain they didn't even own. They expect us to just wait for them to get their tools in order? I've half a mind to take my axe to the lot of them and return to their capital for an explanation. The dwarves behind him, having overheard the conversation, started muttering their agreement while offering their own inventive suggestions on how best to end the scheming humans.
Speaking awkwardly, as though he wasn't used to being the one to calm anyone down, Ironwick replied, I don't know about all that. We should probably just send word to the Council of Kings and see what they want us to do. By the way, do you even know where you're going?
The entire group stumbled into each other behind Mavros Mithrilsturk as he came to an abrupt halt. Looking around, he saw that he'd led them into a large hallway filled with closed doors. The artwork on the walls was all very human and pretty. Turning his head back and forth awkwardly as he glanced up and down the hallway, Mavros muttered, There's supposed to be a reception room or something where we'll be able to meet with the lad after he's done accepting people into his clan, or his house, or whatever they call it. Ironwick replied sarcastically, Yeah, I remember. I was there when that last told you. But do you know where it is?
Or were you just storming off to make a statement? Rounding on Ironwick, Mavros raised his voice loud enough to shake one of the ornate vases along the walls off its stand. Don't you be sassing me, you thin-bearded bastard. I just got turned around is all. I know where I'm going. Chuckling, Crusher replied, Sure you do. But on the off chance that you don't, maybe we can just ask one of the humans hiding behind the fancy wall rugs. As a group, the dwarves turned in unison to look at where Crusher was pointing. They could see several human servants trying and failing to hide behind a tapestry, while the dwarves took up a majority of the hallway. Mavros raised his bushy eyebrows in surprise, as he couldn't understand what the tall, bony, unarmored humans were so afraid of. Before he had a chance to ask them, he heard a strong voice from behind his group say, King Mithrilstrike, I believe I can show you to the reception hall, if that's where you were headed. Narrowing his eyes, Mavros glared at the head of the human guards who'd been trailing his little group. Yes, that'll be fine, I suppose, he agreed, his tone indicating that he was somewhat unhappy having to accept the guards' help. Shoving his way back through the dwarves he'd just been leading, he glared up at the human and asked, How long is this oath-giving ceremony supposed to last? When can I expect to meet with Lord Walker? Leading the group back the way they came, the guard replied, Several hours, King Mithrilstrike, after which Lord Walker is expected to receive his guests in the grand ballroom. At that time, I'm sure you'll be able to find a moment to speak with him, or at least schedule an appointment with his house's manager. Grumbling loudly about stupid, pointless human rituals, Mavros stomped down the hallway back the way he came. Behind him, the other dwarves followed in a loose formation, looking more like a war party than guests at a fancy function. While at first, Nero was happy to find that, according to the schedule, his main responsibility was to look as lordly as possible, sit on the fancy-ass throne and oversee the ceremony. But after the first 20 minutes, he felt like he'd rather be anywhere else but here. Seeing groups of people declaring their undying loyalty to him, one after another, was way more exhausting than he'd thought it would be. As his house's manager and battle leader, Kathleen Averett was basically running the show. She was the one calling out names while doling out subtle gestures to keep everything moving. With her professional demeanor and formal robes, she currently looked nothing like the warrior woman he was used to seeing her as. While she acted as the master of ceremonies, Vera Salvatore Verena was handling everything in the background. She, along with her husband, the newly titled Lord Nicholas Salvatore Verena, had been the first up to declare their loyalty to his house, the newly formed House Walker. As his first friends, it was an extremely uncomfortable moment for him to see them bowing and declaring their subservience. Yet, he understood the need. As a unique, his house was basically above the local houses. Or, more accurately, by law, he wasn't allowed to have a local presence. To get around that annoying fact, Vera had arranged for his local assets to be brought under the umbrella of Nick's house, House Verena. So, in a way, he'd flat out bought their loyalty. As his newly dubbed underhouse, they were beholden to him. Even if it was only on paper, this arrangement would allow him to continue to receive his profits from the assets he had in Dorchester. From here on in, he'd be getting his cut while not having to do anything. Not that he'd been doing all that much with the businesses to begin with. Vera had been the one with the business sense, and she was the one who'd been practically running his life up to this point. Even now, she was the one who'd arranged for the ceremony they were holding. She was also the one who'd hired the servants, recruited his followers, invited the nobles, and arranged for the caterers. Hell, the only reason he knew where he was supposed to be sitting was because Vera had taken the time to write out a detailed event schedule from his perspective. "I'm really going to miss having her around when I eventually leave Dorchester," he noted to himself, before shaking off the troubling thought. Mentally returning to the moment at hand, Nero tried to keep his expression as dignified as possible while he listened to the most recent group's life oath. Kathleen's voice filled the hall well, her tone as serious as he'd ever heard her. "Do you agree to give up your citizenship, savings, and responsibilities to serve House Walker, faithfully following its lord wherever he shall lead?" In unison, the kneeling group of men and women replied, "We do." "Do you agree to forever join your path with his, letting him lead while you follow?" she asked. "We do," they replied fervently. Nero stifled the grimace he felt at their devotion, not remotely understanding how they could give up their families, their money, their lives just to serve him. Conceptually, he understood the concept of fealty and whatnot. However, he'd never thought he'd actually be witnessing someone agreeing to it, let alone with the intention of following a guy like him. Kathleen continued on like a doctor informing a patient of the danger they were agreeing to. She asked them if they were sure about all kinds of ridiculous things, like putting his life before theirs, and even the needs of House Walker before their own. Their future earnings would be his to claim, and their livelihoods would be his to decide. It sounded like the absolutely dumbest bargain he'd ever heard, and he could barely contain his moral outrage at hearing them wholeheartedly agreeing to it. Yet, he said nothing, because what was there to say? He'd already made it clear who he was and what he intended to do. They knew what they were signing up for. It was their society that was screwed up. In the end, it had very little to do with him. Other than me being the guy sitting in the big-ass chair and accepting their eternal servitude, he noted to himself sarcastically. The only good thing about how long it was taking was that he still had access to his link. Using it to connect to the Dorchester Thought Hub, he was able to peruse the city's version of the internet. Now that he'd gotten used to how it worked, he was able to find a lot of the answers to the questions that he currently had. For one, he hadn't understood why there were so many different versions of the oaths he was hearing. When he'd first heard about the ceremony, he'd had Nick try to explain to him how the different levels of followers worked. But it had gone through one ear and out the other, like most of the nonsense the man usually prattled on and on about. But now, with the Thought Hub, he was able to look it up himself. The Thought Hub was surprisingly easy to navigate once he'd allowed his mind to sink deeper into it. All it took was for him to send out his intention, and the system filtered the relevant information for him. The only difficult part about it was that he had to maintain the calm and lordly look on his face, while his brain was busy surfing the Thought Hub.
Luckily, he had plenty of time, as the ceremony was being done in small groups of 10 people at most. Literally, everyone who would be associated with House Walker had their turn. Although they would all technically be associated with House Walker, there were many categories. The household staff who would be maintaining the Walker estate were labeled as servants. Their oaths were limited to keeping House Walker's secrets and loyally doing their duties as long as they worked for him. Only a few of the higher ranks needed oaths of any greater significance, and none of them were going to be going with him after he left the city. Basically, the servants were just like hired staff who were responsible for maintaining his estate. Above them came the adherents, who were required to take seriously restrictive oaths of service. They tied their futures to House Walker under the penalty of losing everything they gained while working for him. While they still had their private lives and previous savings, as long as they were under House Walker's banner, everything they did would be pooled in a fund for his benefit. As such, they would have their expenses covered by House Walker and their private assets frozen. While not necessarily a lifetime commitment, it was still pretty harsh as far as Nero could tell. In many ways, he thought it sounded like signing up for military service, but without a paycheck. Then came the followers, who would be associated with House Walker, but not directly under him. Nick and Vera were in this category. Their house, House Verena, would be in charge of them. They were people who, while still part of House Walker, would only be representatives of his interests. Their oaths were both to House Walker and, to a lesser extent, House Verena. They would be the backbone of his Dorchester faction. According to the files he looked up, they were mostly accountants, lawyers, business leaders, and middle managers. While still citizens of Dorchester, they were required to serve his underhouse, House Verena. Vera would be using them to run his businesses for him and manage his estate. Last but not least were his wackos. Formally, they were defined as oath-sworn, but nominally still called followers. They gave up their livelihoods and turned over their assets for the right to follow him across the greater kingdom, Oglavark, as his personal forces. They would have no city to call home, nor any family ties to anyone outside House Walker. For those with criminal records, their societal debt would be transferred wholly over to him, to use as he saw fit. Yet, surprisingly, there were quite a few people who chose this level of service despite not being criminals. These were the people who were giving up everything to follow him. Kathleen and the few people who had been running his house while in the field were the first to take their oaths. After which, the wackos, one by one, lined up and gave theirs. These oaths were permanent and legally binding. According to what he read, once given, it was practically impossible to break them. When he'd first coined the term wackos, he'd meant it as a comedic interpretation of what kind of mindset it took to be an adventurer. Having stated that he intended his house to be the Walker Adventuring Company, it had just been too good of a joke not to use it. The wackos of the WAC. It had been perfect. But now, he found it ironic how he couldn't stop thinking about how crazy someone would have to be to agree to the oaths he was hearing. They were giving up everything just so they could serve him. He'd even gone out of his way to explain to them in detail why he wasn't fit to lead them, and still they had stubbornly taken a knee and signed their lives away.
Wackos.
every one of them. While the ceremony continued on around him, he sat like a lump on his oversized throne and tried not to look at anyone too judgmentally. After reading all about what an honor it was to serve a unique and about all the benefits that went along with the position, he realized he would simply never understand what they were thinking. This society was all about paths and what they thought it took to walk them. Somehow they'd gotten it into their head that following someone who was leveling quickly was special, or had a promising future, would somehow help them with their own path by association. While he didn't necessarily disagree, he remained pretty skeptical about that spiritually optimistic conclusion. Regardless, as the hours passed and the ceremony went on, he took comfort in the fact that this farce would soon be over, and he'd be able to get back to doing something more productive, like killing kobolds and playing with his magic. Maybe finally finding out what magical beer tasted like. When the ceremony finally started wrapping up, the schedule informed him that he was unfortunately going to have to start participating. Standing up from his throne, he awkwardly took a moment to shake out his sleeping legs to get the blood moving again. Seeing the people running the show quickly arranging everything, he stepped up to take his assigned place at the front of the dais. Reading off of the script, he used his essence to once again project his voice throughout the hall. "Your oaths have been heard and accepted. Henceforth, know that you are part of House Walker, and together we shall rise. Now, as members of my house, come forth to receive your cloaks of service and our crest. Wear them both with pride, knowing that you are now sworn to a unique House of Oglevark, representing its will with your every action." Waiting patiently, Nero watched as Kathleen gestured harshly at several people, immediately causing them to scurry around like stagehands. Rolling tables filled with cloaks were wheeled out, along with large, ornate metal tubs filled with what looked like patches in the shape of his house's crest. Then, surprisingly quickly, one by one, the people that had sworn oaths to him lined up in front of him. Following the schedule, he began handing them a crest while servants draped one of the cloaks over their shoulders. "Hold to your oaths, and don this with pride and honor," he repeated over and over again, the words slowly losing their meaning with the repetition. He felt like a principal handing out diplomas to the overly happy graduates he'd had nothing to do with teaching. Each and every person he handed a crest to received them with cupped hands and disgustingly reverent looks on their faces. Considering that there were well over 300 people involved, it took him quite a long time to get through everyone. When it was finally over, he looked out over a sea of teal cloaks and shouted, "For House Walker! For Oglevark!" He had to stifle a chuckle as he read on the schedule, "Wait for applause to die down." After a good 30 seconds of cheering, the crowd simmered down and he added, "Now, for all those who've joined House Walker, you may return to your duties. For those guests who are in attendance, please join me in the receiving hall for refreshments and entertainment. Thank you, one and all, for coming to see the birth of House Walker. May the legend of its rise be remembered." Having successfully gotten to the end of his scheduled duties, he rushed off the dais. Like a performer, having finished his set, Nero hid behind one of the pillars and gave a full-bodied shiver to mentally break himself away from the noble persona he'd just been forced to channel. After a few minutes where he spent some time actively disassociating from reality, he noticed Vera and Kathleen walking up to him. With a tremble in his voice, he asked, "That's it, right? I'm done? The schedule doesn't have anything else on it, so that means it's over. Please tell me I don't have to go back out there." Both women exchanged a look before Vera replied, "Yes, the ceremony's finished. And aside from the inventive speech you gave at the beginning, you did well enough. Now you'll just have to spend some time in the reception hall, thanking those nobles who'd taken time out of their day to witness this event.
After that, I believe you have a meeting scheduled with your house's leadership.
Groaning like a child being told that he couldn't take off the annoying tie his mother had made him wear just yet, he asked, "Do I have to?" Kathleen's harsh voice replied, "Of course not. You're a unique lord of Oglavark. You don't have to do anything you don't wish to do." Narrowing his eyes at her, he said, "Sure, but there would be consequences, wouldn't there? I'd look like an asshole bucking tradition or something, and I can't see it being a good idea to blow off my house's first official meeting." Vera smirked and replied, "Very true, my lord. All actions have consequences, even inactions. Whether you like it or not, you are the face of House Walker, and you need to present yourself as such." Glaring at her, he replied, "Fine. But there at least better be something worth eating at this so-called reception." Gesturing at them to indicate that they should lead the way, he added in a mutter, "At least if this were a wedding, there'd be wedding cake. I'll probably end up having to eat a ceremony sausage or something equally ridiculous." Chapter 233. A Wild Dwarf Appears. Growing up under her mother, who could truly be described as a living legend, City Lord Halima Cosgrave had learned everything she could about politics. While her idiotic siblings had focused on the accolades they could earn through combat and business, she knew that true power came from understanding one's self and those around you. That was the key to success in politics. That wasn't to say that combat ability and reputation weren't important, but they were infinitely more effective when wielded by a political mind. Knowing when to strike was just, if not more important, than knowing how, both in battle and in the public's perception. Luckily, she'd taken steps to appear on Lord Walker's side, or at best neutral to his presence in her city. She'd even gone so far as to sacrifice both her heirs to appease him after they moronically chose to act against him. Confronting an opponent you don't thoroughly understand is both premature and idiotic, she reminded herself, quoting her mother. True, she'd arranged several challenges for his new house, despite it having been recently categorized as a unique house due to his upgraded status. She'd tried to use intermediaries to reduce the influence of his shipping business, but Vera Salvatore Verena had handled that plot before it had even started. She'd tried limiting the number of essence crystals the trading posts his house had set up could legally hold, but that also failed due to the Tower of Law's intervention. And while she couldn't be sure, she was reasonably certain that Lady Verena was behind that as well. The woman was frighteningly capable. She'd even allowed for the Dorchester Council of Leadership to hear an accusation of war crimes against Lord Walker, which had been put forth by the soon-to-be disgraced general. Surprisingly, that brought to light how strong Lord Walker's position truly was here in Dorchester. The actual Grand Master of the local branch of Oglavarkian Knights had defended him, along with half a dozen of the Royal Academy's evaluators who'd been sent here by the capital to observe the kingdom's newest unique. Truly, the young man was now completely out of her league, and as such, for the time being, completely out of her control. She would most likely just have to be patient and wait for circumstances to change, or for an opportunity to present itself. As these thoughts plagued her mind, she stood off to the side of the reception hall with her retinue, along with several other scattered nobles. It was important for her to be seen supporting the day's events. By everyone. She'd made a very public point of being one of the first to agree to attend today's ceremony. One of Lord Volton's heirs, Rodrigo Volton, caught her attention by asking rather rudely, "So, I heard that you've formally petitioned to invalidate the consort agreements you've had with houses Margrave and Howard. Am I to assume they've done something to displease you?" The ether in the area seemed to pause for a moment as the question hung in the air. Turning her ice-cold gaze toward the young man, she replied sharply, "Not at all.
They are both fine men, and what we had together was quite fun while it lasted. However, now that I'm without heirs, it seemed like a prudent time to reorganize my house in preparation for new ones." Not letting the subject drop, the smarmy man responded, "I see. However, I may have heard that House Cosgrave and its allies have been targeting your former consorts' houses during this trying time.
Without your support, it seems that their finances have taken quite the hit. Not that their status on the ladder has quite caught up with that fact, but I'm sure that is all just coincidence." Keeping her expression blank of any and all emotion, City Lord Cosgrove replied, "Really? I hadn't heard. You must have an extensive network established to have found all this out so quickly. The news of my abrogation of the contracts hasn't even been formally reviewed. I'm curious how you've heard about it. Has your father been gossiping at the dinner table?" Trying to not look intimidated by her tone, despite the beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, he replied warmly, "No, my lord, not at all. It was just something I heard in passing. Though, I must say, the news was pleasantly received. I've always believed a powerful woman such as yourself should be with men more equal to her status."
While houses Margrave and Howard may have helped you attain the city seat in years past, their current status isn't worth comparing to yours.
Slightly narrowing her eyes, City Lord Cosgrove replied, "And yours is?" Several chuckles erupted from the nobles witnessing the confrontation, each having found the situation somewhat amusing for their own various reasons. While the corners of his eyes visibly tightened in anger, the Volton heir managed to keep his composure as he replied, "I may not be the head of a house, but I am currently leading my family's ladder, and will likely inherit the position after my father passes, or decides to leave the city." The atmosphere among the nobles quickly turned from amusement to interest at the man's enigmatic statement. Slightly raising one eyebrow to strategically show her surprise, City Lord Cosgrove asked, "Oh? Has Lord Volton expressed a desire to abandon Dorchester during these troubled times?"
I would have thought a man like him would have relished the challenge the world has provided us.
Caught off guard by her rebuttal, Rodrigo Volton stuttered his reply. "No, my lord, not to my knowledge. I was merely commenting on the fact that I am the likely successor to the position of house head for House Volton." Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the dwarves enjoying themselves at one of the tables. Uninterested in continuing the conversation, City Lord Cosgrove replied sarcastically, "Well, that very well may be true. However, I believe that likely says a great deal more about the status of House Volton than it does about yours." Having already mentally dismissed the arrogant young man from her thoughts, she returned to her contemplations. She needed time to consider how these foreigners would affect her plans, and what kind of future city they would build at the behest of the kingdom's capital, Hennings.
While it could very well end up being the boon the royals promised, that would only happen if she managed the next few years very carefully.
Hearing the arrival of Lord Walker before she saw him, she turned her head to see numerous nobles clapping and congratulating the young man as he made his way through the room with a forced smile on his face. "I really need to find a way to get him out of my city. This is not the time for uncontrolled variables to be allowed to influence things," she thought to herself in annoyance, while keeping her expression as blank as a fresh canvas. After a short break to use the restroom and splash some water on his face, Nero had been dragged to the reception hall, what he jokingly referred to as the ceremony's after-party. While he understood why he had to attend, he was not looking forward to it. From the moment he'd entered the room, countless people he didn't recognize swarmed around him, offering their congratulations and asking about his plans.
Luckily, there were so many people talking that he never felt the need to answer anyone. He just smiled and nodded, slowly pushing his way into the room until he could find someone he knew. As luck would have it, Kathleen appeared out of nowhere and skillfully took control of the situation. Nero wouldn't have thought a woman of her particular temperament would be able to handle the situation without violence, but she did. And she did it well. The gaggle of nobles quickly separated back into their groups without issue, resuming their chatting as if they hadn't been rudely dismissed by his house's manager. Looking over his shoulder at the nobles in confusion, Nero was too distracted to notice that he was being led away. In no time at all, she had him seated at a table with the few people who'd stepped up to control his new house. All the big names were there. Knight Angleton, the former captain of the army and current commander of his military forces, Natalie Keening, who was once the leader of his wackos, but is now the head of what he thought of as his public relations department. Michael Herring, the former convict and one-time assassin who'd once tried to kill him. Nero wasn't exactly sure what the man's current job was, as he seriously doubted the man was still the head of his force's criminal contingent. Even Nick was there, his good friend and partner in chaos. Taking her seat, Kathleen's very presence designated her position at the circular table as the table's head. Something about her just grabbed everyone's attention. She had taken it upon herself to basically lead his house, and Nero honestly didn't have a problem letting her. "I'd say the ceremony went well," she stated, before turning to Ms. Keening and asking, "How has the public response been?" Ms. Keening responded quickly with a smile. "Better than we could have imagined."
Lord Walker's welcoming speech ended a lot of the problems we'd been worried about, before they had a chance to get out of hand. Aside from over 60% of the recruits having had second thoughts about joining up, our position couldn't be better. However, even that has resulted in a few positive developments. Unable to stop himself, Nero nearly shouted, "Wait! That was only 40% of the people who showed up! How many were there to begin with? And what problems? What are you talking about?" Ignoring his outburst, Kathleen replied, "Positive developments like what?" Awkwardly ignoring Nero, Ms. Keening tried to focus on answering Kathleen's question. "Well, we were worried about having enough funds to support a force the size of what our projections showed. While in the long run, it wouldn't have been a problem once our hunting teams were set up, the first few weeks would have been challenging." Kathleen nodded in understanding, already having known about the issue. "That worked out well, then. Have those who decided not to go through with their oaths been making any statements we should know about?" Ms. Keening replied, "Not really. The consensus is that Lord Walker is one of the few honest nobles. His categorical denial of any knowledge about divine intervention resulting in his arrival, while not outright dismissing it as a possibility, has taken the legs out of the champion argument we were worried about." Nero, utterly confused, asked, "What champion argument?" Kathleen, sounding rather annoyed at Nero's constant interruptions, told Ms. Keening, "Just explain it to him. It's his own fault for not realizing the issue before now." Ms. Keening happily turned to Nero, glad to have received permission to address him. "It's like this, my lord. As you mentioned in your speech, the Faith District has been making claims that you are a divine champion sent to aid Dorchester in its time of need. Due to their praise, there has been a growing sentiment among the faithful of several religions that the only reason you were raised to unique status was to get you out of Dorchester, so the nobles could profit off the prophesied doom of the city. While the movement hasn't spread too much, it was a possible concern for the future." Nero had known about the different faiths talking about him like that, but he hadn't heard anything about any movement. Continuing on, she added, "Many of the people who came here today to follow you were not interested in leaving Dorchester. They likely viewed your previous statements, most of which have been spread through memory engrams over the Thought Hub, as you feeling as though you lacked sufficient reason to stay. While not immediately a problem, it would have been something we would have had to deal with when it came time for you to leave. However, since that wouldn't be until the Kobold War resolved, and possibly not until the density shift's expected beast waves happened, we weren't all that worried about it." Nero, now understanding the situation, replied, "And what I said in my speech helped with that.
Nodding vigorously, Ms. Keening replied, "Absolutely. You made your intentions for our house's future very clear. We are to be adventurers, travelling the kingdom and handling the issues that plague the citizenry." Injecting himself into the conversation, Knight Angleton added, "At first I worried over your ethics, but I see now that I was mistaken. I didn't understand your vision. You didn't just want people to follow you, but to follow the path you've laid out instead. Each of us is responsible for our own future. Mindless heroics don't pay the bills or advance our path. It's our interactions and experiences that define us. You intend us to do good and be paid for it, while keeping each other safe." It's a different perspective than I'm used to, but a much more reasonable one than that of the army. Not truly getting the giant of a man's point, Nero could only nod and feign a wise look on his face. Choosing the old fallback of speaking in riddles, he replied, "If that is how you chose to hear it, then you are free to believe that is what I said." Abruptly, the serious atmosphere was shattered by the sound of Nick failing to contain his chuckle behind his hand. Seeing everyone turning to look at him, he said, "Oh, don't mind me. I'm just enjoying Nero's unique leadership style. Please, continue." Rolling his eyes at the man, Nero turned to Kathleen and said, "Okay, so those people who were on the fence didn't sign up, and that successfully fixed our potential financial problems?" Kathleen replied quickly, "Yes and no. We still will rely on the investments you made, which will be handled through House Verena. However, we need to take this time while we're still in Dorchester to get the Walker Adventuring Company working smoothly." Nero frowned, asking, "When I created the WAC, I thought that was going to be the name House Walker would go by. But I'm guessing that's not what you mean?" Nodding, Kathleen replied, "Yes, the WAC will be the place for our hunters. They'll be taking quests and handling the issues out of whatever city's Hunters' Hall we end up staying near. While you and the main force will be handling the quests from the councils of leadership, they will be our main source of localized income." Nero tapped his finger on the table in thought. "Right, because each city basically has its own currency, and the exchange rates may end up making what I'm earning from Dorchester useless."
Seriously, how does having every city acting like an independent country not end up causing chaos? Nick immediately began to reply. "The economics of each city need to be isolated due to the effect of regional—" Nero interrupted him angrily. "Not the time, Nick. That was a rhetorical question. You can lecture me later when I'm not surrounded by nobles." Nick chuckled and held up his hands in surrender, a smile dancing on his face. Turning back to Kathleen, he was about to ask more about how the management structure of his house was going to work, when he was caught off guard by Vera walking up to the table. Without any preamble, she said, "It's confirmed. Apparently the mining town that Lord Walker acquired from the Dorchin estate has been offered to the dwarves for their new city." While grumbling erupted around the table, Nero looked around in confusion. "I had a mining town? I knew that, didn't I?" he wondered. Seeing Nero's expression, Vera explained, "If you recall, during the noble war you took part in, the populators wiped out a majority of House Dorchin's forces due to their exposed ties to Islangur. Their treasonous actions merited royal intervention. Due to the populators' dedication to their duty, they wiped out all life in the mountain town, effectively making the investment worthless. It was given to you by the city lord to pay off part of your award without giving you another source of income. I'd planned at some point to repopulate the town for you, resuming the mining operations and taking advantage of our transport capabilities for an increased profit margin. However, that is no longer an option." Not knowing how he was supposed to feel about it, Nero asked, "So, the city lord and the council tried to screw me, but now the kingdom has given the town to the dwarves. Am I understanding that right?" The subtle frown on her face revealed Vera's anger at the situation. "Yes, you are correct. But it's not that simple. The kingdom has no right to just take your land without compensation, and someone has obviously been planning on causing you a problem by putting you at odds with the dwarves. Either the city of Dorchester will have to compensate you, or you'll have to come to terms with the dwarves yourself." Shrugging as if it didn't matter, he asked, "Why don't I just gift them the town and be done with it? What's the point of making a big deal out of it?" Everyone at the table widened their eyes in shock at his statement, not understanding how he could be so calm about giving up such a large source of power and income without any recompense. Seeing their expressions, Nero asked in confusion, "What? Am I not allowed to or something?" For Nero, he didn't feel as if he was losing anything, as the town was just sitting there empty. Besides, he hadn't even really thought about it. While he was almost positive someone had at some point mentioned it to him, it hadn't been worth paying attention to at the time, and as far as he was concerned, it still wasn't. So, if he ended up handing it over to some dwarves who'd he never met and had no conflict with, then so be it. Before Vera could explain to Nero why that was such a ridiculously bad idea, a loud, gruff voice that Nero vaguely recalled from an outburst he'd heard during the ceremony chimed in.
"Lad, it's an honor to be here to witness the founding of your clan. I'm King Mithrilstrike, head of my clan, and your new neighbor. I need to talk to you about your mountain," he declared, marching up to stand right next to Vera, patently ignoring the fact that he might possibly be interrupting something. Nero sat in shocked silence, staring at a real-life dwarf. The incredibly wide man's girth was only matched by how short he was. Standing at barely 4 feet, even sitting, Nero didn't feel as though he had to look up at him. Smiling widely, Nero blatantly stared at the man's long and lustrous beard, along with his incredibly detailed armor. In full plate, with helm and gauntlets included, the dwarf looked more like a slab of hairy metal than a person. Hopping out of his chair, Nero looked down into the man's intense stare and exclaimed, "Holy shit! You're a dwarf!" Despite part of his face being obstructed by the helm, Nero could see the confused expression on his face. After a second or two to process what Nero had said, the king replied angrily, "Yeah, and what of it?" Smiling like a lunatic, Nero replied, "That's awesome! You're awesome! Do you drink mead and blacksmith stuff? I mean, are you into weapons and armor and all that? Do you live underground? What am I saying? Of course you do. You're interested in my mountain. But do you have like an incredibly long line of forefathers that you revere and loyally follow?"
Seriously, all I've read about dwarves has been from what humans have witnessed. Tell me what being a dwarf is really like. King Mithrilstrike took an unconscious step back from Nero's enthusiasm. As the young human in front of him went on and on with his questions, the king felt more and more uncomfortable. Seeing as he was freaking the man out, Nero took a step back and grabbed an empty chair from a table nearby. Plopping it down right next to him, Nero said, "Sorry, please, have a seat. Let me get you a beer and we can talk about the mountain. Sound good?" Behind the king, several dwarves who'd been watching the spectacle couldn't hold back their laughter and began urging the king to sit down, albeit sarcastically. "Yes, Mavros, sit down and negotiate," one shouted. Crusher chimed in by adding, "Answer all the humans' questions. We need that mountain." Even Ironwick couldn't stop himself from shouting, "That's right! Tell the young man what he wants to know."
You know you'd sell your axe for a beer. Feeling the ether vibrating with their very non-human vibe, Nero couldn't help but reach out and touch their overlapping essence fields. The moment he did, he instantly felt how different they were from the humans he'd been used to feeling. They were strong, grounded, and full of life. There was a contradictory sense of permanence and an almost ignorance of the passage of time, offset by an overpowering sense of the now and a dedication to the moment.
Their essence fields felt both youthful and ancient at the same time. King Mithrilstrike, being unable to stop himself from facing a challenge, hopped up into the chair and demanded, "All right, lad, ask your questions. But first, I want the beer you promised." Around him, the dwarves all intensified their laughter and enjoyment of the spectacle. Meanwhile, Nero's human companions, who'd been watching, were all exchanging looks of confusion and shock at what they'd just witnessed.
While not having personal experience with the phenomenon, it was common knowledge that for the most part, humans and dwarves didn't usually get along all that well. They were just too different. A completely inhuman species they could never hope to understand. Nero, however, had ignored most of that biased nonsense when he'd looked up the different species of the world. He'd been more interested in finding out how similar they were to the fantasy races he'd grown up reading about. Now that he had a chance to meet one in person, he sure as hell wasn't going to waste the opportunity to find out for himself. Quickly mentally reaching into his personal space to find something to offer the dwarf in front of him, Nero muttered a quick, "Shit." Seeing the dwarf glaring at him from the chair, with his stubby legs humorously unable to reach the floor, Nero's smile returned as he held up his hands in a placating gesture, nearly shouting as he said, "Just stay here. I'll go find a cask or something. Don't worry, I'll be back in a second." Rushing off, Nero's head was on a swivel trying to find a servant or someone who knew where he could find some beer. He hadn't felt like this since he'd been a freshman in college trying to find an upperclassman willing to make a booze run for him. While Nero shot off into the crowd, King Mithrilstrike turned to look at the other humans at the table and asked, "Is the lad always like that? So excitable?" Nick, who was thoroughly enjoying the situation, was the first to reply, "Oh, you have no idea. Our Lord Walker is like no human you've ever met." Crusher, who was now standing behind his king with a hand on the dwarf's shoulder, leaned over and replied, "Well, that's just another reason to like the lad, isn't it?" All the dwarfs laughed uproariously, King Mithrilstrike included, while the humans frowned at the uncivilized and unnecessarily confrontational insult. As a group, the humans all silently agreed that everything they'd read about dwarves was most likely true, and wondered what the capital was thinking when they agreed to this sister city arrangement. 234. Cultural Exchanges. When he'd first come to Dorchester to watch over the anomaly, Nero Walker, he'd thought he was being clever. It had been like a confluence of events that had come together to give him multiple things that he'd wanted. He'd finally had a reasonably legal excuse to deal with that waste of essence, Cranston, an interesting subject to study and observe, and above all, a justifiable excuse to foist his duties at the tower onto others, namely, his friendly pain in the backside, Mathers. Seizing the opportunity had been an obvious choice. While to others his actions may have looked impulsive and rushed, in his mind he'd thought he'd taken into account all the variables. He expected his time in Dorchester to be a respite, a time free from the responsibilities his position as the head of the Council of Mages demanded. No more meetings, no more powerful families requiring a moment of his time, or organizations demanding his personal oversight for their corroboration with the Tower of Magic. Yet, as usual, the world and fate had other ideas. Since he'd arrived here, Archmage Jennings had been having to deal with one thing after another. He knew he was partly to blame, but a majority of the fault had to be assigned to the subject he'd come here to study. That little shit Nero Walker. The young man was a walking and talking expression of chaos given material form. Originally, Archmage Jennings had thought to arrange a series of challenges for the young man to overcome. His intention was to speed up the anomaly's growth and observe how his mind worked while being close enough to observe how his soul's harmonization with the body it was using progressed. That plan lasted less than a month. He'd forgotten how conniving and irresponsible nobles could be in these tiny cities.
Out here, in the middle of nowhere, they thought that they were somehow special due to the fact that they lorded over a measly few million commoners. They'd let their power go to their head and become overly brazen with their schemes. As a result, he'd had to dust off some of the skills he hadn't used in years.
There was a certain amount of effort involved in monitoring local intrigues and predicting the outcomes of their intersections. He'd forgotten how annoying it was to deal with, especially when a person like the anomaly was taken into consideration. He was now positive that the anomaly was fateless, as in somehow outside of the predictable influence of the material realm's essence flows. His current theory was that it was due to the anomaly's incredibly odd soul having come from outside the local paradigm. It was like the body the anomaly was using was just an extension of himself from another plane, an observer who'd been accidentally given interaction privileges with the material world. It made predicting his actions practically impossible, which, of course, was why Archmage Jennings had been so busy lately. Whether it was keeping a close watch on the local powers through scrying, monitoring the anomaly's actions, building up his local network of influence, or just cleaning up the political and magical aftermath after the anomaly's antics got out of hand, he felt like he was dealing with more responsibilities here than he'd had when running the entire kingdom's towers of magic. At least there he'd had people he could assign tasks to. Rubbing his hands tiredly over his face, he collapsed into his seat in his office, thoroughly exhausted from the morning he'd had. He'd managed most of what he needed to get done, but he knew his day was still far from over. The anomaly's ceremony was still going on, and he needed to confirm how many of his agents he'd been able to sneak into House Walker. Having used a few mages in the local Tower of Magic as his go-betweens, he'd arranged for hopefully up to 5 people to be embedded into the anomaly's new house. While not immediately useful, he hoped that in the future they could act as channels for his will, to steer the anomaly to where he preferred him to go. Although, to be honest, he wasn't all that enthusiastic about this particular plan's prospects. The anomaly simply wasn't the type to be easily manipulated. Pulling out a bottle of wine from his desk, he poured himself a glass and wondered whether all this effort was worth it. Sure, the amount of data he'd already collected was substantial, and he'd already learned more about the interaction between planar root dynamics than he'd had in the past century of his studies. But it was all just so irritating. He'd spent days having to rebuild the local essence flow structures to avoid a complete ethereal density collapse, then had to influence the Royal Academy's evaluators and the local Order of Knights Grandmaster to defend the anomaly's actions which caused the problem in the first place. Honestly, he shouldn't be complaining, seeing as the evaluators were obviously biased toward the anomaly, making the task considerably easier than he thought it would be. Which was in itself a fact that he'd have to remind himself to look into, as evaluators were by design supposed to be chosen for their impartiality. At some point, he needed to figure out what they were up to. Tapping his fingers on the desk in thought, he realized that was the crux of the issue. There were too many plots going on, with ties to many actors he hadn't identified. If he'd just had to deal with local nobility, he could have handled that. Yet that didn't seem to be the case. He'd discovered his assistant, Mage Adept Newbanks, was currently acting as an agent of the Crown. While he wasn't entirely sure of her goals, he'd been careful not to tip her off as to his suspicions. Then there were the evaluators. They obviously had their own agenda. For some incomprehensible reason, they'd abandoned their duties to the Royal Academy to follow the anomaly. While they'd been careful about the legality of their actions, he still found what they were doing troubling. Locally, there were the various plots by the nobles he was being forced to combat. The city lord and her allies had theirs, the Blackwoods and others had theirs, and then the general and his supporters had their own. It was all just a mess, and he couldn't be sure there wasn't someone else coordinating everything from behind a veil of anonymity. Normally, he'd just run a few calculations and find out everything he needed to know,
But with the anomaly acting as an uncertain variable, it would be pointless. He'd never in his millennia of life had to deal with this type of uncertainty. Taking a large gulp of wine, his shoulders drooped as he allowed himself to sink deeper into his chair with a sigh.
While he was lost in all these thoughts, part of his mind watched the ceremony going on. Unsurprisingly, the anomaly went out of his way to complicate things even more, thoroughly lampooning the plot he'd spent weeks trying to combat with a few simple words. Whoever was behind the Faith District's efforts to stir up divine controversy must be livid, he thought to himself with a smirk. Abruptly, sitting up in his seat, he turned his entire attention to what he was seeing as the dwarven contingent he hadn't had a chance to think about was making their presence known. He'd been thinking about how to handle the issue that had cropped up with the mountain's providence, but it seemed that his efforts might not be needed. The dwarven king seemed to already be taking a liking to the anomaly. He wasn't entirely sure he liked where this was going. While part of his mind was focused on other tasks, he kept watch over everything from his seat in his office at the top of the local Tower of Magic.
He saw House Walker's leadership skillfully add to the house's ranks, growing their forces and influence with numbers. He was pleased to see every one of his agents take their oaths. He was even more pleased to see that the faith's influence had been completely dismantled before they could become a problem. After the ceremony, he nervously watched as the nobles made their way to the reception hall to begin their scheming. The entire time he remained focused on the dwarves. He'd known about his king's plan to expand on the work his ancestors had begun, developing the kingdom's ties to the other races. It was a laudable but foolish goal. In his opinion, the effort involved simply outweighed the benefits. Other species were just too different than humans. Predicting their behavior and thoughts was a waste of time and resources. The calculations created to model human behavior didn't work on them, and the likelihood of acquiring enough data to adapt the equations was unlikely.
It would require the aid of the other species themselves, and he couldn't see them agreeing to it, especially the dwarves. They and humans just didn't get along. Trading and cooperation weren't out of the question, but friendship and trust were simply impossible. Of course, his opinion was immediately proven wrong by the actions of the anomaly. He sat, dumbfounded, as he watched the little shit actually getting along with the bearded nightmares. What he was witnessing was unprecedented and entirely outside of his considerable experience. Is he actually drinking with dwarves? He thought to himself in awe. While it wasn't uncommon to see a human sharing a few drinks with dwarves, it was entirely unexpected to see a human enjoying the experience. Normally, that type of situation quickly devolved into a fight, with either the human or the dwarf insulting the other party and shattering the cordial atmosphere. From what he understood, dwarves and humans both were warned from a young age to keep their emotional distance from each other. The two species could be allies, but never friends. So he honestly didn't know how he should be feeling watching the anomaly pelting dwarven royalty with questions while he taught them some drinking game he made up on the spot. This might not be good, he thought to himself, with his worry plainly expressed on his face in a frown. No, you're being too aggressive. You have to just flip it, Nero shouted, while demonstrating the correct way to flip a cup. With half of the shiny metal mug halfway over the edge of the table, Nero skillfully applied 2 fingers under the tankard and flicked it. In one smooth motion, the empty mug shot a little up into the air and flipped, landing upside down on the table with a wobble. Holding his hands up into the air in fists, he looked down at the angry dwarf with a smug look on his face and declared, "That's how it's done, bitches. I am one with the cup. Bow before my flippy cup skills and tremble at my might." Focusing intently on the mug in front of him, King Mavros Mithril Strike carefully placed his mug over the edge of the table.
His entire being was tense with anticipation of his attempt. Rolling his shoulders, he decided that if he was going to do this, he was going to do it right. Removing his gauntlets wasn't easy, and he rarely, if ever, did it when he was out in public. But he didn't hesitate for more than a second before ripping them off and placing them on the table. He needed his fingers free from any and all constraints if he was going to succeed at the young human's challenge. Delicately, as if he were handling a precious gem, he placed his large, stubby fingers under the edge of the mug.
While keeping his hands steady, he took a deep breath and flicked. With an incredibly serious look on his face, he watched as the mug launched lightly into the air. He held his breath as the mug flipped beautifully, like a throwing axe on its way to a target. His heart trembled as it landed perfectly, face down on the table, only to begin pounding as it began to wobble. He felt the heavy moment of silence around him as everyone waited to see if it would stabilize. Then, like magic, the mug slowly stopped moving, coming to a perfect stop upside down on the table. The area around him erupted into cheers, his dwarven comrades shouting in praise at his accomplishment. Even the human lad who'd been taunting him began pounding a fist on his armored shoulder and shouting, "Yeah, boy! That's how you nail that shit to the table!" With a smile wide enough to show his teeth through his beard, he turned around to accept the praise he was receiving. His dwarves shouted and hugged each other, demonstrating their excitement at his achievement. For a moment, he felt like he was back in one of the taverns near his old clan hall, enjoying some time with his friends. He felt 300 again. Crusher, his longtime friend, shouted directly into his face, "Well done, Mavros! I knew you could do it. It's just like etching a filigree, a steady hand and a firm heart." Interrupting the celebration, the human lad shoved his way through the dwarves and declared, "Great, but that's just the introduction. Now we can get to the game." The dwarves all quieted down, thoroughly confused by what he was saying. Mavros muttered, "What do you mean, lad? Is there more to this flippy cup than that?" Throwing his hands up into the air in excitement, Nero shouted, "Of course there is! Come on! Do you think you can just flip a cup and drink? This is supposed to be a competition."
You can't have a game without competition, and you can't have a drinking game without drinking. Come on, everyone step up to the table. You pick 4 people for your team, and I'll pick my 4. Crusher, you're on my team. And I don't remember anyone else's name, so grab 3 others. Mavros instinctively shouted back, "Wait, why do you get Crusher? He's my second in command." Nero smirked and replied, "Because I called him first." The dwarves all exchanged looks with each other, trying to decide whether or not the lad had a point. Crusher patted Mavros on the shoulder and said in a serious voice, "That's right, my friend. He did call me first." Frowning in annoyance, Mavros pointed up at Nero and said, "Fine, but I get Tiggy and Oliver." Nero nodded in acceptance as he poured out half-filled mugs of beer from the cask before pausing and looking at the king in surprise.
"There's a dwarf named Oliver?" A heavy-set dwarf pushed his way forward, his fluffy beard bouncing like a whiskered ball of fur on his face. "Yeah, I'm Oliver. You got a problem with my name?" Nero didn't stop pouring the beers as he replied with a shrug. "Nope. I just didn't expect a dwarf named Oliver. It's like meeting a human named Firebelly or Ironbutt or something. Like I said, I don't know anything about dwarves, so this is a learning experience for me. Is Oliver a popular dwarven name? Does it come from anything?" While the dwarves spread out around the round table, Nero passed out the beers while his attention remained on the dwarf named Oliver. Rubbing his head in thought, Oliver replied, "Not really. It's just a name. I think my granddad heard it somewhere or something. Everyone's got to be called something, right?" Hearing mutters of agreement from the dwarves, Nero shrugged again and replied, "Fair enough. It's better than being all Dick or something."
As Nero's intention of a pun tried and failed to be translated correctly, all the dwarves looked confused for a moment. Luckily, Nero had finished getting the beers handed out and was now ready to teach them how to play the easiest and most enjoyable drinking game he'd ever experienced. Flippy Cup. Getting to this point hadn't been easy, but it hadn't been all that hard either. He'd read that dwarves and humans didn't get along all that well, and he now had a better understanding as to why that was. These weren't exactly the same type of dwarves he'd grown up reading about in fantasy books, but they weren't altogether all that different. They were more like excitable racist grandfathers. They took everything a human said personally, like they were just itching for a reason to start a fight. Or at least they had at the beginning of the conversation. They'd eased up a bit after a while.
Now, they were more like the jocks he used to hang out with, mixed with theater nerds. Nero couldn't come up with a better comparison. The dwarves had that same physical presence and intensity of athletes, but they also had that reserved intensity of drama club kids. They put their everything into whatever it was they were doing. To Nero, it was an overly dramatic atmosphere that would have looked pretentious on anyone else. But, for some reason, it worked for the dwarves. It was like the emotion of childlike enthusiasm somehow had a baby with a day planner. He'd never met anyone who was both overly emotional and so serious at the same time. Their personalities weren't at all what he'd been expecting, while at the same time fitting the image of what a dwarf should be to a T. He was having a blast interacting with them. Unfortunately, the leaders of his new house had not been feeling the same way.
While he'd been hanging out with the dwarves, he'd been keeping an eye on them through his essence field. They'd all moved tables and were now watching over him from a distance. He could feel that they were both confused and impressed by his ability to get along with the dwarves. In a way, it was amusing to see how strongly they were affected by his success. Earlier, when he'd gone off to find a servant to get the beer he'd promised the dwarves, apparently the dwarven king, King Mavros Mithrilspike, had almost come to blows with Kathleen. Vera had wanted to get the matter of the mountain's ownership handled quickly, and Mavros had told her in no uncertain terms that talking to her was a waste of his time. Kathleen, having been offended on Vera's behalf, had stepped forward. They were just about to agree to a meeting time in the arena when Nero had luckily returned. He understood immediately where they were both coming from.
From Mavros's perspective, he didn't want to bother speaking with an intermediary when Nero was the one who owned the mountain. Vera, on the other hand, just wanted the matter settled, and as an efficient woman, was trying to be direct. Neither of them was necessarily wrong, but they were both kind of being assholes about it. It hadn't been all that difficult to put a stop to the tension, as arriving with a group of servants carrying casks of beer and mugs worked well as an icebreaker. What took longer was convincing Kathleen and the others that he'd be fine on his own. Just having to explain to the dwarves that the humans' caution wasn't an insult to their dwarven honor was a headache in and of itself. But it had eventually all worked out. Unsurprisingly, he and the dwarves still hadn't gotten around to talking about the mountain. The conversation had immediately gotten sidetracked by the king and the dwarves complaining about how weak and pathetic the beer he'd gotten was.
To Nero, it had sounded like the typical elitist shit he used to hear when a Guinness drinker was handed a Bud Light. Which, of course, led to Nero proclaiming that every beer had its time and place. Having not drunk a single beer since arriving in this world, Nero had no idea if what he'd served them was something he should be defending. When he'd asked the servants for beer, he hadn't been terribly specific. In fact, he'd asked them for casks of a good working man's beer. He hadn't wanted to offend the dwarves, and guessed what they'd like based on what he thought dwarves would be like. Honestly, even after they'd argued about it, he still didn't know what kind of beer they'd actually prefer. Rather than confront the problem, he did what he always did and changed the subject. Instead of cheap beer being an insult, It was a beer he brought over because it was good for drinking games and first meetings.
The dwarves were at first skeptical, as their drinking games were only for close friends and family. They were intended to be shared with those a dwarf didn't mind getting drunk with, not strangers. Nero's argument was that, while they were of course right to think that, what better way was there for a stranger to become a friend than to skip all the pointless talk and instead share a drink? None of the dwarves had a logical response to that. So, now, here they were, playing Flippy Cup. Pointing at one of the dwarves who hadn't been picked for the teams, he said, "All right, you're the referee. When you say go, we start. Remember, one at a time, and you can't start until the guy in front of you has successfully flipped his cup. No cheating, no touching the table, and no early starts. Disputes are up to the ref to handle. Everyone ready?" The dwarves all had removed their gauntlets and helms, taking the game more seriously than he'd thought they would.
Each of them was hovering their hands over their tankards like they were just itching for their turn.
Looking to the dwarf king on his right, he smiled widely and said, "We're starting it off. Good luck. You're going to need it." Mavros chuckled while scowling. "Same to you, lad. Just don't be too embarrassed when you lose." Nero laughed loudly while crouching over the table to get in position, his hand cupped around his half-filled tankard. "That's the great thing about drinking games. Win or lose, everyone wins. We all get to drink." Just as he finished his joke, the dwarf assigned as the ref shouted, "Go!" while slamming his fist on the table hard enough to shake it. Nero deftly tipped his tankard into the air, drinking it smoothly while remaining in a rigid and controlled squat. Meanwhile, Mavros, the king, was muttering a curse as he was caught off guard by the signal, having unfortunately been laughing at Nero's quip about everyone being a winner.
But he recovered quickly and began chugging his beer. Like a pro, Nero finished his drink and delicately placed his mug on the table, ensuring that exactly half of it was over the edge. Taking a moment to breathe, he focused and flipped. Luckily, he'd already gotten a feel for the correct amount of force he needed to flip this type of cup, and on his first try, he succeeded. Being a solid metal tankard, it wasn't all that difficult to flip compared to the plastic cups he once played with. The moment it stopped wobbling, he turned to the dwarf on his left and shouted, "Drink!" Like he'd been released from a cage, the dwarf hopped into action, raising his tankard and chugging in one smooth motion. Nero watched with a grin as the dwarf finished and began carefully arranging his cup for the impending flip attempt. It was incredibly amusing to see how seriously the dwarves were taking the competition. While not exactly cute, it was kind of adorable. Although none of them were particularly good at the flipping part of it, they were incredibly good at the drinking part. The game proceeded well, each dwarf adhering to the rules and waiting for the turn. Almost from the beginning, the dwarves who hadn't been chosen for the teams began cheering them on. While it had started out as gruff voices of encouragement, by the time Nero's team had gotten a full-person lead, the crowd had begun to truly clamor. As if the gods of competition had personally taken note of events and interfered, Nero's third team member had trouble with his flip, ensuring that they didn't get too far ahead. Shouts of encouragement and derision rang out, causing the dwarf in question to buckle under the pressure, allowing the king's team to catch up. Like the conclusion of a movie, it all came down to the last two dwarfs. Crusher versus Oliver. A battle for the ages. They both started drinking at the same time, finished at the same time, and began their flip at the same time. The moment the tankards were in the air, all the noise seemed to stop. Even the essence around the table froze in anticipation of what would happen. Nero forced himself not to touch the table, despite how much he wanted a closer look at what was happening. The rules were clear, and he did not want to lose to a foul. Then,
It happened. While the wobbling tankard in front of Crusher tipped over, the one in front of Oliver remained standing, perfectly upside down. The dwarves erupted into cheers, while Nero's team's heads drooped in defeat. Crusher looked crushed. Mavros and his team hopped up and down, hugging each other while the crowd patted them on the back in congratulations. Nero shouted, "You got lucky. I demand 2 out of 3. The dwarves as one came to a stop, awkwardly frozen while in the middle of their hug. Mavros turned away from his team, crossed his arms, and jutted out his beard. "What did you just say, boy?" he asked angrily. Nero put his hands on his hips and replied seriously, "I said 2 out of 3. Best of 3 wins." The dwarves all shouted in excitement as they began resetting the table. Patting Mavros on the shoulder, Nero said, "See what I mean? Even when you lose a drinking game, you still win." Chapter 235. Wine them, dine them, then screw them. Salesmanship 101. Mike Herring grew up as the son of a butcher, and while the local center's schools did their best with him, he'd never applied himself to things like history and science. So, when he heard about the dwarves arriving in Dorchester, he'd tried to pretend that he understood what everyone was talking about. Now, though, seeing as his new lord was currently drinking and laughing with them, he could no longer contain the questions that had been plaguing him. Sitting at the table with his arms crossed in annoyance, he asked out loud to no one in particular, "What are the dwarves even doing here? Aren't dwarves supposed to all be on the border? Their kingdoms have nothing to do with us. It's not like we're close enough to trade with them." The table he was sitting at was filled with House Walker's current leadership. On the side closest to what they were all looking at was Kathleen Averett, their house manager. On her left sat Vera Salvatore Verena, whose role had been explained to him multiple times, despite him not understanding it. To him, she was just one of the nobility, although one closely aligned with the lord he'd chosen to follow. To her right was Natalie Keening, a woman he admittedly had a small crush on, who was in charge of public relations, whatever that was. Then, standing off to the side, like a pillar of muscle, was Knight Angleton, who Mike both respected and feared. Other than them, there were a few others who he'd come to know as secondary leaders, each following the lead of those 4. But it was Vera's husband and his lord's friend who was kind enough to answer his question. Nick Salvatore Verena, the newly raised Lord Verena, a man Mike knew to be some kind of scholar or researcher. "The dwarves are here due to a deal the capital made with the dwarven kingdoms to further our own kingdom's reach and expand on the efforts of the royal family." Mike watched in shame as everyone around him nodded in agreement with Nick's statement. Even after having the situation explained to him so succinctly, he still didn't understand what the man was talking about. Luckily, Nick was at heart a teacher and champion of knowledge. He had an almost supernatural ability to know when someone around him yearned for answers. Leaning forward in his seat, Nick stared at Mike with an intense smile, seemingly eager to impart his wisdom to the man. "For generations, the royal family has been trying to develop ties with the surrounding kingdoms, easing tensions and increasing rapport with our neighbors. Although we shall always remain primarily a human kingdom, the royal family hopes to one day incorporate these other kingdoms into a larger federation or alliance, possibly even allowing them to join us as citizens of Oglevark. At least, that's the official story that we've been told. There are many nuances to the efforts that remain up for debate." Unable to stop himself, Mike replied with curiosity, "What does that have to do with them coming here?" Not put off at all by Mike's disinterest in the details, Nick replied, "According to the deal made with the dwarven kings, to further ties with our kingdom, a city of dwarves will be developed within our lands. Much like our own cities, the city will be ruled locally, only owing fealty to the capital and our king. Dwarves have their own kings,
who in actuality are more like city lords. That dwarf over there, Mavros Mithralstrike, will be the new city's leader, our kingdom's first dwarven king. Somewhat understanding, but still not having gotten an answer to his question, Mike repeated, "Okay, but why are they here?" Rolling his eyes, Nick answered in a tone that sounded somewhat condescending, "Because this is the place where the dwarves have chosen for their city." Mike, getting more than a little annoyed with the man, was about to angrily reply when Natalie Keening interrupted excitedly. "It's kind of amazing, right? After years of negotiations, countless surveys and debates, they've chosen to settle next to our city, right when we're in the middle of a density shift and a war. I bet it's because they love fighting. Everyone knows that dwarves are constantly at war." Immediately refuting her, Nick replied, "That's an over-exaggeration. Dwarves aren't all that bloodthirsty, not like orcs or goblins. They just tend to stir up trouble with their exploratory nature." Mike, with his brow furrowed in confusion, asked, "What's that? They like going places they shouldn't or something?" Nick's chuckle sounded somewhat like a teacher finding amusement in their student's naivety. "No, not exactly. Dwarves are deeply connected to the world below. They call it the Earth, and it's in their nature to dig into its secrets." The term Earth resonated in the ether, imparting its meaning to everyone who heard it. While the word itself wasn't unfamiliar to them, the meaning, when looked at from the perspective of the dwarves, was quite different than what they'd previously understood. To every human at the table, the word Earth was synonymous with dirt or the ground. It didn't have any profound meaning beyond that. But to dwarves, Earth meant the world below. The word had a weight to it, and there was a sense of depth conveyed to all of them when they heard it. Nick added, "It's a core part of what makes a dwarf a dwarf. They long to dig deep into the world, finding and exploring its secrets. As a species, they are incredible crafters and researchers. Even their type of magic is closely related to the ground underneath our feet. They dig for ore, resources, and fun. Choosing a former mining town for their proposed city shouldn't be all that surprising to us." Vera's calm tone carried somewhat of an edge when she joined the conversation, saying, "Yes, a mining town that is technically owned by House Walker. I find it difficult to believe that the capital was unaware of that fact. I believe someone, or someones, intended to put House Walker at odds with our new neighbours." Struggling to mentally keep up with the conversation, Mike asked, "Wait a second. Does this mean the Dwarven kingdoms are joining our kingdom? Or is it just this city that they're building? And if so, how is that supposed to work? Cities aren't supposed to be that close together. Are they going to be under Dorchester's jurisdiction?" Nick, always eager for the opportunity to lecture, replied, "It's quite exciting, isn't it? Nothing like this has ever been proposed. The Dwarven city will be right next to Dorchester, but has no claim to the land around it. However, the ground below us will be theirs to do with what they will. I believe in the years to come, if this experiment works out well, each city of our kingdom may have a Dwarven city as its partner. Humans will work the land, while the dwarves will work the earth. If the two species can work in harmony, then our available resources will practically double." Still confused, Mike replied, "But we already have a mountain city run by humans. Well, after we clear out the kobolds, that is. What do we need the dwarves for?" Nick, looking at Mike with an expression filled with humor, replied with a tone of mild superiority, "I don't think you fully comprehend what dwarves are capable of. To them, our mountain city is at best a village." Shocked, Mike replied, "But it takes up the entire mountain." Nick snorted in condensation, replying, "Yes, one mountain. It barely manages to go underground. For us, it might seem impressive, but to dwarves, it's barely a start. When they build their city, they will hollow out their mountain, creating massive halls and forges. Then,
They will delve into the earth below, finding caverns and tunnels connecting them to the surrounding mountain range. Within 100 years, they will spread out through the area like a worm hollowing out an apple. Within 1,000, the earth below our city will belong to them.
If it weren't for all the dangers underground, they'd probably have hollowed out the ground below our entire kingdom by now. Even the people who were somewhat familiar with dwarves were shaken by what Nick was saying. The very idea that there was so much more to the world below the ground was almost more than their minds could handle. It was like discovering that everything they knew was just scratching the surface of the material plane they'd been living in. Vera's voice broke the moment's tension quite well when she scolded her husband. "Don't be so overdramatic. Dwarves don't have the numbers to do all that, and their population growth is, at best, 1/4 of humanity's. We're in no danger of being overrun. Both species are considering the alliance for a reason, after all. Our kingdom will be able to expand into the areas controlled by the dwarves, and they'll be able to do the same in ours. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Likely, the king is just being practical."
If the dwarves are willing to join Oglivark, then why wouldn't we take advantage of the opportunity?
It's not like they're any threat to us above ground. Turning to look back at her new lord, who was currently laughing his arse off as two dwarves grappled angrily with each other's shoulders over an argument concerning the game he'd introduced them to, she added, "That is, if humanity and dwarves can learn to live with each other, that is." Nero had to admit that he'd missed this kind of atmosphere. The simple pleasure of drinking with new friends, not caring for a moment about all the responsibilities that had been weighing him down, was like a breath of fresh air for his soul. These dwarves, while definitely not human, were quite fun to hang around with. And wasn't that a revelation? Nothing in his experience had prepared him for what it was like to interact with a different species that could talk and interact with him. To him, there were no words for it. Even in all the fantasy novels and movies he'd enjoyed, he'd never thought about dwarves and other fantasy species being all that different than humans. But now that he was here, interacting with them, he was finally able to understand what being a different species really meant. Perhaps it was only due to the benefit of his essence field, but he could just feel that they weren't like him. Despite on the surface having so much in common, he just couldn't connect with them. He could understand them, even comprehend how they saw the world, but he couldn't truly be one of them. It really was a feeling he couldn't put into words. If his personality weren't so politically correct, he'd liken it to how Jane Goodall lived among the gorillas. With them, but not one of them. Even having the thought, he felt somewhat uncomfortable with the comparison. Dwarves were not gorillas, and he was not an anthropologist. But he couldn't ignore the fact that everything about them was subtly different than what he was familiar with. They obviously liked drinking, just like him. They were on the whole just as brash as he was. Even their sense of humor was somewhat similar. However, it was like two cars going to the same place. One was a 4-door sedan with seatbelts and airbags, economical and well-rounded. The other was a flatbed truck with a performance lift kit. It was built for a purpose, and everything about it was geared toward that fact. Regardless of how much they had in common, the not-so-subtle differences were just too much for him to ignore. Rather than finding the sense of social disconnect disheartening, Nero found the phenomenon amazing. He'd never experienced anything like it. Not just that, he'd never even conceptualized such a feeling. It was exhilarating, and something he'd been missing since he'd arrived in this fantasy world. Patting Mavros on the shoulder in congratulations for the man's win against some of the other dwarves who'd stepped up to compete with his team, Nero said, "Well done! Now you're getting the hang of it." With a toothy smile splitting his beard, Mavros looked up at the lively lad and replied, "All right, I'll admit that your watered-down beer isn't completely pointless."
If we'd been drinking dwarven ale like this, we'd all be under the tables by now. But don't think I won't forget the reason I came over here."
Sensing the mood change, the dwarves around the table calmed down, all of them shaking off their buzz and paying attention to their king. Nero nodded in agreement, understanding that the king wasn't going to be put off for too much longer. "Yeah, that wasn't my intention. I just didn't like you giving me shit about the quality of the free beer I was offering you," he replied with a smirk.
Several dwarves, despite trying to look intimidating, guffawed in laughter before suffering elbows from the dwarves around them. Even Mavros Mithrilstrike couldn't help but grin at Nero's clever rebuke. "Fair enough, lad. You've made your point. Now let's get to the matter of my mountain," he said firmly.
Nero crossed his arms with a smirk and replied, "You mean my mountain? It'll be yours after I give it to you." Frowning in thought, Mavros looked like he was deciding whether or not he should be feeling insulted by Nero's tone. He'd had a good opinion of the lad up until now, and while what he'd just said could be interpreted as hostility, it also wasn't untrue. It was the lad's mountain, and if this were a dwarven matter, even a king couldn't arbitrarily give away his subjects' property. But the lad wasn't a dwarf. He was a human, and the human king had made the deal. So, if the human king wanted to screw over his subject, then why should he even care? Human problems were for humans to deal with. Noticing the situation turning tense, Nero didn't let the awkward moment linger. "Of course, I'm perfectly willing to hand the mountain over to you. After all, from what I understand, that's what you were promised. But it seems to me that you and I are in the same boat. We've both been screwed over by the people who handled the deal. I mean, seriously, someone in the capital sold you something they didn't own, and you guys bought something that wasn't theirs to sell. It's up to us to work it out ourselves. You should complain to whoever made your deal for you, and I'll do the same on my end. Honestly, both sides are to blame." Seeing the furious scowl developing on the dwarf king's brow, Nero added with a chuckle, "Come on, don't look at me like that. Did whoever made the deal for you hand you over any ownership papers? Or did they just send you off with the promise that it was all handled?" Suddenly pausing, Mavros's burgeoning tirade died on his lips. Muttering angrily, he said, "That's exactly what they did." Reaching out, Nero patted the dwarf consolingly on his shoulder. "I don't know anything about dwarven politics, but I think you might have been set up. I know for a fact that I sure as hell probably was. Bastards probably wanted us at each other's throats for some reason. I've half a mind to just send the capital an outrageously priced bill for the mountain and wait to see what happens. However, I know that will screw you and probably ruin this whole budding friendship we've got going on." Mavros, uncomfortable with the lad's familiarity, folded his arms and said, "All right then. So what do you propose we do about it then?" Nero, feeling a bit buzzed by all the beer he'd been drinking, replied, "Well, if I'm understanding this whole deal correctly, you're supposed to be starting a city at the mountain in question, right? Well, I have no problem with that. It's not like I'm currently using it at the moment. Also, you're probably going to be needing a trading partner going forward. Starting a city isn't something you're able to do without resources. And it just so happens that my house, an associate, my Vera has a shipping company. Why don't I sell you the mountain for an exclusive shipping contract?" Turning to look over his shoulder, Nero shouted, "Hey, Vera!
Come over here for a second."
Mavros, looking somewhat interested in the idea, dropped his hands to his hips and watched as the tall and impeccably dressed human sauntered over. She was obviously female and looked like the typical human talkers that he'd gotten used to seeing in the capital. Gesturing with his chin toward her, he asked Nero, "This lass is part of your clan?"
Nero, guessing at the implications, replied easily, "Yep, this here is Vera Salvatore Verina. She's the head of a shipping conglomerate that handles most of the shipping for Dorchester and the surrounding areas. I'm not exactly sure of all the politics, but at one point I owned half the company. After my clan's founding, I'm not sure exactly how that has changed." Seeing as Vera was about to explain, Nero held up a hand to stop her. "And I don't want to. I'm sure at some point I'll learn all about it, but now is not the time. The point is, she's got a bunch of wagons and whatever else they use to ship stuff here. How about I give you the mountain, and you agree to use her for your shipping needs? Hell, I think someone's got some manufacturing companies that can get you whatever it is you need. After you move in, you can trade ore, gems, or whatever else you find for whatever you want. This way, everyone is happy, everyone gets rich, and we don't have to involve those politicians back in the capital. It's a win-win for everybody." The dwarf standing next to Mavros stepped forward, Nero recognizing him as the one called Crusher. "How do we know you're not going to fleece us with your pricing? Being unable to scout the competition for better offers is unacceptable." Mavros clearly agreed, as his expression dimmed while he crossed his arms again. Nero, slipping easily into his sales mode, replied, "Vera's as honest as they come. Hell, she's probably got loads of records proving her competitive pricing. Besides, you'd probably have ended up dealing with her anyway. Her company is the premier shipping company for all of Dorchester. At best, this deal is just so it doesn't look to the other nobles like I handed over my mountain to you for free. I do have a reputation to protect, after all. Do we really have to start off our relationship thinking the worst of each other?" Mavros's expression softened a little. As far as he was concerned, the lad was right on several points he wasn't willing to admit out loud. And this would be a good deal if the lass was as honest as the lad said. He'd get his mountain, and he wouldn't have to set up supply chains with unfamiliar humans who he'd be reluctant to trust. But exclusive contracts meant that he'd have to give his word, and a dwarf never broke his word. Keeping his tone calm, Mavros said, "All right. I'll agree to use your shipping company, providing that you can produce evidence of everything you've claimed. If she's really as fair as you say she is, then I have no problem with my clan working with her." Feeling Vera's annoyance with the dwarf's questioning of her professionalism, Nero patted her on the back and spoke up before she could say anything to ruin the deal he was making. "Great. You guys feel free to empty that keg we recently tapped, and I'll head over to my clan and get the paperwork in order." Before Mavros and the other dwarves could even say goodbye, Nero was already leading the still silent Vera away. Reaching out with his link to her, he waited for her to accept the connection. The moment she did, he hastily said, "Don't say anything, just listen for a second. I've agreed to hand over the mountain to the dwarves, and in exchange, we're getting exclusive rights as their sole trading partner. As long as we provide a reasonable price, we're good."
You just need to show him some proof that we're not going to screw them, and we're good to go. Turning to look at Nero in shock as they made their way back to the table with the rest of House Walker's leadership, Vera replied, That's not possible. The contracts with Dorchester have already been signed by the Dwarven Kings. No singular house has the right to ignore them." Chuckling out loud, Nero replied with a smirk, "Yeah, but I never agreed to sell my mountain to the Dwarven Council, so all those contracts are invalid. Or, at least, we can argue that they are, can't we? By the time the dwarves move in, and we've already set up a supply chain, who's going to argue with us? If we handle it right, our new friends will be just as annoyed with the other nobles sticking their noses into their business as we are."
The key is to handle everything quickly and get our paperwork in order. Having arrived at the table and seeing everyone staring at them in curiosity, Vera replied out loud, "If your gambit succeeds, this may turn into your most profitable idea yet." Nero patted his beer-filled belly happily and said, "I've always been my best work when I've been a little buzzed. It's been both a personality flaw and virtue in equal measure. Now you all can work out the details. I need to find a restroom." Waving goodbye over his shoulder, Nero walked off toward the doors, humming the tune, "Off to See the Wizard." Chapter 236. Idealism versus Reality. Having taken a seat at the table they'd been using for the drinking game, Mavros pondered over the conversation he'd just had with the human lad. While half listening to the dwarves arguing amongst themselves all around him, he carefully reviewed every single word that had been said. The human, Nero Walker, had snuck in several phrases and hints that he just couldn't get out of his head. Had the other dwarven kings deliberately mishandled the negotiations for his clan's new mountain? Was this more than just a misunderstanding? And if so, who was the target? The human lad? Or him? He wasn't old enough to remember when the humans here first decided to stop their constant wars and come together to found their kingdom, but his grandfather was. Ages ago, before the old dwarf joined the stones, he often spoke to a young Mavros about that time. Mavros remembered hearing how surprising it was, and how pessimistic his grandfather and the other dwarves were about the humans' chances of success. Yet, he was old enough to remember when Clan Shimmershield announced the first trading agreement they reached with the persistent human diplomats. Several dwarven kings had even come together to form their own council in imitation of the humans' leadership structure. Dwarven clans grew slowly, but persistently, and he was a member of the Council of Kings when they first heard about the humans' intentions of cooperation. He'd thought it was a fanciful idea at the time, something to think about but not take too seriously. Now, after having suffered the shame of losing his clan's ancestral mountain, he had been taken in by that dream, betting everything on it. Pounding his gauntleted fist on the table to grab everyone's attention, he growled, "So, you all seem to have your opinions about the lad's proposal, and there'll be plenty of time to discuss them." Focusing his glare on Ironwick, he added, "But what I want to know is if there is any truth to what the lad said about someone interfering with our deal." Ironwick, stroking his beard in thought, replied, "I've been thinking about that too. While the lad was careful not to throw around any specific accusations, he did bring up a good point."
I was the one who picked this city as the site of our first dwarven mountain in the human lands, and I recall the Council of Kings not being all that happy about it. I don't know if they were just intending to stall, or if there was a larger plan they had that my decision interfered with, but I can tell you that they weren't too happy with me. Mavros's glare at Ironwick didn't diminish in the least, as he and Ironwick had a long history of conflicts. The dwarf had been one of the generals who had refused to help his clan in their hour of need. He hadn't been happy with the fact that Ironwick was here, and believed he was only sticking around to keep an eye on him at the behest of the dwarven kings. But perhaps there was more going on here than he'd known about. Was Ironwick here as a punishment and not a spy? Nodding in understanding, Mavros declared, "Well, whatever the reason for the screw-up, we're here now, and we'll just have to make the best of it."
The Council of Kings has no power in the human lands, and going forward we can only rely on ourselves. Once my clan gets settled, I already intended to cut off our ties with them anyway, so it's no great loss. Crusher thoughtfully added, "What we need to do is develop our own support structure here, just like we'd planned to." Mavros nodded in agreement, replying, "That's right. But we can't assume the agreements we had with the capital will be of any help. The lad's right about that, at least. Our deal with the capital was for a mountain, and they didn't deliver. So as far as I'm concerned, none of what we agreed to is still valid. From here on out, we'll have to play it by ear. If the human lad's shipping company is as honest as he says it is, then I have no problem using them. It won't be all that hard to verify their pricing lists. Ironwick leaned forward over the table and said seriously,
The Dwarven Kings aren't going to like that.
They had an agreement with the city, through the human kingdom's capital. We're supposed to adhere to it. No singular noble clan of humans should be in control of our trade. We're supposed to work with a minimum of 10 of their houses, and primarily with their local king, or city lord. Grumbling sounds of unhappy dwarves filled the table before Mavros once again gathered everyone's attention with a gauntleted slap of the table.
Well, they're just going to have to deal with it. I don't like being played, and I won't be putting up with any political maneuvering by third parties. Whether it was their fault or not, they have no say in what I do. My agreement with them ended the moment they failed to procure me my mountain. Same with the humans' so-called city lord. As the lad said, they tried to sell me something they didn't own. So I won't be trusting them going forward. Crusher and many other dwarves raised their tankards in agreement.
Even Ironwick gave a singular nod of acceptance. Dwarves prided themselves on their honesty, and in the face of lies and politics, they always responded decisively. As a group, their conversation paused when they heard a commotion at a nearby table. Turning their heads in curiosity, they saw several fancily dressed humans arguing with each other. Nero returned from the surprisingly nearby bathroom in a good mood. While his thoughts were currently on Dorchester's architectural brilliance in including bathrooms so close to their grand ballrooms, he was surprised to see the table where his house's leaders sat being swarmed by angry nobles. Rushing over quickly, he intended to find out what was going on. Thinking quickly, he reached out through his link to contact Nick, who'd be the one most likely to know what was going on.
Feeling the connection established, Nero asked quickly, "What the hell is happening over there?"
Nick replied just as quickly. Vera and the others agreed to find out our options by contacting Lords Bennings and Brinks. One of them must have leaked your agreement with the dwarves. It seems the nobility of Dorchester has come over to voice their displeasure. Nero, blinking a few times in surprise at the development, replied, "Oh, really? Well, we'll just have to see about that." Cutting off the connection, Nero used his shorter height to shoulder through the crowd. On average, most people here were around 6 feet tall, so at 5 feet 4 inches, he had no trouble pushing his way forward. Emerging out of the crowd of observing nobles, he saw Vera and Kathleen in a standoff against the city lord Cosgrove and the rest of Dorchester's Council of Leadership. Nearby, he saw the rest of House Walker's leadership standing in quiet support, their grim faces full of resolve. Between the two sides, the woman he recognized as Lord Bennings, the city's resident law expert, was trying and failing to calm things down. Shouting loudly, unconsciously infusing essence into his voice, he demanded, "What the hell is going on here?" The two sides turned to look at him in unison, their argument forgotten for a moment. Before anyone else could speak, City Lord Cosgrove stepped forward with her typical imperious expression on her face. "You cannot sign an exclusive contract to act as an intermediary with the Dwarven settlement. Dorchester and the kingdom have already come to an agreement with them. As a noble of Oglevark, you will have to adhere to the law like everyone else." Nero, pissed off by her tone, replied icily, "Oh? And did that agreement include anything about whose mountain it was that you were selling them? Or did you forget to consider that little problem?" City Lord Cosgrove smoothly responded, "Of course not. The kingdom has every right to transfer any of its holdings to another party. Furthermore, it has every right to buy out any noble's property at market rates. Rest assured, you'll be adequately compensated for your mountain as the law demands. Dorchester will buy back your mountain before selling it to the kingdom, and from the kingdom it will be transferred to the dwarves. The agreements have already been handled. Nero, stepping closer to the two groups, replied, "So, you believe I don't have a say in the matter? Laws of eminent domain and all that. That'd probably be true if you didn't already sign the paperwork with the dwarves, and this was all still hypothetical. But the capital already did. In fact, from what I understand, the dwarves were told before they came here that the mountain in question was already theirs. Isn't that right, Mavros?" The entire crowd, including House Walker's leadership and the Dorchester Council, turned to look at where Nero was staring.
Standing there, surrounded by his armored dwarves, was the dwarven king, King Mavros Mithrilsreich, who was looking particularly pissed at the moment.
"Aye, that they did. I personally signed the receipt of the mountain. The first I heard of the mountain not being theirs to sell was when I arrived here. So, as far as I'm concerned, that agreement is no longer valid," he declared firmly.
Offering a grin, Nero held out his hands as if demonstrating his powerlessness. "See, it's not my fault the kingdom's screwed up. I'm just playing the hand that I've been dealt. If the kingdom wasn't willing to pay me for my mountain, then why shouldn't I sell it directly to the dwarves?" Lord Bennings, looking rather stressed, stepped forward into the middle of the now four-way confrontation.
"Everyone, please keep calm. This matter should be handled with appropriate decorum." Nero, not interested in letting the matter be decided by backroom dealing, replied,
"If I'm not mistaken, aren't you the head of the Tower of Law? What does the law have to say about the kingdom giving away a citizen's land before paying them for it?" Grimacing in annoyance, Lord Bennings replied, "Lord Walker, I'm sure this is all just a misunderstanding. By backdating a few things, all of this can be rectified by the end of the day. There is no reason for any of this to get out of hand." Nero, unwilling to compromise, responded with feigned anger. "And why should I agree to that? I'm not the one who screwed up. The dwarves want a mountain, and I've got one to sell them. There are dates on paperwork for a reason. If the capital had done its job, and everything was already legal, then why would you need to backdate anything? I like the dwarves, so I'm selling my mountain to them." Sensing a chink in Nero's argument, Lord Bennings replied, "You can't. They aren't citizens of Oglevark. The paperwork granting them rights to own land in Oglevark are the same agreements that you're contesting as illegal. Only the capital and the royal family have the right to declare who owns property in the kingdom. As a private citizen, you must adhere to the laws of the land." Nero, thinking quickly, replied, "But I'm not a citizen of Dorchester, now am I? I'm a unique, and therefore a citizen of Oglevark itself. I merely transferred control of my assets to my regional vassals, House Verena." Lord Bennings quickly shook her head. "No, Lord Walker. When you became a unique, you not only transferred control, but ownership to them. Uniques cannot, by law, own property or businesses outside of an estate in any city or land in the kingdom. You can have vassals and regional assets, but they must be under the ownership of local powers." Nero, not having realized that he may have just been guilty of the same thing he'd accused the capital of, was caught off guard by her argument. "This is why I hate politics. It's all semantics decided by private interests," he thought to himself. Vera, seeing her Nero losing this very public debate, stepped forward. While Lord Walker may not still own the mountain, as his vassal his decisions dictate House Verena's policies, if he wishes to sell the mountain directly to the dwarves for trading rights, House Verena is more than willing to comply, she stated firmly. Lord Bennings offered Vera a look of understanding tinged with sympathy before replying, "I'm sorry, Lady Verena, but as I said previously, the citizenry of Oglevark is not legally able to sell the kingdom's land to outside powers. The dwarves will have to come to an agreement with the capital before anything can move forward. If they wish to invalidate the agreement they reached with the capital due to Oglevark's mishandling of the issue of the mountain's ownership, then that is their right. However,
None of this should be decided by local powers. Mavros, having followed the discussion carefully, shouted,
"So no one here can sell me my mountain? Then what are we even doing here? You humans and your politics are just a waste of time. I've half a mind to just call this whole thing off and find an unclaimed mountain of my own."
Seeing as things were getting out of hand, City Lord Cosgrove stepped forward to try and calm things down. "There is no need for that, King Mithril-Strike. Dorchester has every intention of fulfilling the agreement our kingdom has reached with you and the Dwarven Council of Kings.
Lord Walker will be compensated for his mountain in due time through his vassal house, and we can put this unpleasant misunderstanding behind us." While the heated argument was going on, Nero mentally took a step back to try and look at the situation logically. He wasn't exactly being taken advantage of. If Dorchester, or the kingdom, or whoever ended up paying him what he was supposed to have received for the mountain, then he'd still be coming out ahead. All he'd be missing out on was the exclusive contract with the dwarves, which had just been a spur-of-the-moment thought he'd come up with. The idea, though profitable, only existed as a theoretical concept for less than an hour. The important thing is to remember the reason why I presented the idea in the first place, he thought to himself. Someone had tried to sow discord between him and the dwarves. He didn't know why, or what their endgame was, but Vera had said it was happening. He had no real understanding of politics or laws here, so he couldn't be sure as to how she'd come to that conclusion, but she had. Having taken her at her word, he'd tried to befriend the dwarves, and then, on a whim, thought up the idea of the exclusive trading contract. He should have known that it wouldn't have worked. In his old life on Earth, powerful economic interests always trumped everything. Even if he somehow succeeded and got the contract, House Verena would probably end up suffering a noble war for control of it. The nobility would never allow only one house to control that much money. Having come to a decision on the best way to handle the situation, he interrupted the ongoing conversation. "Fine, I get it. The powers that be want the contract with the dwarves to go through, regardless of right or wrong." Lord Bennings, looking insulted, replied swiftly, "It's not a matter of right or wrong. It's a matter of legality." Interrupting her, Nero held up a hand and snarled, "Save it. I don't want to hear the justifications. When it comes to complicated stuff like this, legality is a matter of interpretation. Which rule is enforced with priority is a matter of politics, and I'm not going to get into a debate about it." Now infuriated, Lord Bennings was about to go on a rant about the impartiality of the law and the history of Oglavarkian justice, but was halted by Nero turning his attention to the Dwarven king. "Mavros, I'm sorry, but the nobility isn't going to let our deal go through. I'm sure you'll still get your mountain, and I wish you and your clan all the best of luck with your city. House Walker will do all that it can to ensure that you get what you've been promised. Just know that whoever was behind this miscommunication is probably still plotting something, so keep your eyes open," he warned. Not giving anyone time to think too much about what he'd just said, he raised his voice to address the entire crowd who'd been watching. "Now, thank you all for coming to the oath-giving ceremony from my house, but I believe you've all overstayed your welcome. The party is over, and now you all need to leave. As I said during the ceremony, I've got a war to plan, and more important things to deal with than politics and backstabbing. So get out!" Turning his attention back to the Dwarven king, he added in a friendlier tone, "I hope you remember who your friends are. House Walker and its vassal house, House Verena, will always be there if you need anything." Turning on his heel, he marched off as the crowd in front of him hurried to get out of the way. Over his shoulder, he added in a mocking shout, "Welcome to Dorchester!" Behind him, Nero left nothing but chaos as the nobility felt insulted, and his house's leadership was left to handle the fallout.
He was sure that Vera could handle everything, despite knowing that he'd be getting an earful about it later. But his lingering buzz from the beer he'd drunk was already fading, and he simply didn't feel up to dealing with any of it. Seeing Ms. Davis rushing over to him, Nero said firmly, "Does this place have a big-ass library filled with magic books? If so, I need you to lead me there, and then bring me a pitcher of coffee and some finger sandwiches. I've got work to do." Not put off by his tone at all, she replied quickly, "Of course, my lord, right this way." Moving through the halls, Nero's mind raced through everything that he'd recently been through. A lot has happened since this morning. He'd founded a house accepting who knows how many people's pledges of lifelong fealty, found out that he'd had a mining town that was being given away, met some dwarves, drank with some dwarves, realized how different species could be, and gotten into an even worse conflict with the local nobility than he'd already had been. Even worse, he'd found out that he'd underestimated what transferring ownership of all of his assets had really meant. While he'd had the situation explained to him, it hadn't sunk in as well as it should have. He no longer was in control of all that wealth he'd accumulated. Were the accounts he had emptied? Did he even have a bank account anymore? Who was currently in charge of his finances? Running his hands over his face as he walked, he groaned out loud in annoyance. He honestly couldn't bring himself to care about all of this nonsense. While he knew it was important, it was just too much for him to think about. He'd rather be focusing on magic and his upcoming adventure into the mountain filled with kobolds. Before long, Nero found himself being led into the library. Despite every book most likely having a copy of itself on the estate's private thought hub, he wasn't surprised to find that there was, in fact, a big-ass library full of books just waiting for him to explore it. The large doors leading to the library swung open easily, presenting him with an unobstructed view of the most amazing sight he'd ever seen. It was a scene right out of a story. The library had tables and comfortable chairs spread out all over the place, each with essence lights hovering over them. The walls were hidden by tall and imposing standalone shelves filled to the brim with books on what he assumed was every subject of study imaginable. The ceiling was so high that it was probably 4 stories. Landings and bridges were crossing from different areas, each with shadowed areas for privacy. It was more than a room. It was a spectacle. In awe, Nero walked forward slowly, drinking in the atmosphere, leaving Ms. Davis forgotten behind him. "Well, that could have been handled better," said a stern but amused voice coming from his right. Surprised, Nero spun to see who was there. Feeling a grin of amusement, he couldn't help but think he should have expected to see the old man popping up again out of nowhere. "Jennings, we missed you at the party. You should have come. There was cake," he said lightly, greeting the man with an offhanded wave. Rolling his eyes, Jennings replied, "I was busy. But don't worry, I was watching. I saw your interaction with the dwarves and your attempt at hogging all their upcoming trade. You didn't actually think that was going to work, did you?" Shrugging his shoulders as if he didn't care, Nero's attention returned to visually exploring the library he was in. "Not really. But I had to try, didn't I? Besides, Vera said someone was trying to use me to piss off the dwarves. Now they're pissed at the nobles, and House Walker looks like a fellow victim. Good news for me, bad news for whoever was plotting against me." Jennings, rubbing his chin in thought, replied, "Yes, in that regard you were successful. However, I'm not sure you didn't play right into their hands." Nero, not particularly interested in talking about this anymore, replied, "There's nothing I can do about people plotting and scheming. All I care about is how it affects me. If they're using me for a plot I'm unaware of, and I end up coming out the better for it, I don't particularly care if I figure it out afterward. Wasting time worrying about what other people are doing is for idiots who think too highly of themselves. Take everything as it comes. That's what I always say." raising his hand to point off randomly in a direction. Nero changed the subject and asked, "You wouldn't happen to know how this place is organized, would you?" Jennings, caught off guard by Nero's question, as he'd been focused on listening to Nero's life philosophy, replied in confusion, What?" Gesturing again at all the shelves, Nero repeated, "The books, man. How do I find anything I'm looking for in here?" Blinking rapidly to mentally catch up, Jennings replied, "Use your link. Everything is categorized and recorded. How else do you expect your servants to be able to know where to return the books you take out?" Frowning, Nero opened his link to find the section on the library, quickly finding what he was looking for. Everything was listed, along with an included map and directions attached to a search function. He could even use the link to mentally open the individual books which had been transcribed into a format he could mentally review. Glaring at Jennings, Nero asked, "If everything is already on the link, then what's the point of having a physical library at all?" Jennings replied with a smile, "Because links require mental energy to use, and aren't suitable for most people to connect with all day." Nodding in understanding, Nero recalled once having heard something about that. Having used the link to find the section on essence techniques, Nero was about to go find the answer to a question about his magic armor that had been bothering him, when he realized something. Looking over at Jennings, he asked, "So, did you just stop by to give me shit about my failed plan to monopolize the dwarves? Or did you need something?" Walking up to Nero, Jennings put a gentle hand on his shoulder and looked into his eyes with a serious expression. "No, as much as I'd like to discuss how you got along so well with the dwarves, or debate the strategy you used to counter the hidden players plotting against you, I believe it's time you and I had another serious talk about your future." Tilting his chin up to stare at the ceiling, Nero released an involuntary groan of annoyance. The last time Jennings had sat him down for a talk, the man had widened his worldview and ruined his mental state for a week. If this talk was going to be anything like that one, he regretted not having stored one of the casks of beer he'd gotten for the dwarves, because he was feeling that he might end up needing a drink. Or 5. Chapter 237. What's to come and why? City Lord Cosgrove stomped into her office, stating loudly in a tone devoid of levity, "Well, that could have gone better." Behind her, Jessica Chandler, her aide, and head guard Dalton filed into the room with equally blank expressions on their faces. Neither of them said anything, not wanting to upset her further. As City Lord, she had to maintain her public persona of control, so they were used to seeing her vent her emotions like this in private. For them, it was an honor to be considered a confidant. Collapsing into her office chair, City Lord Cosgrove rubbed her palms over her eyes to alleviate the headache she was suffering. The silence in the room hung heavily over everyone present. After releasing a long breath to calm herself down, she gestured to both of them to sit. "All right, we've done all we can to placate the nobles for the time being. Jessica, how is Lord Bennings doing with the paperwork?" Jessica, her link lit on her temple, responded quickly. "She's had people on it since she'd discovered the issue, and personally been overseeing the work since the events at House Walker's oath-giving ceremony." According to her, in order to handle it here in Dorchester without involving the capital, we'll need House Walker's cooperation. They need to agree to backdate the transfer of the mountain. Scoffing in annoyance, City Lord Cosgrove replied angrily, "That shouldn't be an issue. Lord Walker made it perfectly clear that he was willing to let the matter go. And how have the dwarves been handling the aftermath of Lord Walker's public declaration?" Jessica held up her hands in surrender. "Not so fast, my lord. There is another issue you'll have to speak with Lord Bennings about. If you recall, when Lord Walker was rewarded the mountain and the mining city, it was due to his success in the noble war with House Dorchan." Waving her hand as if she wanted her aide to get to the point, City Lord Cosgrove replied, "Yes, I remember. What about it?" Jessica, awkwardly shifting in her seat, coughed into her hand. Well, it seems that when the mountain was evaluated for its worth, no one took into account that the village had been wiped out and its ore production halted. However, the kingdom will only be compensating the city for its current worth. Therefore, we'll have to cover the difference ourselves. City Lord Cosgrove's expression remained, for the most part, blank. However, both Jessica and Dalton could tell she was privately fuming in anger. It had been she who had worked behind the scenes to overvalue the mountain so as to limit how much Lord Walker received as his award. It had been just one of the ways that she'd secretly worked against the young lord. If that fact were discovered, it could lead to some extremely unpleasant accusations. Gritting her teeth, City Lord Cosgrove said, "Do it. We need this matter over with as soon as possible.
Make sure to ensure that Lord Bennings knows that it was just a mistake, and not to bother looking into it any further."
Jessica, understanding the situation, along with everything that was not being said, replied, "Of course, my lord. In that case, Lord Bennings should have everything handled in a few more hours." Turning to address Head Guard Dalton, City Lord Cosgrove asked, "Are the nobles causing any trouble?" The man sat at attention in his chair, looking every bit the formidable warrior that he was. "Nothing serious, my lord. Your efforts to calm them down after we left the ceremony seemed to have worked."
They aren't taking to the thought hub to express their grievances, and no one seems to be gathering their forces. Pushing for further clarification, City Lord Cosgrove asked, "No one has applied for any duels, or taken any economic actions against House Walker or House Verena?" Shaking his head slightly, he replied, "Not as far as I can tell, my lord." Leaning back in her seat, she replied tiredly, "Well, that's something at least. And what about the dwarves? How are they handling the situation?" Headguard Dalton's stoic expression broke for an instant, a slight grimace appearing on his face. "They've holed up in their rooms. The guards I've had watching over them aren't able to tell me anything more, but I believe they may now be less interested in working with us. On the way back to the keep, several guards overheard them speaking in less than flattering terms about our city's honor." Waving a hand dismissively in the air, she replied, "That's to be expected." The situation we found ourselves in doesn't exactly paint the local nobility in the best light. However, all relationships can be mended with time and patience. Have you completed a threat assessment on them now that they've arrived? Nodding his head, he said, "Yes and no. We've based everything we know about them on the information we've received from the capital. We know they don't level like us, fight like us, or even age like us. As far as we've been able to tell, many of the dwarves who are here are older than everyone in Dorchester, including the Archmage. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are as powerful or dangerous as he is. Taking into account the records of human interactions with the dwarves, we believe that if it came down to it, with the Archmage's help, we could handle them." Lord Cosgrove replied icily, "So with the help of the most powerful mage in Oglavak, you believe you can handle them?" "That's not as encouraging to hear as you probably intended it to be." Shrugging lightly, he replied, "Without seeing them in action, we just don't know enough about what they're capable of. We know they're very physical fighters, weak in magic and large-scale warfare, but powerful in individual combat and technological levels. Simply put, they fight too differently from us to make an accurate threat assessment beyond what I've already told you." Jessica chimed in, "I doubt very much that they'll resort to confrontation. They have no interest in war with a city above ground. They just want their mountain. We're more used to them alive and as trading partners than as adversaries." Lord Cosgrove replied, "Yes, that may be true. However, it also puts us at a disadvantage in the upcoming negotiations. We won't be dealing with them from a position of strength, and in time our city may become nothing more than a gateway to trade with the disproportionately more powerful dwarven city they'll eventually build in their mountains." While everyone sat in silence, contemplating their city's future, City Lord Cosgrove released another long breath in exasperation, extremely unhappy with how things were going. Following Jennings to one of the tables, Nero jumped into one of the chairs and collapsed in an overly dramatic display of his disinterest in the upcoming subject. Waving one hand languidly in the air, he said, "Okay, old man, let me have it. What world-shattering information have I been ignoring? Have you discovered which powerful assholes are working against me? Or are you going to lecture me again about how I almost accidentally unraveled reality with my spell bomb? Don't tell me it's about the dwarves. I was merely avoiding them being pissed at me. If those assholes in the keep have a problem with it, they can suck my left nut."
And I swear to whatever gods you believe in, that if you mention the words destiny or fate, I'm going to do something very unpleasant to you. Archmage Jennings took a seat across from him at the table with a slight smile on his face. "Nothing like that, I'm afraid. I still haven't been able to discover who is behind those rumors coming out of the Faith District. And I believe you couldn't achieve a similar spell result if you tried. And I don't particularly care about your game with the dwarves and nobles at the moment. No, what I'd like to talk with you about is how you survived your spell bomb." Nero, already only half listening to the old mage, looked in confusion back at the door they'd come from. Where did Miss Davis go? She better not have forgotten about the coffee and finger sandwiches, he thought to himself. Jennings, annoyed at Nero's wandering attention, snapped, "Nero, this is important." Turning his stare away from the door and returning it to the old mage, Nero replied, "Of course. I'm all ears. Fire away." Sighing, Jennings began, "Nero, what do you recall from the moments directly after your spell bomb went off?" Nero, confused, replied, "Nothing. Why? And why are you bringing this up now? That was practically a week ago, I think." "I don't know. Days are so long here that it's hard to keep track. What does it matter?" The Archmage, looking for the moment as every bit the 1,000-year-old mage that he was, kept his expression calm. "I'm bringing this up now because I've had time to thoroughly investigate the event through multiple delves. I've been able to piece together what happened and what you did. Now I'd like to discuss with you what you remember from your point of view and what the implications of what I discovered mean for your continued progress along your path." Nero, trying to follow the man's overly formal tone, replied, "Very well. I'm not sure what exactly happened. From my point of view, when the spell bomb went off, everything just stopped, and then I blacked out. When I came to, everything in the area felt weird, and the essence in the ether felt sluggish and odd. I'm not sure how, but I could just tell that casting any magic there would have been a bad idea. Beyond that, I've got nothing. Why? What did you find out? And what do you mean you delved for answers? How does that work?" Patiently, Jennings replied, "Delving into the local essence flows is difficult, but not impossible. It allows for a mage to see what has happened in an area, to experience what the world has witnessed. It's very similar to what you've been experiencing in your dreams." Nero, shocked for a moment, before immediately remembering that the old man was always watching him, replied, "Of course you knew about that. You were probably peeping on my conversation with Nick and Quincy when I told them about it." Unashamed, Jennings replied, "Yes, I was. You have a natural inclination for delving, which I believe is due to the nature of your soul and is connected to what I want to discuss with you." Curious, Nero waved a hand, urging him to get to his point. Jennings folded his hands on the table and said, "Nero, when you set off what you call your spell bomb, I've already discussed with you how it affected the essence flows in the area. What I did not tell you was that, at the time, you were within the affected area, and what that meant for your physical body. Since then, I've confirmed that you suffered exactly the same fate as everything else in the area. Your physical form was unraveled, its essence set free from the identity it had been given. In short, you died. Nero, not nearly as surprised as he probably should have been, replied, "Figures. I didn't exactly look all that healthy when I woke up afterward." Jennings, frowning slightly at the fact that Nero didn't seem to be understanding what he was trying to tell him, tried again. "Nero, you didn't just die as in your heart stopped beating and your body stopped working. Your physical form was unmade, disintegrated, destroyed, gone." Nero, returning the man's frown, replied, "Then how am I here?" Jennings nodded once in acceptance of Nero finally grasping how important what he was telling was, and replied, "That was the question I've been working on answering."
While the rest of the essence in the area broke apart into its simplest flows, your body managed to maintain an echo of its identity, held together by the power of your soul. To put it another way, your soul used your center to carve yourself back into existence. Mildly confused, Nero responded as if his guess was actually a question. "So, I looked like a starving meth addict afterward because my soul cast the body creation spell poorly?" Not willing to get into Nero's odd way of describing his state, Jennings ignored him. "Your soul is powerful and incomprehensibly self-aware. We've discussed how you are, in a way, just possessing the body you are using, but we've never discussed the greater implications of that fact and what it means for your future." Nero, already guessing where he thought Jennings was going with this, replied, "Yeah, I've already figured out that I could probably bodyjack another dead body if I want. When I accidentally left this body behind and sent myself into that essence disturbance I was playing with, I figured that part out. Although, I still haven't figured out why I remember that out-of-body experience while forgetting most of the other ones. You solved that particular riddle yet?" Jennings shook his head sharply, frowning at Nero's misunderstanding. "No, Nero, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that your soul is currently no longer using the body you had possessed. That body is gone, remember? Disintegrated?" Confused, Nero asked, "Okay, then what's wrong with the meat suit I'm currently wearing? It feels the same as the one I was using before." As he spoke, he patted his chest firmly, as if demonstrating that everything was working the way it was supposed to. "The body you're currently using is a copy, one made by you. You built it based on the identity pattern of the one you were using before. Your soul has adopted it as your physical embodiment. You self-actualized your presence here in the material plane," Jennings declared, in a tone that sounded rather ominous. Nero, not understanding what had Jennings acting so seriously, replied, "That's cool, I guess. I'm in a builder body based on the one I previously bodyjacked. So that means I don't have to worry about dying to disintegration rays and stuff, right?" Jennings, clenching his hands together as if he were praying for the strength to put up with the young man in front of him, replied, "Yes, but not just that. Don't you see? You've managed to self-actualize your presence while not having achieved unity. If I can discover how you did it, then people who've reached level 100 may not have to leave this plane of existence. We won't have to rely on the associated planes of heaven to still interact with this world. We could become truly immortal." Nero, trying to keep up with what Jennings was saying, looked at the man like he was crazy.
I thought you said that once people reach level 100, they move on to another plane of existence.
Jennings ran a hand through his hair, replying quickly, "Usually, yes. Although very few people actually make it to level 100. When they do, they don't have many choices. Either they have prepared well enough to take over a personal plane closely associated with this one, becoming a god, or they try and maintain their identity and survive the dimensional shear, making their way to a higher plane of physical existence. If they fail, they die, shedding their experiences and returning as a blank soul like everyone else. Nero, nodding in understanding, replied, "Bummer. So, figuring out how I did what I did can help you with that? I'm guessing you're interested because you're coming up on level 100 and looking to avoid that fate. Not interested in becoming a god?" Jennings, with a slight smirk on his face, replied, "I had no interest in becoming a god.
They have very little power to affect this plane, and relied too much on their followers for my liking. For the past several hundred years, I've been focusing on learning about the interactions between the planes of existence, trying to improve my chances of surviving the upcoming transition. I may not have any desire to stay on this material plane, but studying you can still help me. That's why your arrival is so important to me. Understanding how you survived the void with your personality intact is vital to my success at moving on with my mind intact." Nero, feeling surprisingly happy with the fact that Jennings's interest in him had a self-centered reason, replied easily, "I always knew there must be a reason why you were so interested in me. I never bought the whole, 'I'm only interested in studying you for the sake of science' spiel." Leaning forward in his seat, Nero asked seriously, "So, how can I help?" I'm telling you now that I won't be letting myself get continually vaporized so that you can study how I put myself back together. If you blow my ass up, I'm taking my soul and fucking off someplace you'll never find me. So keep your requests reasonable, old man." Chucking, Jennings was about to reply when the doors to the library opened. In came Ms. Davis with 2 other servants, each carrying shining silver trays. Without a word, they delivered several platters of finger sandwiches and a delightfully arranged coffee service. Imitating the assholes he used to see on the shows he watched back on Earth, Nero raised his chin into the air and said in an exaggerated manner, "Thank you, Ms. Davis. That will be all." While he'd been trying to be funny, the woman merely bowed with a smile and led the 2 servants away. Apparently, she'd thought he was being serious and acted accordingly.
Before he could call her back, Nero bit back the words and resigned himself to living with his newfound status. "I'm just going to have to get used to it," he told himself while pouring himself a cup of coffee. Jennings, waiting patiently for them to leave, followed suit. When the doors closed, Jennings turned his raptor-like gaze back to Nero and said, "I'm not intending to do any invasive studies, so there's no need to worry. Besides, I agree that your soul most likely wouldn't willingly cooperate with anything like that. Remember, your soul is still you, more so for you than anyone else, in fact. This body and mind that you have created are just vessels for your soul to interact with this material plane. Honestly, I still don't understand how you've harmonized your aspects so well." Nero, latching onto the word, replied quickly, "Harmonization. I got a pillar effect that mentions that, but I don't really understand it. Can you explain to me what it means?" Hopefully using small words that don't require me having to suffer through complicated translation magic interpreting things for me. Interested, Jennings asked, "What does your identity tell you exactly about your pillar effect?" Nero opened up his identity, reading off what the pillar effect said. It says, "Increased ability to harmonize your attributes." It's got 1 star put into the effect at the moment. You should know that I don't remember actually choosing to put a star into it. Like that one time before, it happened without me willing it to. Nero, I'm sure you've come to guess by now that you are the one who is making those decisions, whether you realize it or not, Jennings said firmly. Nero, nodding in understanding, replied, "Like my subconscious or something. Right, that makes sense." Jennings scoffed. "No, Nero, not your subconscious, your soul. The you that is at the core of who you are. Remember, unlike everyone else on this plane, your soul has an identity that is carried over from wherever you came from. Your mind is just a projection of your soul's existence. It is the driving force behind the choices you don't remember making." Nero rubbed the back of his neck and replied, Well, that's kind of a mind fuck, isn't it? I mean, the me that I am is just an expression of the me that is my soul. I guess I can kinda understand that. Where most people are creating their identity as they age and experience stuff, I already have a save file stored somewhere in my soul, which is being updated by my experiences here. That's probably the answer to your question right there. Regardless, I want to know what that harmonization thing you were talking about means. Jennings, ignoring Nero's inquiry, replied with razor-sharp interest. Wait,
What do you mean about the answer to my question?
Nero, blinking a few times to register what Jennings was asking about, replied with confusion. Oh, I was talking about the answer about how to rebuild a body or whatever. You just need to update your soul's save file or whatever you want to call it. I have no idea how to do it, but I'm guessing you'll probably be able to figure it out. Once you do that, your soul will be able to act independently, just like mine. From what I read about how you all have studied the afterlife, it's the mind's imprint that is sent on to your great reward. Souls here typically don't have updated identities. They're more like temporary files. Wait, is that what harmonization means? Like, does increased harmonization have to do with my mind interacting with my soul? Jennings, deep in thought, once again ignored Nero's question, muttering to himself, "Could it be that simple?"
But how would I accomplish something like that?
Clapping his hands to force Jennings to snap out of it, Nero said loudly, "Hey, focus, man! Harmonization! Make with the explainy!" Jennings, still looking mostly lost in thought, replied with a wave of his hand as if the subject wasn't worth getting into. Harmonization of attributes is similar in function to confluence. Where confluence is the ease at which attributes work together to form a whole, harmonization is about the fluidity of essence collaboration. It's a concept covering the interaction speed rather than the compatibility. It's not actually a stat or something so easily measured. Nero, while munching on a finger sandwich, replied with a mouthful of food. "Oh, that makes sense. Without a good connection, transfer speeds between the two files would suck. I bet that's why souls don't have enough time to form their own identity here. I bet it takes a long time to imprint a soul with a personality."
Although you'd think 1,000 years would be enough.
Jennings, coming out of his thoughts, widened his eyes in sudden understanding. "What did you just say?" Nero, washing down the last of his chewed food with some more coffee, looked over at the old mage in confusion. "What do you mean? The transfer speed thing or the comment about 1,000 years being long enough for the soul imprint?" Jennings, practically sitting on the edge of his chair, asked, "What did you mean about the transfer speed and files and such? It sounded like you were talking about memory engrams, but different." Nero, nodding in understanding, tried to explain the concept of computers by relating them to the thought hub. Before he even got to the concept of the internet, Jennings had stood up and begun pacing, while furiously rubbing his chin in thought.
Interrupting Nero, he said excitedly, "So you believe that your soul's mental imprint, as the driving force behind your existence, has harmonized itself to a sufficient level that it can actively interact with your mind. Then, through that, it can interact with the local essence to affect your body. By reversing that line of thought, I can forcefully create a link to my soul, imprinting my mind's engram more firmly onto my soul, ensuring that it survives the destabilization effect of the void." Nero, once again munching on a sandwich, replied offhandedly, "Sure, that's what I meant. One body, one mind, one soul, and all that. Seems kinda obvious when you think about how annoyingly cliché this world is. I still don't understand why it doesn't automatically happen to people here, but whatever. It's probably some asshole in the higher planes interfering with the process, if you ask me.
There's always someone to blame for shit like this." Rolling his eyes hard, Jennings replied, "No, Nero, no one is to blame for it. The process doesn't happen because souls aren't meant to hold a permanent imprint by their very nature. At least, not in this world. I can only assume that where you come from is somehow different. Otherwise, your soul's mental imprint would have been wiped away like everyone else's when you went through the void. All I need to do is figure out how to copy that aspect onto myself, and I'll be able to ensure that I survive the transfer to the next plane of existence with my identity intact. Don't you understand what that means? I can survive the transfer without suffering a complete personality collapse. Nero, dusting off his hands of the clinging crumbs, replied, "Yeah, that's great. Good for you.
But I don't see what you're so happy about. You still have no idea how to do it." Jennings, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to blast Nero into temporary non-existence, took a deep breath to calm himself down.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. But at least now I have a direction of study to pursue. Nero, happy to be of help, asked, "By the way, what does any of this have to do with my future? Wasn't that what you wanted to talk with me about?" Jennings, smirking evilly, replied, "Well, I was initially intending to speak with you about the possibility of you working toward joining Oglavark's pantheon, and the challenges your unique soul will face. But I don't think that is likely anymore, as when, or if, you reach level 100, you will most likely choose to move on to a higher plane without issue." Nero, not fully understanding what Jennings was talking about, gestured with his hand his disinterest. "Yeah, I'm not cut out for godhood."
I'm sure it's great and all, but I'd rather just stick to living if that's all right with you. Besides, I've got plenty of time before I have to think about any of that, right? What's the point in worrying about it now? Jennings, now standing across from Nero after having been pacing, replied, "Of course. Why think about the future when you have so much going on at the moment? Kobolds, dwarves, war, and politics are all vying for your attention. Declaring yourself an adventurer is quite the apt name for what kind of lord you're becoming. Just keep yourself safe. I'll be in touch." In a flash of golden light, Jennings vanished, leaving Nero blinking in confusion at the old mage's abrupt exit. Muttering in annoyance, Nero said, "I never got a chance to ask him about my mage armor. What an asshole." Chapter 238. Back to Basics. Commander Dahl knew he should be feeling lucky. Having survived the emergency tribunal with his position intact was nothing short of a miracle. Had he not already prepared the memory engrams for the investigators, he'd probably be just as doomed as General Branson. He was well aware that there was every possibility that the tribunal may end up executing the man. In fact, he'd heard that 3 commanders had already been found guilty of violating the Knight's Code and summarily dealt with by the Grand Master himself. The Grand Master was nothing if not efficient in his pursuit of his ideal of justice. Yet, here Commander Dahl sat, still commanding Dorchester's forces against the kobolds, leading the fight in defense of the city. Truth be told, it was looking very likely that he may end up being promoted to general himself by the time the investigation finally gets resolved. Never in his wildest dreams could have predicted such a leap in status. And he wasn't the only one experiencing an unexpected promotion either. The Grand Master, taking a personal interest in the organization of the military, had shuffled the entire command staff around. Where politics and connections used to matter, now there was just the Grand Master's opinion to consider. Hard-working soldiers who'd been overlooked for years were now being given authority over the pencil pushers and politicians who used to be nothing more than a hindrance they had to put up with. Since all of this had been happening, he often wondered what it was about him that the Grand Master approved of. Perhaps it was simply because he did as he ordered, always had. Over the years, he'd become very good at working around the political considerations of the general and the other commanders. He never liked it, but he did it, and he was good at it.
Even when he'd been given the strong suggestion from the general's office to take care of Captain Angleton, he'd done everything in his power to make the man's death mean something.
It was the least he could do for such a dedicated soldier of Dorchester.
But in the end, that was only a small matter in the sea of violations the general was being accused of. Improper use of his authority, numerous incidents of political favoritism, and misappropriation of resources, among many others. The general would be lucky to keep his head by the time the investigators were finished with him. Bursting into the command center, one of his new aides rushed over, only to stop at attention. "Sir, we've just received a priority request from the keep," he declared firmly. Setting aside his thoughts on the upheaval the army was currently going through, Commander Dahl replied with a grimace, "And what does our esteemed city lord request of us now?" Since being, more or less, promoted to general without the actual title to go along with the position, he'd been receiving all the attention from the nobles that used to be handled by the former General Branson.
They rightfully assumed he would eventually be appointed as Dorchester's newest general, and they were eager to reinstate their political connections with the new head of the army. The self-centered nobility couldn't care less about his workload. They just wanted to ensure their power base wasn't affected by the general's downfall. Before, he'd just been in charge of the fighting. Political concerns, along with the supply lines, were being handled by the general's office. But now, he was being inundated with paperwork and meetings that he honestly didn't have time to deal with. He'd already sent a request for aid to the Knights of Oglevark's Dorchester headquarters, and he could only hope that the Grand Master would be kind enough to take pity on him and assign him some help. The aide wisely chose to ignore Commander Dahl's tone, answering professionally,
"Sir, it's not the City Lord's office that contacted us. It's the guard force assigned to the Dwarven contingent." Commander Dahl, now confused, replied, "Dwarves? Is the guard actually requesting reinforcements? From us?" Everyone knew the subtle competition bordering on dislike between Dorchester's army and its guard. The situation must be pretty serious if the guard was willing to swallow their pride and ask the army for help. The aide shook his head quickly. "No, sir. The ping they sent is regarding our tactical plan for the war with the kobolds going forward. It seems the dwarves requested an update on our force's current strategy and troop deployment." Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Commander Dahl replied, "Did they say why?" The aide, still standing at attention, replied seriously, "No, sir, they did not." Commander Dahl rubbed his chin in thought.
He'd known that the dwarves would eventually get themselves involved in the war.
However, he thought they would wait until they at least fortified their new settlement and brought over more of their citizenry. Knowing that the call was his to make, he didn't bother requesting authorization from the Grand Master's office, and instead replied, "Very well. Send them the same tactical plan we sent to House Walker. We're already going to have to coordinate with their private force, so it shouldn't be a problem to include whatever troops the dwarves want to provide us as well. Be sure to include the schedule for the meeting we're having with House Walker. We'll handle them both at the same time, and hopefully they will agree to fight together. The last thing we need is two forces on the field that I have little to no control over." The aide nodded once in understanding, before saluting with a fist to his chest and replying, "Yes, sir."
"I'll send it out right away." Smirking in amusement at the eager young aide's back as the man rushed away, Commander Dahl took a moment to recall how long it had been since he had been an eager young aide trying to impress his superior. Taking a deep breath, he forced the pointless thought away and mentally returned to focusing on his duty. As he had been for the past few hours, he filtered through the paperwork he had waiting for him, all the while debating with himself whether or not he was lucky to have found himself in this arguably enviable position. Only time would tell, he supposed. It took Nero barely 20 minutes before he got fed up with the fact that he was sitting in a library, not reading the books. The ease of finding what he was looking for through the estate's thought hub
was overwhelmingly obvious now that he'd been told it was possible. He had no reason to physically find anything, so he had no reason to stick around.
When he stood up from the table, he looked down at the trays now half filled with finger sandwiches, along with the used coffee cup the Archmage had left behind. Looking around awkwardly, he wasn't sure if he should clean up after himself. I shouldn't, right? Am I being an asshole assuming that servants will take care of it? He wondered. Before he could come to a decision, the doors to the library opened. Ms. Davis reappeared with the same 2 servants from before. In no time at all, she walked up and asked, "Are you finished with your sandwiches, my lord?" Nero felt uncomfortable standing in front of her in his armor, seeing as she was calmly standing at attention with her hands folded in front of her waist like a picture of motherly elegance. Behind her, the servants were busily cleaning up the table, combining the various finger sandwiches onto a single tray and replacing the cooling coffee pitcher with a fresh one. Trying to sound in control of the situation, Nero replied, "Yes, I'm done eating, thank you. The sandwiches were great." Nodding politely as she gestured toward the shelves, Ms. Davis asked, "Do you need help finding anything, my lord?" Nero shook his head quickly in denial, replying, "No, I'm good. I'll just use the copies on the Thought Hub. I think I'll just head back to my room for now." "Very good, my lord. Would you like any refreshments brought over while we walk?" she asked while turning on her heel and gesturing toward the door with a slight bow, indicating that he should lead the way. Luckily, Nero had already figured out how to use the estate's Thought Hub to find directions, so he started off toward the door before immediately pausing and looking over his shoulder. The 2 servants, whose names he hadn't bothered to look up, were now collecting the coffee pot they just brought in, along with the trays and such from before. He said, "You guys can bring the coffee, I guess." Holding up the coffee cup in his hand, he added, "I'm still working on this one. Thanks for looking out, I guess." Walking quickly toward the door, Nero did his best to ignore what was going on behind him. There weren't many things that could make him feel awkward, but being waited on by fancy people was one of them. At least on the rare occasions he'd gone to an upscale restaurant back home, he could make himself feel less awkward by tipping the service staff. Here was stuck just standing there like an idiot while watching them work. As he made his way through the incredibly well-appointed hallways toward his room, he did his best to ignore the few servants who bowed to him as he walked by. Right on his tail, he could feel Ms. Davis watching him through his essence field.
She maintained a distance of a few paces, keeping herself nearby, most likely in case he needed anything. Rather than complain about it, or even bring it up at all, he just sighed and tried to focus on where he was going. He still didn't feel like this huge estate was his, and he'd never in his life felt so much like an imposter as he did at this moment. He honestly couldn't wait to get back out in the field and away from all the fuss. That's where he felt most comfortable. Which was odd, because before he arrived here, he'd never been any type of outdoorsman. But now, he longed for the simplicity of battle and the adrenaline rush that came with it. Eventually making his way back to his rooms, Nero took advantage of one of the many couches and settled in for a long session of playing with his Link. According to the pings he's been receiving from Kathleen and Vera, tomorrow he and House Walker's leadership were scheduled to meet with the army to decide where they would be deploying.
He did his best to skim the pings for what was important, because most of what he was reading was about how poorly he handled the nobles and what possible repercussions he might face in the future. He felt like everybody he knew had decided to send him a message giving him shit about how he'd handled the situation. Even Knight Angleton made a point of stating that tactically it wasn't wise to publicly be at odds with the Council of Leadership. While he tried to ignore Ms. Davis watching over him while he futzed with his Link, he couldn't help but chuckle at Kathleen's repeated warnings about not making any hasty decisions until they received the updated intelligence concerning the status of the war. Apparently, the woman had no faith in his ability to think things through before acting. Not that he could blame her.
That wasn't exactly his strong suit. He knew he wasn't much of a planner. Regardless, everything he was reading from them was a tomorrow problem.
Therefore, he had no trouble ignoring it. Instead, he sank happily into the comfy couch and let his mind sink into the library section of the estate's thought hub. Just like he thought it would, it worked similarly to the city's thought hub, and he felt his intentions guiding his search. Instead of seeing a long list of titles and summaries, he was guided to several books covering the subject of essence shields. They were even conveniently sorted into difficulty levels and offered suggestions as to where he should start. Screw Google. This is how the internet was meant to be searched, he thought to himself with a pleased smile on his face. In no time at all, he let himself get absorbed in the reading he was doing, completely losing track of his body. While he could still sense the warm cup of coffee he was holding in his hand, the sensation felt muted. Almost all of his attention was on the sea of information he found himself in. When he opened a book, it wasn't so much a text as it was a directed translation he was getting beamed directly into his mind. It was almost like having the meaning of what the writer had wanted to pass on being read for him by a voice in his head. He'd messed around with books on tape before, but this was on a whole nother level. Unfortunately, the process wasn't all that much faster than reading, and it didn't magically allow him to understand what the book was trying to tell him. The information wasn't nearly as digestible as the pings he received from Vera and the others, and he had no idea why. Rather than get sidetracked by looking up why that was, he instead stuck to the plan and tried to find out what he'd done to create the super mage armor that had basically saved his life. The first book he looked at was Essence Shields Essential Functions by a woman named Bernice Holdenfield. It covered the basics of what Nick and Jennings had already taught him, along with several tips and tricks to make learning how to condense personal essence easier. From what he could tell, he was mostly doing that part well enough already, although there were a few things that he didn't understand and references that he hadn't heard before. All in all, though, it was basically a review of what he already knew. However, there was one section he had to repeatedly go over, as the entire concept it was trying to teach him made no sense whatsoever. Somehow, it was supposed to guide the reader into learning how to constantly infuse more essence into their personal domain they created along their body. While the terms the author was using made sense, Nero just couldn't understand what she was trying to say. He'd have to remember to ask Nick about it later. One thing that did stand out was the idea that an essence shield was not actually a shield in the way he assumed it was when he'd first been taught how to make one. Of course, he'd already figured that part out, but seeing it written out so matter-of-factly was kind of annoying. It was just one more example of how Jennings sucked at teaching, and further reinforced his belief that all classes were stupid. The term essence shield was created to imply a buffer of personal essence between a person and the free-floating essence that exists in the ether all around them. The shield part came when the shield was given a defensive property. That, of course, led to several incredibly interesting chapters about what an essence shield could potentially be used for. According to the author, there were multiple techniques to add functionality to the personal essence a person collected. If Nero was reading it correctly, a person could add air filtration, optical and thermal camouflage, temperature regulation, elemental protection, and even the ability to fly. While the book didn't cover the specifics beyond how one might go about adding a spell function to the essence shield, the subject served as an introduction to the primary ability of defense, which was universally accepted as the first and most important function a mage needed to know how to add. Nero, having already learned how to imbue an actual shield to his essence shield, mentally mocked the lazy terminology that required translation magic to understand the distinction. He did, however, find the in-depth description of the proper way to do it helpful and surprisingly riveting. Yet, for all the positives about the book,
At no point in time did it mention an effect like he'd accidentally created when he was wrecking the kobolds. The mage armor he'd created had not required his attention, and it was practically invulnerable. What the book was teaching wasn't anything like that. Hours passed as he worked his way through the book, the coffee cup in his hand having gotten cold long ago. He was so engrossed in his reading that he lost track of time. He was about to move on to the next book in the reading list the Thought Hub had provided him, but he felt his shoulder being gently shaken. Blinking a few times to come out of his fugue, he looked up to see the calm and understanding face of Ms. Davis staring down at him. "My lord, I've been told you prefer to sleep at least 10 hours a day when you are able. If you'd like to head to bed now, you will be able to have time in the morning for breakfast before your meeting at the Army Command Center," she said in a voice that almost sounded motherly. Nero, awkwardly placing the cold coffee on the table in front of him, groaned in annoyance at how tight all of his muscles felt. He hadn't realized how long he'd been sitting there like a statue. As he stood up and stretched, he paused in surprise as he realized that he'd just sat down and read an entire book from cover to cover. And not a little book like a pamphlet or a kid's book. A real book, like a textbook. Grinning widely, he looked up at Ms. Davis and asked, "How isn't everybody a genius here? I feel like I've just experienced an entire class dedicated to Essence Shield functionality in a few hours. How freaking cool is that?" Smiling patiently, Ms. Davis replied, "Very cool, my lord. Would you like to keep reading, or do you wish to retire for the evening?" Nero's happiness faltered under her professional, yet matronly tone. Sure. You can take off for the night. I'll be heading to bed."
"I've got an early morning tomorrow, I guess, and I need to allow enough time before the meeting for Vera to chew my ass out over my spat with the nobles," he said, trying to add some levity to the situation. Nodding amicably, Ms. Davis replied, "Of course, my lord. I'll come wake you at 5. That should give you an hour for breakfast and your morning ablutions." Without another word, she walked off toward the door. Nero's attention snapped to the table where the coffee pot and his cup were, seeing them now inexplicably absent. Narrowing his eyes at the door she gently closed behind her, he muttered, "Now, how in the hell did she do that?" Chapter 239. Mistakes Were Made. Grandmaster Lancel was well aware of how much of a disruption his actions were to the army's ability to function. However, he knew it needed to be done. For too long, he'd allowed things to get out of hand. With the war with the kobolds and the threat of the density shift, he could no longer turn a blind eye. Politics and personal interest had infested his beloved order, and he would no longer stand for it. Waving away the hologram displaying the investigator's most recent efforts to audit the Army's command staff, he said, "I agree. Have the commanders, captains, and sergeants in question brought in. If any of them hesitate to cooperate with you, immediately put them on administrative leave and contact the Tower of Law. I've arranged for a force of guards to aid you in bringing them in quickly." One of the investigators asked somewhat nervously, "Grandmaster, are you sure it's necessary to involve the guard? The army should be able to handle this internally." Snorting in annoyance, the Grandmaster's gigantic frame turned to address the investigator. "That's the point. We can no longer treat ourselves as something outside the city's control. Our thoughts that we are somehow better than those we protect have led us to where we are, and we need to address that failure in logic. And we need to do it as soon as possible. Too many threats are outside our walls for us to continue with this type of foolishness." The investigators all bowed in understanding before hurrying away to complete his orders. If there was one thing he knew, it was how to leverage his size and reputation for his desired effect. He was a living legend to these young people, many of them barely out of their first century. While every one of them may be considered a talent and had a long life ahead of them,
he very rarely was able to take them seriously. Turning away from his desk, the Grand Master walked over to the window and stared out over the city that he'd dedicated his life to protecting. When he'd first taken up the position of Grand Master, he'd known it would be difficult to act as the figurehead and moral compass of the local order. Only in the rarest of circumstances would the law allow him to act directly.
His level and personal power were just too disproportionate when compared to the average citizen. In truth, his purpose was not to fight, but to build a force that could protect the citizenry. It was a noble and thankless task, but one he had been willing to give his all to. But, over time, he'd retreated too far into that mindset of distance. Just because he couldn't raise his sword against Dorchester's enemies didn't mean that he couldn't contribute. He could do more than train the recruits and oversee the nominations. When he first built up the order here, he'd been involved. Now, he couldn't help but look back and wonder why he'd ever stopped paying close attention to the military juggernaut he'd built with his own 2 hands. Shaking away the guilt and shame of having failed in his duty, he returned to his desk to continue his work. Reopening the holograms, he skillfully went through the various updates and evaluations he'd ordered to be done. He could tell that the Army's efficiency was currently abysmal, and he needed to personally take a hand in fixing what his reforms had broken. Sending out orders for transfers, he did what he could to alleviate the pressure Commander Dahl was currently facing. While he couldn't stop the nobles from contacting the man, he could put up barriers between them. More sub-commanders and aides to handle the logistics behind the scenes, and skilled resource managers to facilitate supply purchases. Receiving an alert from his link, he noticed that it was almost time for the meeting between House Walker, the dwarves, and the command staff. It was a meeting he fully intended to oversee, as both the situation with the dwarves and the kingdom's newest unique, Lord Walker, were matters he was deeply interested in. Lord Walker in particular was a young man whom he found most interesting. Barely awakened, and already stirring up the hearts and minds of the city. He'd watched the young man's battles through memory engrams of soldiers who'd been nearby, and he could tell that he was something special. While not especially skilled in either magic or swordsmanship, he was incredibly effective. It had been amusing to watch the young lord spectacularly fail to join a simple shielding spell, while later being able to heal and resuscitate soldiers as though his center were endless. His skills were nothing short of a contradiction that defied accepted logic. It was no wonder that evaluators had been dispatched by the Royal Academy to watch over him. And that spell Lord Walker used to decimate the kobolds at the end of the battle, he'd never in his long life seen anything like it, especially not from someone so young and so inexperienced. The effect, while not as widespread as what the populators had accomplished, reminded him of the fighting during the rebellion. Lord Walker truly was an interesting young man. That was not even considering his natural ability to bolster morale and inspire confidence among the troops. Despite being busy, the Grand Master had made sure to free up some time to experience the memories of the young man's multiple speeches to his followers, trying to understand Lord Walker's mind. But, just like the young lord's contradictory skill levels and surprising successes, it was difficult for him to figure out what kind of man the young lord truly was. From what the Grand Master could tell, the young lord was both selfish and compassionate in equal measure. He disdained authority, but demanded respect. He called himself an adventurer and invited people to follow him along his path, all the while emphasizing that they should primarily look out for themselves. The underlying theme of working together to survive and flourish was never explicitly stated, but wove itself into everything he said. It reminded him of the foundations of the kingdom, working together for personal benefit. He had to admit he was looking forward to seeing what the young man was capable of in the coming war. At the very least, it should prove to be exciting to watch.
After taking a moment to make sure his armor and gear were in place, he strode toward the door to make his way to the command center. It was rare for him to be this excited for a meeting. After summarily deciding not to think about Ms. Davis, his upcoming browbeating by Kathleen and Vera, and everything else that should be emotionally weighing him down, Nero stretched his arms out wide and released the tension his body had accumulated from his hours of sitting. Turning away from the door, he walked further into his massive bedroom, once again marveling at how the former owner had chosen to decorate it.
There were too many couches and cushy seats, too many coffee and end tables, and too many little areas for groups of people to gather and relax. That's not even considering the ridiculously large bed raised up in the center of the room on a pedestal. There is absolutely no reason for a bed to require stairs, he thought to himself with a smile, shaking his head at the absurdity of the situation he found himself in. Walking toward the closest couch cluster to his bed, he pulled the strap of his ever-present magic satchel off his shoulder, tossing it carelessly onto the couch he'd chosen to use as his clothes hamper. He then began stripping off his armor to get ready for bed. While doing so, he mentally congratulated himself for his maturity in going to bed early. While he shouldn't have been surprised that Vera or Nick had alerted his staff to his preference for sleeping more than the culturally accepted 4 to 6 hours, he did find Ms. Davis's lack of questioning the habit endearing. She really was some sort of super nanny. Besides, he shouldn't feel bad about his desire for a good night's sleep. It was them who were crazy. What kind of society limits their sleep to only the bare minimum? They have 30-hour days, and they prefer to take advantage of the extra time by getting more work done. It was insane. As far as he was concerned, no amount of stars or essence infusions could make up for that kind of loss of sleep. Despite the superhuman nature of their bodies, they were still human, and humans required sleep. Good, healthy, thoroughly enjoyable sleep. And he was a genius for recognizing that. Hitting his bathroom before bed, he decided to take advantage of the amenities and enjoy a shower in the rain room. While continuing to think about how successful he was at adulting, he luxuriated in the clean feeling of being under the warm water. He even took the time to utilize all the little soaps, shampoos, conditioners, and oils that were arranged along the little nooks on the walls. None of them were labeled, so he had to do some experimenting, but eventually he figured it out. By the time he was done, his fingers were all pruny, but he smelled wonderfully, like sandalwood and musk. Probably. He wasn't exactly sure what sandalwood or musk actually smelled like, but he was sure that the scents were manly. Whoever had stocked the place definitely took his gender into account and made sure that none of the toiletries smelled like flowers. Their professionalism earned Nero's seal of approval, demonstrated by double finger guns and a grin at the soap-filled shelf. When he was finished handling all of his business in the bathroom, he returned to the bedroom with a towel wrapped around his waist and another over his shoulders. Glancing down at the couch he'd filled with his discarded armor, he bent down and picked his link back up. Looking curiously at the device, he muttered, "Might not be a bad idea to see what the news has to say about the dwarves and stuff." Draping his wet towels over the edge of the coffee table to dry, he pulled out some sleepwear he'd appropriated from his time at the center. While he preferred sleeping in the nude, the last thing he wanted to deal with in the morning was a repeat of Ms. Davis seeing him getting out of bed in the buff. Once he was dressed and ready for bed, he climbed up the stairs and wiggled his way onto his disturbingly large mattress. Successfully ensconced under the covers, he sighed heavily and reached out to the link he'd placed under his pillow. Choosing to bypass the estate's thought hub, he connected with the cities. Like before, it was filled with a plethora of information in text form. He sent his mind deeper into the connection, letting his desire for information guide his search.
He arbitrarily picked a few posts to watch that seemed interesting, learning about how the press releases for the dwarves' arrival were being handled and how the common Joe on the street seemed to feel about their new guests. He was happy to see that there wasn't any sign of racism or outrage. If anything, there was some polite interest and hope for collaboration. There were numerous educational videos developed by people who wanted to explore the differences between humans and dwarves, along with historical programs describing the two species' interactions over the millennia. Nero found tons of interesting things to explore and enjoyed his time on the Thought Hub immensely. He found himself wondering more and more about how they measured time here, and subsequently found himself watching some educational programs about how they estimated the date.
To him, he found it eerily similar to what he was used to, but also completely different. They reset the starting date of their calendar whenever a new king came to power, and everything beforehand became less than firm in the records. So, by today's date, he could tell that the current king had been in power for 643 years. With a little more searching, he found the king was 853 years old, and obviously most likely pretty powerful. He found the way they labeled their dates rather straightforward. First came the day, then the month, and then the year, after which they'll add another dot, then how many years back they want to describe. For example, today's date is 6.4.643 and is the current measure of the now. Every year before 643 is described by adding another dot, then how many years back the person describing that point of time wants to portray. So, 2,000 years ago would be 6.4.643.2000. Even the scholarly types never got more accurate than that. He'd already had the concept of their wonky time measurements sort of explained to him, so he wasn't all that surprised to see their system being so lax on the details. He did, however, end up watching a rather intense lecture on temporal estimation and change by some uptight woman from the local center research department. She sounded like she knew what she was talking about, so he ended up taking most of what she said as the truth. While he couldn't wholly accept the idea that what happened in the past was not exactly set in stone, he could sort of understand how it could happen with all of reality being made up of essence, which he knew was pretty malleable. After some time floating through the information superhighway, he felt his thoughts getting fuzzy. The sensation had him thinking about getting some Mountain Dew from the fridge, suddenly ripping his mind away from the video on archaeological sites that don't correspond to accepted history. He sat up in bed with a shocked look on his face. What the hell? Did I just waste half of my night doom-scrolling the local internet? Son of a bitch, he mentally chided himself. Checking the mental world clock in his head, he realized if he went to sleep right now, he'd only be getting 5 hours of sleep. Rubbing his hands over his tired eyes, he mumbled, I cannot fall back into the habit of playing with my phone before bed. Pulling his link out from under his pillow, he tossed it in the general direction of his clothes couch. He'd deal with it in the morning. Angrily punching his pillow a few times to fluff it up, he curled up in a ball and forced himself to go to sleep. His mind still felt a little tired from all the time he'd spent on his link, and he couldn't stop thinking about how he seemed to be able to be on his much longer than someone his level should. Just another way in which I'm awesome, and probably another subject Jennings will end up using to rip apart my understanding of reality, he thought to himself, before huffing in annoyance and trying to clear his mind. Eventually, he did get to sleep, and luckily didn't suffer any of the weird, delving dreams he'd been having lately. Either his mind had been too tired to send itself out on an exploratory mission of the ether, or he'd just been lucky. Regardless, morning came, and with it came Ms. Davis. Feeling his shoulder gently shaken, Nero woke up to see her standing over the edge of his bed with that polite and motherly smile she always wore. Good morning, my lord. Ms. Averett, Lord and Lady Verena, and Knight Angleton are awaiting your presence in Parlor 12, she said professionally. Blinking away the last of his sleep,
Nero tried to mentally catch up with what she was saying. Why did they label everything with numbers?
It was like a society suffering from Asperger's syndrome, he thought to himself in annoyance.
Muttering with a gruff and scratchy voice, he said, "All right, I'll be ready in a minute." Forcing himself out of bed, he stumbled past her to the bathroom. He needed coffee. Badly. After taking care of his business, he returned to the bedroom to find Ms. Davis still standing there, with her hands folded in front of her, and with that same smile on her face. His armor had been neatly laid out on the table nearby, and the towels were nowhere to be found. Also on the table were his satchel and his link, everything laid out as if it were on display. Realizing that he hadn't thought through having to get changed, he looked up at her and said, You can just wait outside. I'll be right there." After giving him a quick bow, she left the room without a word. Quickly getting dressed, Nero took the time to cast a cleaning spell over his armor and clothing. He wasn't sure if most people rotated the clothes they wore under their armor, but he didn't have enough spare clothes to worry about it at the moment. Rushing toward the door, he took one last look at his ridiculous bedroom and shook his head at the fact that he was now living here. Seeing Ms. Davis patiently waiting for him, he gestured for her to lead the way. As they walked, she didn't offer any conversation, seemingly happy to let him wake up at his own pace. Nero was grateful for the consideration, and once again mentally confirmed her status as his super nanny. In no time at all, he found himself sitting at a large breakfast table with the people Ms. Davis had told him were waiting for him. Pouring himself a cup of gloriously hot coffee, he muttered, "Good morning, everybody. I hear we have a meeting with Brass to decide where we'll be deploying. Isn't Ms. Keening supposed to be coming with us?" Vera immediately took control of the conversation. "She'll be there at the meeting. Right now, we need to discuss the repercussions of you brusquely dismissing the nobility from your halls after the ceremony. Many houses are expressing their dissatisfaction with your unwarranted hostility." Seeing the rest of the table nodding along with her, Nero frowned in annoyance. "So what? The point was to get the dwarves off our back and onto theirs. Mission accomplished." Kathleen set down her cup of juice and said, "It's not that simple. While House Walker is outside of the local political structure, you do have ties here. Your actions and how you interact with the nobility may spell doom for House Verena and your local assets. If the houses choose to, they can economically crush us. And after the restrictions on noble wars are lifted, they could wipe us out. Well, House Verena, that is." Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he replied, "I thought the whole thing with me being a unique meant that I wasn't in danger of any of that." Nick chimed in, "You are not. Your house is not. However, whatever local power base you build, if you continue to act at odds with the local nobility, you'll find that House Walker's power here will be extremely limited. And on a personal note, I hope you consider what that will mean for Vera and me, along with all the people here in Dorchester who have chosen to follow you." Now completely awake, Nero snatched up a Danish from the table and demanded with a scowl, "Okay, so what now? Should I make some sort of public apology or something? Is there a way to build up my political connections to make our position stronger?" Before anyone could respond, he threw the Danish onto the plate in front of him and dramatically sighed. "Look, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be that big of a deal. I didn't mean to make trouble for any of you. You're all my closest allies and friends here. If you need anything, you just have to ask. If you want me to meet with every noble in Dorchester and beg them to forgive me, I will." "You guys know what needs to be done, and I'm more than willing to follow whatever you recommend." Vera, surprised to see Nero acting so reasonably, replied,
"Well, an apology at this point is not necessary. You did agree to cooperate with the Council of Leadership over the issue of the Mountain's providence. As long as we handle the information releases well, I think on that front we'll be fine. The important thing is that going forward, you treat the nobility with the respect they deserve. As a new lord, you're expected to have some difficulty adjusting, so your actions may be accepted as a matter of your youth and ignorance. Knight Angleton added, considering that they won't be able to act against House Verena directly until the density shift passes, we have some time to prepare. Vera focused on Nero with an intense look and said, I'll be decreasing how much support House Verena is giving to House Walker. Raising our local forces will be our focus.
You'll have to make do with what I'm able to provide. Nero, not having any idea of his current finances, simply asked, Is House Walker in any danger of not having enough money to pay our current bills? Kathleen replied, No, we'll still be running at a slight profit, but any further growth will have to wait for now. Nero shrugged, perfectly fine with that. The house had already grown far more than he was comfortable with. So, just to be clear, I don't have to make a public apology for kicking those assholes out or anything. You guys are handling it. Vera bit back a slight snort of amusement. Yes, my lord. We're handling it. We'll let you know if you need to do anything. Nero nodded, happy to have cleverly dodged a haranguing by pretending to take responsibility for his actions and proactively admitting his mistakes.
It was always a good idea to profess shame and metaphorically show his belly to women who were pissed. Arguing would lead to nothing but delaying the inevitable apology. And it didn't just work on women. It worked on anyone in authority. He'd learned the valuable technique as a child, and it had served him very well in all manner of confrontations. Picking his Danish back up and taking a bite, he asked with his mouth full, So, now that the political shenanigans are handled, let's talk about our upcoming fight with the kobolds. We're meeting with Army Command to determine where we're going to be fighting, right? So, how many troops do we have now? And when can we head into the mountain? Kathleen replied first, sounding just as eager to get back to the fighting as he was. We first have to determine what kind of support we'll be getting from the army now that the general has been removed from his position. Our meeting will be with Commander Dahl and his staff. He's been leading the fight against the kobolds from the start, and he'll be the one we'll be working with.
Vera added in a serious tone. Not just him. I've been alerted to the fact that the dwarves have requested to join our meeting. While I don't know why, I do know that dwarves are known to revel in war. They'll likely be providing their own forces for the upcoming assault on the mountain city. Nero waved a hand dismissively. The more the merrier. But what happened to the general? You said he was removed from his position. Knight Angleton replied with a grim smile. Yes, the Grand Master of the Knights of Oglivark personally charged him with several counts of dereliction of duty, among other things. His friends in the nobility have already abandoned him, and he'll be lucky to keep his head. Nero shrugged and replied, Huh. Well, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Maybe in his next life he won't be such an asshole.
Nick leaned over the table and said in annoyance, Nero, that's not how it works. After a person dies, their mind is sent. Nero interrupted him with a thrown Danish, hitting him squarely in the face with the pastry. Nick, what have I told you about lectures before I've finished my breakfast? Nick, calmly wiping the crumbs from his face and placing the squashed Danish off to the side, replied with a smirk. No lectures that can ruin your concept of reality until you've finished your morning coffee. Nero nodded happily, shooting Nick a finger gun. That's right. Besides, it's just a saying. Nobody expects the guy to actually learn anything from his mistakes. That would be just crazy. Now, tell me what I need to know about the meeting we're going to.
As a contracted mercenary leader, I don't want to look like an idiot in front of my new boss.
Vera, sitting there with a slight smile on her face, began, Well, Commander Dahl has been with the army for over 130 years. He got his start serving. As she went on and on about the who's who in the army and what they'd likely be discussing during the meeting, Nero enjoyed his breakfast while listening closely. He'd soon be back in the thick of things,
and he didn't want to leave a political mess for Vera and whoever was staying topside to clean up. At least, not another one. Chapter 240. How many? It had been a while since Evaluator Quincy felt this tired. Getting a few hours of sleep here or there was usually enough to stave off any symptoms of fatigue. Yet, over the past few days, he'd been too busy to spare even an hour for rest. There was simply too much for him to oversee.
Since he and the other evaluators submitted their final reports to the Royal Academy and put in their termination papers, they'd been focusing all of their energies on ensuring their new lord's path was wide and clear. And as the team leader, he was at the center of everything they were doing. He had to keep awake to maintain the connections they'd set up as the team bounced around Dorchester like invisible hands of fate, subtly guiding things toward a beneficial outcome. Having honed their craft in cities like the capital, what they were doing here in Dorchester was practically child's play. After working together with the Grand Master and the Archmage to ensure the charges of war crimes against Lord Walker were thoroughly debunked, he'd split up his team for individual missions that would prove invaluable in the coming days. Having sussed out that the Archmage had a personal interest in Lord Walker beyond simply studying him, he and his team felt it was in their best interests to work as quickly and quietly as possible. He'd dispatched Idrius and Vaxus to collect information on the nobles, while focusing on developing intermediaries who could influence the Council of Leadership. They'd already made inroads into houses Newling, York, and Volton. While money wasn't as much use for gaining a spy's allegiance in a small city like this, the people here valued relationships much more than he and his team were used to. All it took to bring people around was a little advice, some information, and a few promised favors. Idrius even managed to quietly discover one of the noble house's involvement with a planar cult. She'd passed on the information discreetly to the Tower of Law, ensuring the elimination of that future threat. Mortem had been sent to develop contacts within the local Tower of Magic. They needed to know what the Archmage was up to, and if his plans were of any danger to their new lord. Mortem had already discovered that the Archmage's personal aide, the de facto court mage, Mage Adept Newbanks, was pursuing her own agenda, possibly at the behest of someone outside Dorchester. Quincy had made sure to have Mortem keep a close eye on her. She was a relatively experienced mage, one who was too high level for a place like Dorchester, which made the man's task extremely challenging. Lastly, there was Yarborough, who had been given the most difficult duty. Quincy had sent her to scout the kobolds. She was particularly skilled in visual and ethereal deception, and had been working her way through the first several floors of the mountain city, reporting every hour on what she'd discovered. So far, she'd not found anything that the local army and his new lord couldn't handle, but he still felt like they were missing something. He and his team already knew the true scale of what Dorchester was facing, but considering how woefully unprepared the local Tower of Magic was, he didn't want to rely on the information he'd acquired while in the capital. While reminding her to be careful, he'd asked her to push deeper, at least getting close enough to verify that the scry-piercing technique they were using to counteract the kobold's illusions was working as intended. He really didn't like the fact that what Lord Walker had described from his sleep delving wasn't at all like what they were seeing. Meanwhile, while they were all out performing their tasks, he'd been attempting to keep a close eye on Lord Walker. It had become particularly difficult to maintain his stealth around the young lord. He found it both impressive and infuriating how quickly Lord Walker had picked up the trick of detecting abnormalities in the ether. He'd ended up having to resort to short-distance scrying to remain undetected, which was why he was now hiding in a closet, wrapped in every essence-shielding technique he knew. Lord Walker's talent was becoming increasingly difficult to compensate for. It wasn't just Lord Walker's ability to sense essence flows that was improving. It was also his ability to manipulate his own presence in the ether.
He'd seen the young man pick up voice amplification on the fly and unconsciously manipulate his aura like he'd been doing it for decades. During his little speech at the oath-giving ceremony, Lord Walker infused his essence field with his emotions with skill and precision, performing the aura technique at a level he doubted anyone in attendance even noticed. Rubbing his palms over his eyes, he waited patiently for Lord Walker to arrive at the breakfast table. There was no point wasting his time thinking about any of his observations right now.
If everything went according to plan, he'd be able to get some meditation in tonight, allowing him to review everything he'd learned. For now, he just had to keep his attention focused and make sure nothing went wrong. He'd already spent all of last night coordinating with Idrius and Voxus to mitigate the issue with the dwarves and the nobles. Despite their successes, he was still worried that the nobles might end up trying to influence House Walker's deployment against the kobolds. He needed to ensure that the plans they'd set in motion weren't interfered with. Perking up at the arrival of Lord Walker, he listened closely as the expected issue of the conflict with the nobles was brought up. Once again, he marveled at the fact that this little city had someone like Lady Verena here. Someone of her pedigree should be in one of the larger cities, building a house that matters. He could only wonder if fate had put her here to rise during the current crises.
In 20 years, if Dorchester survives the density shift intact, it very well may no longer be considered a low-level city. At one point in time, it was a city on the rise, and with people like Lady Verena here, it may end up being one again. Watching closely, he was shocked to see that Lord Walker was already so skilled in the emotional manipulation of his essence field. If he hadn't been paying such close attention, he would have actually believed that the young lord felt guilty for having rudely ejected the nobles from his property. Even a relatively skilled mage like Lord Verena fell for the young man's subtle trick. In actuality, he could tell that Lord Walker found the situation humorous. Instead of feeling guilty, he was feeling proud of himself for taking advantage of the situation so he could kick everyone out and end the party early. Standing alone in the closet he was using to hide, he muttered, "You really are something special, aren't you, little lord?" The exterior of the Walker estate was just as imposing and garish as Nero remembered it to be. From the impeccably landscaped grounds to the sheer size of the interconnected structures, it all came together to give off a feeling of being in a fantasy palace that could only exist in a world with magic. Looking over his shoulder at the retreating front doors, he thought to himself, I really need to wrap my head around the fact that I own this place. Although, I'll probably end up moving out before I get to that point. Turning his back on the sight, he returned his attention to the conversation going on around him. They were currently discussing the upcoming meeting and what each of them should be on the lookout for. As they were meeting with Army Command for the purposes of defining House Walker's role in the upcoming assault on the mountain city, Kathleen would be taking the lead. Knight Angleton would be there to offer any support or explanations if she needed them, while Vera and Nick were coming along due to the fact that they'd be lending some of House Verena's troops to the assault force. It was Nero's understanding that many people who had initially wanted to join House Walker had instead joined House Verena when they heard that he had no intention of staying long-term in Dorchester. For those interested in aligning themselves with him but not following him, it was seen as a perfect compromise. They'll be able to head into battle with him, but not give up their lives to follow him around on his future adventures. As the group stepped up to the gazebo housing the estate's astra-teleportation platform, Nero idly wondered how many essence crystals it cost to use this as the primary method of ingress and egress to his estate. To him, it seemed wasteful on the level of rich assholes using private planes to have dinner at their favorite restaurant. Keeping his mouth shut, he let them continue to natter on about their plans and what kind of deployment conditions they'd likely be offered. He understood everything they were saying,
but honestly couldn't fathom what they were so worried about. By the time they were in a large carriage on the way to the command building, he'd reached the end of his patience. Enough! There is no point guessing what's going to happen. It doesn't matter where they want us to deploy or who they want us to deploy with. Whether it's the 143rd or the 207th, or if it's toward the upper levels or the lower, it's all the same. We're going to be fighting kobolds in tunnels.
Who cares who we're fighting alongside? What does it matter? He interjected harshly, fed up with their incessant obsession with the details. Kathleen was the first one to recover from her surprise at Nero's outburst.
It matters because many of the noble houses still hold influence over the army's commanders. We don't want to be used as shock troops, incurring losses and weakening opposition without any gain. Battles aren't just about winning. They are about completing objectives with the minimal amount of effort we can manage, she replied harshly.
Rolling his eyes, Nero replied, "Yes, I get it. Preparation now will save lives and whatnot. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that we can't know anything until we sit down and talk with them. We're on a quest to help out with the threat, and we're getting paid based on how big of an impact we make, right?
Just like when we fought out by the kobold tunnel. We'll take what they say into consideration, but we won't be strictly following their commands. So, if in the moment it feels like we're going to be getting sacrificed for the greater good, then we'll obviously not be going along with it. Worrying about it now is pointless."
Knight Angleton leaned forward on his seat and said, "We can still do what he can to reduce the likelihood of that happening. We have a great deal of intelligence on which divisions have connections to the noble houses, and if we head off any plans before we make our way into the mountain, it will be easier when the time comes to handle whatever problems arise." Sighing, Nero replied, "Fine. Keep spinning your wheels. All I'm saying is that arguing about it now is a waste of time." No one seemed to agree with him, and they resumed their discussion as if he hadn't said anything.
Vera continued to provide information on what her sources had found out about each division's ties, and Knight Angleton contributed by informing them of what likely methods they might use to control House Walker's forces. All the while, Kathleen maintained an air of command as she kept the conversation focused on House Walker's upcoming role in the assault. By the time they finally arrived at Army Command, Nero felt like they had all worked themselves up into a tizzy, utterly sure in their conclusions that they were going to have to fight tooth and nail to survive whatever dark plans the army and the nobles had for them. He, on the other hand, thought they were just being overly dramatic. The Army Command Center was huge, just like every other building of significance in Dorchester. It couldn't even be described as a building. It was more like a compound. Multiple rectangular buildings filled a stone courtyard the size of a football stadium, each looking like it could survive heavy bombardment from some of those essence cannons he'd seen. They were all made of rough gray stone, had minimal windows and flat roofs. Instead of the usual trees and shrubs for decoration, there was just stone. Everything was stone. It made the entire area look like someone had bled the color out of the world. Or it would have, if it weren't for all the soldiers wearing bright tabards and combat robes walking briskly all over the place, as if they all had places to be. The outer walls of the compound weren't as high as he thought they'd be, but unlike others, they were manned. All along the perimeter, there were guardhouses on the wall, with soldiers standing at attention, looking down imperiously at the citizens outside. Everything about the place screamed, "Go away!" Nero couldn't help muttering under his breath as he got out of the cab. "Well, this place is cheery. I wonder if they offer to host birthday parties here when there isn't a war on." Knight Angleton replied seriously, "There is always a war on. From here, all of Dorchester's forces are controlled. Army Central Command coordinates our hunting teams, road crews, town and village defense forces, and every troop deployment throughout Dorchester's area of control.
This is the center of humanity's defense against the world, and the reason Dorchester's citizens can survive the threats outside our walls. Nero, still not understanding why they couldn't at least set up a couple of picnic tables, replied, "Uh-huh. It's all very serious, I'm sure." Their little group was quickly led along the stone paths between the buildings toward the imposing central structure.
While everything maintained the blocky, utilitarian appearance, the building in front of them stood out with its disproportionate height and breadth. Walking through the front gate was like stepping into a giant stone beast. Even the ether seemed to be pressing down on them. Eventually, they made it through the various checkpoints and arrived in the conference room they would be using to meet with the command staff. Inside, the dwarves Nero had met at the oath-giving ceremony were already there. Sitting there in their armor, looking like miniature bearded warriors, they fit in with the decor like chocolate chips on a cookie. The room they were using was as bland as could be. No artwork hung on the walls, and the floor, along with the table, was made of the same stone as the walls. The only thing not stone were the chairs, which were plain wood, completely lacking in any ornamentation or even cushions. The essence lights hanging from the ceiling weren't even adorned with anything. They just hung there. Whistling softly, Nero muttered, "This place makes the other army compounds look like hotels in comparison. Did they want people to hate working here? This place looks like a prison." Kathleen, practical as ever, replied to his mutterings, "This is a place with a singular purpose. There is no place for vanity or distraction here." Shrugging off her statement, Nero stepped forward to greet Mavros. "Hey man, fancy seeing you here. I heard the paperwork for your mountain has been handled. Congrats. When are you guys planning on moving in?" Not bothering to get up from his chair, Mavros replied, "I've already dispatched the rune workers along with several guards to watch over them. They should be opening a temporary portal to Glimmer Mountain within a week if they aren't interrupted by anything on their journey." Taking his seat along with the rest of his party, he could see that between the dwarves and House Walker, they were already filling up half the table. "That's good news, I think. So you guys aren't going to be teleporting people here? How's that going to work?" Nero asked, interested in how they were planning to get their clan here. Mavros's lip twitched in a slight smile, making his entire beard move like a tugged rug. "Rune work ain't something humans can understand. It requires knowledge of the earth and an understanding of the flows." Eager to be included in the conversation, Nick leaned over the table and added, "Dwarven magic primarily relies on runic interpretation of the ethereal balance and connection within the ground. They are unparalleled in their ability to interpret essence flows throughout what they call the earth." Hearing the distinct difference in the dwarven word, earth, Nero figured he was in for another long and boring lecture. All he wanted to know was why dwarves used portals rather than transportation like the humans. He wasn't interested in suffering through another cultural explanation. Luckily, he was saved by the room's doors opening, showing that Commander Dahl and the command staff had arrived. Looking around, Nero noticed that no one bothered to get up to greet them. As he'd come to expect, nobody in this culture wasted time with what he'd consider common courtesies. Without any preamble, Commander Dahl began speaking. "We're here today to coordinate House Walker's deployment alongside our forces as we continue our push into the mountain city." Interrupting him, Mavros said, "What do you mean, continue? Have you already begun the assault?" Nodding as he took his seat, Commander Dahl replied, "Yes, we have. While we've been ready for a while, our former general preferred to wait until the mages figured out how to break through the kobolds' scry defenses. I didn't, and still don't, see a reason to give them time to further reinforce their defenses. Last night, we began our assault, and our forces have already cut off the lower levels from the upper mountain city. What we need to determine now is where House Walker is going to be joining the fight." Nero noticed that Kathleen and Knight Angleton both looked surprised, while Vera and Nick's expressions remained calm.
The dwarves, on the other hand, seemed outraged for some reason. Mavros leaned forward over the table, looking rather comical as he didn't fit the height requirement for a human-sized chair. "Why weren't we informed? I made it clear that I wanted to be kept up to date with your plans for the assault." Commander Dahl and his sub-commanders all looked over at the dwarf with blank expressions on their faces, clearly not caring about his opinion. "We didn't tell you because you didn't need to know. If you'd like to join the fight, I would be happy to allow you to coordinate yourself, under the same stipulations that I'll be giving House Walker. However, overall command and control will remain with me. I haven't worked with dwarves before, and I don't know what you are capable of."
"Fitting you into our plans will be at best an afterthought," Commander Dahl said firmly, as if there wasn't a chance in hell of him changing his mind.
Mavros, grinning like a crazy person, replied,
"That's right. You don't know what we're capable of. When my clan arrives, you'll learn why dwarven warriors are feared in the dark depths you humans are too scared to go poking around in."
Raising an eyebrow, Commander Dahl replied, "I'm looking forward to it. Do you plan on deploying a significant force in aid of Dorchester?" The dwarves all chuckled around the table, as if they were in on a secret joke. Still grinning, Mavros replied, "Oh no. We just wanted to be informed as to where you humans will be fighting. We'll be attacking the lizards from our mountain." Confused, Commander Dahl asked, "How? The mountain city has no connection to the outlying mountains?" Mavros, now chuckling, replied, "You humans have no idea what you're dealing with.
Haven't you even looked at what the kobolds have done to the city you abandoned?
"They've spread out over half the mountain range." Gesturing with an armored hand toward one of the dwarves next to him, he waited for the dwarf to pull up a hologram. Over the center of the table, an intricate and highly detailed map of the mountain range beside Dorchester appeared. Nero noticed right away that the dwarves' method of projecting the hologram was different than what he was used to seeing. It wasn't coming from the table or any of the human technology hidden around the room. Instead, it was being projected from the dwarf's gauntlet. He could see what he guessed were runes floating in the ether in a circular pattern around the dwarf's hand, pulling and twisting the essence flows into their center and changing them. It was like a spell form, but functionally very different. Leaning forward in his chair, Nero's eyes widened in appreciation of the spectacle he was witnessing. On the other hand, the rest of the room was focused on the projection itself. While Dorchester's mages may have had trouble piercing the kobold's illusions, the dwarves apparently did not. Considering the scale, the mountain city which butted up next to Dorchester and filled the mountain was rather small. Throughout the rest of the mountain range, there were other cities that had been built by the kobolds, all of them connected by multiple tunnels in a grand web. Considering how tiny Dorchester itself looked in comparison to them, Commander Dahl and the others couldn't fathom how many kobolds might be living there. "How is this possible?" he muttered. "They haven't had time to spread out that far. If they did, then why haven't they already run over us? With these kinds of numbers, why would they only send probing attacks?" Mavros, now no longer chuckling, replied, "Because they're suffering from the same problems you are. The density shift you're experiencing isn't just happening above ground. It's happening to them as well. The lizards aren't interested in you. At least they weren't, not until you made yourself a problem." Joining the conversation, Kathleen asked, "So their assault on the surface, what was that? Just a response to us discovering them?" Most of the dwarves were nodding. Crusher, a dwarf Nero recognized from before, replied, "Yes, that's exactly what it was. You disturbed one of their routes to the surface they were using to keep an eye on you. They sent out a force to deal with you, but didn't particularly care if it worked. The mountain city, as ye call it, is just one small part of their greater whole. When they realized that there were humans up here, they just stopped expanding in that direction
and sealed themselves up.
Getting them out of the area is going to be requiring a lot more than you thought it would.
Mavros nodded in agreement and added, "That's why we wanted to be involved with the planning. Our two cities will need to work together to clear out their infestation. I'll not be having an entire civilization of kobolds polluting the earth with their planar invasion." Nick, his voice trembling, asked, "Is that what they're doing? Is this an invasion?" Mavros replied, "More or less. As far as we can tell, they haven't begun to pull away any of our essence or delivered any of their own. But I think they've reached the point where they're capable of it. As it stands, there's still plenty of planar leakage that we'll have to be cleaning up at some point." Fists tight in a clench on the table, Commander Dahl asked, "Did the capital know about this when they offered you the mountain here?" Mavros immediately replied, "Of course they did. Why do you think we wanted it?"
The curse to the Hells Lizards have already done half the work for us. All we have to do is take it from them." Before anyone could say anything, the doors to the meeting room were swept open, forcing everyone to turn away from the disturbing hologram they were all staring at. In walked Grandmaster Lancel, along with 2 other knights. Nero was immediately reminded how large the man was, even making a giant like Knight Angleton look rather normal. The 2 large knights behind him looked tiny in comparison. "I apologize for my tardiness. I was held up dealing with a few things at the Order," he declared loudly before pausing in place, staring hard at the hologram. Roaring loudly, he demanded, "Is this map accurate?" Mavros and the dwarves were not intimidated at all by the man's presence, immediately beginning to chuckle again. "Aye, it's true. It seems that you humans' desire to keep each other in the dark has caught up with you again." "I've never understood how you can be so callous with each other. Have you no shame in letting the weaker of your species die in ignorance of the threats they face?" he asked with a hint of mockery. Just then, the room filled with a golden light. Archmage Jennings appeared in a flash on the other side of the table, already seated in one of the free chairs. "There is no great conspiracy, King Mithril Strike. Each human city is given the resources it needs to build itself. They are expected to face their challenges on their own, to grow and succeed by their own merit. The kingdom only interferes when the laws and binding that hold society together are violated. Kobolds and the like are natural threats, meant to be handled locally," he said, as if he were some type of sage, kindly gifting the room with his wisdom. All of the humans seemed to take a moment to ponder his words. Even the Grandmaster, who was still standing in shock at the realization of how severely they'd been underestimating the kobolds. Nero and the dwarves, however, looked as if the Archmage had just tried to sell them a dumpster dressed up as a Cybertruck. "Well, that's just bullshit. You knew the kobolds were eventually going to wipe out the city, and were probably even planning on it. Real leaders of men and pinnacles of society you are," shouted Nero sarcastically. Muttering under his breath, Nero added, "Sons of bitches couldn't even give the locals a heads up." To Nero, this was a perfect example of the upper classes convincing themselves that not getting involved was for the benefit of the masses. He'd heard it all before. They need to learn how to take care of themselves, and our role is to ensure everyone starts with the same opportunities. Anything beyond that is just hurting their potential. Shrugging uncaringly, Archmage Jennings replied, "It's not all bad. Due to the density shift and some of the recent changes in leadership, you have a good chance of surviving the challenge. In fact, with the addition of the dwarves, I'd say your success is almost assured. Although I think you really need to work on the quality of the mages you are developing locally." Laughing outright at Jennings's statement, Nero caused the entire room, even the dwarves, to stare at him in confusion. "Aren't you supposed to be the guy in charge of the mage tower here? So isn't the fact that they couldn't find out where the kobolds were your fault?" Nero asked, with a mocking finger pointed accusingly at the old mage. Archmage Jennings frowned, but replied calmly, The mages here were of poor quality long before I arrived.
Nero shook his head and continued. Even then, aren't you the head of the whole mage guild thing?
Isn't it on you to make sure that the people here are up to snuff?
All of the humans at this point were staring at the archmage, interested in what he had to say for himself. Well, as an organization, we try and allow each mage tower to develop on its own. Just like the cities in which they reside, they are limited in what they have access to in order to promote growth and progress, he said firmly. Nero pointed at the hologram still hanging like a threat over the table. And how's that working out for you? Still feeling like you're a successful society gardener? A lot of people are going to die because you and those like you let things get this far. You could have stuck to your principles and let the locals handle it, but you could at least have given them a heads up. Now, the city the kingdom was supposed to foster is undergoing a density shift, while at war with a civilization that outnumbers it by thousands to one.
It's like you assholes wanted the city to fail, he finished in a shout. Suddenly going quiet, Nero felt several pieces of information that he'd heard over the past few weeks and months click together in his mind. Holy shit. You did! That's what the whole Fate Tower thing was about. Someone predicted that the city would fail, and you morons just went along with it. Rather than try and stop the problem before it became one, you just agreed with the likely outcome and planned around it. You logicked yourselves into killing off one of your cities. How often do you high and mighty types do this? How many people have you casually sacrificed because you agreed to let things take their natural course? I get wanting to let people learn from their mistakes due to the way leveling works. But Christ on a cracker, don't you think you're taking it a little too far? You don't teach a kid to look both ways before crossing a street by letting him get hit by a bus, he shouted while hopping to his feet and leaning over the table, furious at the thought of the people in charge letting their people die for some arbitrary principles. Archmage Jennings, having always been careful about how much he'd told Nero, paled in his seat. The thought of Nero actually figuring out the larger picture from all the small but insignificant hints he'd given him had never actually occurred to him. At most, he'd hoped the young man might realize that a larger game was afoot. He never would have predicted that Nero would piece it all together. Coughing into his hand to clear his throat, Jennings replied to the room. The laws that govern our society are there for a reason, and so am I. I came here to guide and help this city in its time of need.
Well, I can't outright aid you all in your fight, and neither can the kingdom. We can help you discover how to help yourselves, he said compassionately. While the humans all sat frozen in their chairs, each trying to come to terms with what they'd heard, the dwarves sat quietly, not interfering with their business. Nero, however, once again filled the silence by sarcastically muttering louder than necessary. Like I said, real quality leadership you guys have here. I wonder if there is a skill for douchebaggery.
Chapter 241. Talking During Class. King Oliver Oglevarch was well aware of his reputation among the citizens of his kingdom. He was known as one of the most powerful kings they'd ever had, and was expected to reach level 100 and ultimately join their pantheon. It was common knowledge that his first pillar, observation, made him a practically all-knowing master of the game, one whom there was no point in crossing.
However, he knew that his abilities did not make him omniscient. He was just very good at monitoring events from afar. The problem inherent in his ability was that he needed to know where to look. Even then, that was all he could do. Look. To affect anything, he needs to physically take action. And for that, he developed agents. Invisible hands that he could use to steer his kingdom in the direction he wanted. In Dorchester, that invisible hand was Mage Adept Newbanks. He'd sent her there to manipulate events and keep an eye on things he didn't have the time or patience to pay attention to. Your Majesty,
I don't know how, but I believe the evaluators have discovered that I am working for you, she said quietly, sounding utterly defeated by her many recent failures. The king stood in his rooms, projecting himself through a communications relay directly into her private room in Dorchester's Tower of Magic on the other side of the kingdom.
He kept his expression calm and supportive as he looked down on her kneeling before him. It was a delicate process to train agents like her. He needed to encourage her drive while ensuring that she didn't take too much initiative. She was close to breaking, and one wrong word could render her useless to him. Keeping voice calm, he replied, "They are no longer evaluators. They have left their ties to the Royal Academy behind, and are now wholly dedicated to House Walker. You do not need to worry about them. While they know that you are working for someone outside Dorchester, they do not know who it is. As long as you keep to the tasks that I've given you, they won't care enough about you to interfere." Grimacing in annoyance, she replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. However, I'm sorry to report that I've been unable to stop the local general's execution. The Grand Master of the local Order of the Knights of Oglevark is being particularly vengeful for some reason. He will not allow General Branson to leave the city." The king, sounding kind and gentle, replied, "I know. You were not meant to succeed. You were merely meant to make the man question his resolve. In that, you have succeeded." Frowning in confusion, Mage Adept Newbanks bit back her reply. Even from the capital, he could see her turbulent emotions through the scry he was using to observe her, while his physical attention remained on his connection to her room through the communications link. "It's all right. Ask the question you need answered," he told her gently, mindful of the fact that she was nearing her breaking point. After taking a deep breath, she looked up from her knees and gazed into the eyes of the King of Oglevark. "Your Majesty, if you already know everything, and you already know how all of this is going to play out, then why am I here? Of what use am I to you?" Before he could respond, she continued, slowly beginning to rant. "I failed to keep the Faith District focused on the narrative you wanted. The pressure from the nobles on House Walker is all but negated by the shrewd business ties that House Verena is developing. And Lord Walker has successfully locked in his image as a talented but unimportant commoner turned noble. Even his status as a unique hasn't been enough to incite the kind of blind loyalty you requested me to build for him. Granted, everyone believes that he'll at some point become powerful, but no one expects him to save the city all on his own. I've failed in almost every task you've asked of me." The king began to chuckle, skillfully modulating his tone to express a sense of fondness and support for the woman, while avoiding even a hint of mockery. "You haven't failed me. You've done exactly as I asked, and steered events directly where I wanted them to go. Everything I've asked you to do was meant to serve another purpose than what you probably think it was. For example, the general. He was never meant to leave Dorchester alive. The point of procuring voices in the ear of the Grand Master, asking for the general to be sent off to the front lines of the war with Islangur as a penance for his failure, was only needed to test and refine the Grand Master's resolve. Grandmaster Lancel has been too lax in his duty. By forcing him to take a firmer hand on things, he'll be more motivated to involve himself in the coming conflicts that Dorchester will have to face. There are instances where someone of his level can intervene in local affairs, and he needed to be primed in order to be ready to seize such opportunities. Mage Adept Newbanks wasn't unfamiliar with the tactics of manipulation, and she could understand in theory what the king was talking about. However, she couldn't grasp the point of what the king was trying to accomplish through her continued failures. Remember, your ultimate goal in Dorchester is to ensure that the city survives. We're fighting against its fate, and each of your actions is meant to alter the course of the players that will be at the center of events in the future.
It was never about the plans themselves, but how the reactions to them shaped the people involved. He said softly, making it clear that she was serving his ultimate purpose. Seeing that she was beginning to understand her part in his plans, he firmed his voice and said, "I never required you to be there to monitor events. I could do that from here. There is nothing in my kingdom that is outside my power to know. You're there to act as my lever, so that I may shift the future events toward an outcome that serves my greater purpose. Dorchester is just a lever itself, which I'm using to reform the Tower of Fate, among other things."
Do you understand what I'm saying? While she knew that one of the central tenets of the kingdom was to allow its people to find their own paths, she knew it wasn't her place to question the morality of her king. Nodding in acceptance, she replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand and obey. What would you have me do next?" The room they were using for their meeting had reached capacity, each of the chairs having been filled. Nero had to wonder if someone had already known how many people and dwarves would end up showing up. After Archmage Jennings' declaration about the kingdom's non-interference policy, the mood had turned particularly sour. None of the humans wanted to contradict him, while the dwarves continued to mock them for their idiocy. The conversation getting more and more heated. Throughout it all, Nero kept his mouth shut. He could tell that the situation was getting out of control, and he questioned whether or not it was his place to get involved.
The kingdom had practically developed a religious doctrine about letting its people face their challenges on their own, and he could tell that it would be pointless to argue with them about it. What he could do was get them to stop arguing about it and instead focus on what mattered. Raising his voice to interrupt the ongoing argument, he said, "Everybody shut up for a second. Whether or not the capital knew about the kobolds doesn't matter at this point. What matters now is what we're going to do about it. So how about we focus on that?" Both the dwarves and humans piped down, silently agreeing to let the matter drop for the moment. Grandmaster Lancel, his impressive size overfilling his side of the table, pointed at the holographic map the dwarves had left up and asked, "How accurate is this?" The dwarven king, Mavros Mithralstrike, replied, somewhat offended by the question, "As accurate as we could make it."
While we can't know exactly what is happening inside those areas under their control, we're able to know they're there. Turning to Archmage Jennings, Grandmaster Lancel asked, "And the local Tower of Magic cannot aid us in refining this at all? Is there really nothing you can do to aid them in their efforts to pierce the kobold illusions?" Archmage Jennings looked surprisingly sympathetic when he replied, "I'm sorry, but no. As best I can guess, the mages here will not be able to counter the kobold's defensive techniques anytime soon. And, to be fair, even if I did help, which I can't, we would not be able to see everything. While it's true that the kingdom has mastered the techniques required to pierce the kobold illusions, as you call them, the deeper areas have been completely shielded." Nero, listening closely, noted that the Archmage hinted at the fact that not even he knew what was down there. Commander Dahl gritted his teeth and said, "We need that mountain city, and we need it now. We're still receiving an influx of citizens fleeing their villages and towns in the face of the growing monster numbers due to the density shift. Without a place to put them, and the underground fields to work, our space and supplies will soon run out. Regardless of what's down there waiting for us, we have to act." Archmage Jennings replied quickly, "I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying that there is nothing the Tower of Magic can do in the short term to aid you, aside from fighting alongside the army. Even then, I doubt the mages here would be of much help to you." Mavros, more than a little annoyed at how unprepared he'd found the humans, hopped off his chair. The table came up practically to his chest, somewhat ruining the intimidating effect he was probably hoping for. "Well, you all seem to have quite the problem on your hands. I'll be taking my people to my mountain and beginning our work. If you manage to survive,
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other in the future. Good luck to you, he said firmly, while gesturing for his fellow dwarves to follow him out. Like a light bulb turning off, the hologram hovering over the table vanished. Muttering amongst themselves about the stupid humans being doomed, they made their way out of the room without even bothering to say goodbye. Nero privately took a moment to admire their style. The king hadn't even offered him a parting head nod. It was a boss exit. Grandmaster Lancel ignored them, already turning to Commander Dahl before they even left the room. Bring up what maps of the mountain city we do have, and show me your deployment plan. Gesturing to his aide, Commander Dahl had the woman manipulate the table to bring up another hologram. While we can't know how much the kobolds have changed things, we've overlaid our historical maps with what little information we have. The first few levels, both in the upper city and below, should be accurate. Our forces have successfully reached the first chamber, and are currently working toward pushing out the kobolds. The fighting isn't all that intense, and I think we should have a first foothold in place by the end of the day. We intend to focus on cutting off the upper floors of the city, and then working on clearing them out with hunter teams. Considering how little information we have on what we'll find, our specific plans remain fluid. Grandmaster Lancel nodded in understanding as he studied the hologram, reaching out to manipulate it to focus on the section in the middle. Everyone at the table watched as the hologram zoomed in on the various connections between the upper floors and the first massive underground chamber. While there were many rooms and caverns, there were a limited number of central tunnels that connected the upper city to the lower one. If they could control them, the upper city would essentially be cut off from any kobold reinforcements. Kathleen joined the conversation by saying, I'm assuming you intended to deploy House Walker as one of the hunter teams being sent into the upper floors? Nodding, Commander Dahl replied, Yes, I think considering the makeup of your forces, that would make sense. The forward lines need soldiers and people willing to follow orders. I'd rather have you and yours unleashed in an area that takes advantage of your isolated command and control than having to work around it. Nero, out of the corner of his eye, saw Archmage Jennings smile, as if everything being said was going according to his plan. Not knowing whether or not that was a good thing, he once again chose to keep his mouth shut. Knight Angleton pointed at the upper city and said, I agree. Our forces number over 300 and can easily be split up into hunter teams.
We can deploy from here and then spread out, clearing the kobolds as we go. I'm assuming you'll be sending reserve forces to reinforce the levels we'll be clearing. Grandmaster Lancel added, Be sure to deploy our own forces from here and here to cut off any chance of the kobolds gathering in force. While speaking, he manipulated the hologram to show the areas he was speaking about. Nero watched closely as the military types got into the specifics. Meanwhile, his mind wandered onto the bigger picture. Even if the army ended up successfully clearing out the mountain city, and that was a big if, then they'd end up having to place a lot of soldiers along the routes to the other kobold cities the little bastards had sneakily built up. The whole point of taking over the mountain city had been to remove the problem of having an enemy at Dorchester's back.
Yes, they needed the space for the people fleeing the density shift, and the underground fields for food. But that had always been a secondary concern to an army of kobolds hiding under their feet. Even if everything went perfectly and they successfully took the mountain city, they'd still be right back where they started, the kobold threat not having been removed. Thinking back to how many kobold cities were displayed on the hologram the dwarves had shown them, Nero wondered if the kobolds would even care if the humans took over the mountain city. If they were lucky, the kobolds might cut their losses and just let them have it. Mentally kicking himself, Nero doubted that they would be that lucky. Clenching his fists under the table, he felt the unmistakable desire to stop talking about this and just get out there. While all of this theory crafting and tactics were probably important, it wasn't really his area.
He had zero contributions to make to the conversation.
Reaching out with his essence field, he sent a private connection request to the Archmage, bypassing the local Thohub entirely. Feeling the connection established as the Archmage continued to feign interest in the conversation going on around them, Nero felt the man's presence appear in his mind. While not exactly oppressive, Nero could feel the old mage's power dwarfing him.
"Yes, Nero. What can I do for you?" Archmage Jennings asked softly. Trying to keep his feelings hidden from the man, Nero replied, "I just wanted to touch base with you and clarify a few things. You said that the capital knew about the kobolds, right? Well, I wanted to know how. Also, I wanted to ask you about your plans to reform the local mage tower, which I assume you have." Mentally chuckling at Nero's audacity, Jennings replied, "Well, let's start with how the capital knew about the kobolds. Like all cities, Dorchester is monitored from the central scrying towers in the capital.
The network of towers can be harnessed into relays to send information to the capital from all over the kingdom. While the capital could scry on every inch of the kingdom itself, it doesn't usually bother. Yet, the information received from each city is still recorded in the central repository. That data is naturally filtered through our tower and analyzed before storage. Many years ago, the kobold infestation in the mountain city was discovered hidden within some of the data we had received from Dorchester's Tower of Magic. Nero tried to keep the frown off his face as he pretended to listen to the military types argue about troop placement and tiered asset distribution. "And you all didn't bother to tell the locals who missed it because you wanted them to learn from their mistakes? Couldn't you have just offered them a hint or something?" he asked, annoyed at their callousness. "Nero, every city has to face its challenges. Dorchester isn't any different than anywhere else.
Had the mages here been paying attention, they would have caught it. Looking more deeply at the records, I discovered that the mages at the capital even believed for a while that House Dorchan was aware of the threat. They were building up quite a little army, and it seemed likely that they were working toward dealing with the problem on their own. Had they been successful, they would have massively increased their position on the local leaderboards. Alas, they weren't interested in the kobolds, but were instead preparing for their little noble war with the Cosgraves," he said sadly. Nero asked, "And when you all realized what they were really doing, you still didn't get involved? I still don't understand how a coup like that isn't against the rules or something." Jennings replied quickly, sounding almost amused, "Not at all. Local politics and control is a matter for cities themselves to decide, for the most part.
The only reason the populators ended up being sent was due to the fact that House Dorchan was secretly building weapons for the Islangers in the south, violating kingdom law. It was treason against the kingdom that doomed House Dorchan, not against the city of Dorchester." Nero, somewhat understanding what he was getting at, replied, "And you guys, with your super-secret scrying ability, didn't know about what they were doing?" "No. The mages in the capital responsible for watching over Dorchester hadn't caught on to that fact. They assumed the weapons factories House Dorchan had secretly built were to supply their own forces for the noble war. No one bothered to look too closely at what they were doing. It's implausible to expect the mages to monitor everything," he said. Nero then asked, "And now that the locals know about the kobolds, you guys still aren't going to help them?" Even sending a few mages who could teach them how to pierce the illusions would be enough to save countless lives. Why do they have to do it on their own? What's the point? To allow them to earn their levels. If more powerful and knowledgeable mages from the capital handle everything for them, then their progress will be stunted. If the local forces manage to survive, they'll grow powerful enough to handle the density shift and the long-term war with the kobolds that will inevitably follow after retaking the mountain city. Adversity leads to strength, just as surely as coddling leads to weakness, Archmage Jennings replied sagely. "Done talking about this crap," Nero replied. "Well, fine. We'll just do it ourselves. I get your point,
but I still think you guys are being assholes. I'm sure you've got a plan to slowly teach the local mages not to suck, but I don't want to hear about it anymore.
I'm just going to assume that you know what you're doing, and let you do you." Somewhat sarcastically, Archmage Jennings replied, "Thank you. And I do. Now, is there anything else you'd like to discuss?" Annoyed at the old man's tone, Nero replied, "Yes, as a matter of fact there is, smartass. I want to know where you get off," pulled out of his conversation by Kathleen swatting his shoulder. Nero turned to look at her with confusion. "Well?" she asked. Nero replied, "Well, what?" Nick, seated 2 seats away from him, replied for her. "The Grand Master asked you a question." Nero, turning to look at the giant of a man seated on the other side of the table, replied, "Oh, sorry. I was too focused on trying to memorize the layout of the mountain."
"What did you want to ask me?" The Grand Master, looking rather unhappy with Nero's flippant tone, replied, "I wished to know if you had any thoughts about our deployment plan for your house." Glancing at Kathleen, who was seated next to him, Nero noted the restrained fury in her essence field, which was nearly warping the ether with its potency. Turning back to the Grand Master, he replied with a smile, "Nope, I'm good with the plan. Go in, clear out the upper city, and come back for cake and congratulations. Sounds good to me. Can't wait." Nero felt Archmage Jennings cut the connection he'd had with him sharply. The sensation of the man's mind abruptly shutting off nearly made him wince, but he managed to keep the awkward smile he had on his face. "My only question is why we're still here talking about this. Let's get our asses in gear and go kill some kobolds. We have a city to clear out," he declared firmly, trying to sound as heroic and upstanding as possible.
Unfortunately for him, Nero hadn't put much effort into managing his essence field, and everyone in the room could tell that he was just bored and a little hungry. His essence field's strength had turned him into a broadcaster for his emotions, and unless he trained a bit more on his passive suppression, he'd continue to be an open book for anyone capable of reading him. Standing up from the table, Commander Dahl said firmly, "Very well, you have your deployment orders. I expect House Walker to be at the mountain gate by 11. Knight Angleton knows the procedures. Fight well, and good luck." The meeting ended in silence, everyone filing out of the room. After being quickly shuffled out of the command center, Nero broke the tense silence that they'd all been suffering through the moment he hopped in the cab. "So, that went well, huh? Ready to do our part for Dorchester?" he asked with a grin.
Everyone in the cab, Nick and Vera included, looked at him with blank stares, making it clear that he had embarrassed himself and everyone who knew him. Turning away from the glares, he looked out through the window and said dismissively, "I get it. You're tired. I feel you. That meeting sucked. But hey, we'll soon be fighting clone warrior lizards in an abandoned mountain city built by your forefathers. So we'll be getting all the excitement we can handle soon enough." With a grin, he added, "House Walker is going to war. How cool is that?" Chapter 242. Everyone's working hard. I should sit down. Michael Herring stood off to the side of the platform, calmly watching the arranged memory engrams play on the large holographic projector. While memories in this format were limited to just the visual and auditory spectrums, seeing Lord Walker speak was still impressive. He'd watched these recordings many times, as had everyone else in this room, most likely. However, he still wanted them fresh in their minds when he addressed them. This was the 4th introductory session he was leading, and by now he'd grown used to the process. As one of House Walker's troop leaders, he was responsible for overseeing their forces from a managerial standpoint. He'd volunteered for the opportunity to induct the followers himself, passionately stating that helping them understand why they were here was more important than allowing them to figure it out for themselves. Letting people misinterpret Lord Walker would only end up wasting their potential and hurting House Walker in the long run. When Lord Walker's image faded from view, the hologram above the platform turned off. Returning to the podium at the center of the platform, he looked out over the recruits sitting in their seats. The room they were meeting in was one of the briefing halls in the barracks compound. Normally used for presentations and lectures, each guard barracks had one.
He'd gone around to each barracks and given this speech. It was necessary to prepare them for what their new lives would entail. Almost all the followers of House Walker had moved into the estate's military section, filling up the former guard quarters quite nicely. The buildings were all of the highest quality and clearly intended to house a formidable force. House Dorchin had built them well, and House Walker intended to take full advantage of them. Adding some steel to his voice, he projected loudly, "You've all given up everything to join House Walker. Some of you have left families, jobs, and responsibilities. Others have taken up the opportunity to leave your past mistakes behind you, to clear the obstructions you've accumulated on your path. Regardless, for whatever reason, you're here now." Sweeping his attention across the multiple rows of filled seats, he said, "Many of you have already seen these memories of Lord Walker. Many of you were there to experience them yourselves. However, as a whole, you all lack the context to understand what Lord Walker was trying to tell you." Leaving the podium behind, he began pacing across the platform while he continued. "Lord Walker cares about you all more than you can possibly understand. He wants you all to succeed on your path. House Walker is being built as a place where we can all work together to support each other, without having to give anything up. The sacrifices you will make under House Walker's leadership will be up to you. If you want to do the bare minimum, no one will punish you for that. If you want to leave, you can. While your oaths will be recorded as broken, House Walker will not chase you. Lord Walker has made it clear that he will not enforce any of the lawful strictures that bind you. He only wants those who want to be here. Lord Walker believes House Walker will be a place for adventurers to gather. Adventurers are people who will seek out danger and opportunity, earning coin and honor for doing what is right and good. It requires a certain mindset to be the kind of person who will stand up to the horrors of the world and not fold under the pressure. Lord Walker calls them wackos. The Walker Adventure Company was a term coined by Lord Walker himself. He envisions an entire house of roving wackos who will seek out danger and work together to overcome it. The bonds of camaraderie you will develop with the people seated next to you will be unbreakable. They will allow you to do things you never thought yourself capable of. Noting the expected fire and passion building in their essence fields, he retook his place behind the podium. Softening his tone, he said, "But, as you all know, House Walker is not one of the city's houses. It belongs to the kingdom. Lord Walker is a unique, and, as such, is a citizen of no single city. As his oath-bound followers, now you aren't either. Your fates are tied to House Walker, so long as you wish to follow him. Being a wacko is about more than just facing danger without fear in your heart. It is about embracing what you are capable of. It's about being the best you can be, and then striving to be more. Every challenge you face, every obstacle you overcome, every person you save, every enemy you kill, they will all pave the path forward, and, in time, will level you higher than you can imagine." Gesturing with his arms wide, he declared loudly, "So, look to the men and women seated next to you. You are responsible for one another, and every victory or defeat is one you will all share. House Walker is your home now, and it is up to you to ensure its foundation is solid.
Having ended his prepared speech, he was about to walk off the platform, letting the next speaker, who'd be giving out assignments, step forward, when he heard a voice call out from the assembled followers.
"Is it true that you once faced Lord Walker in battle?" The anonymous voice shouted with enthusiastic curiosity. Not expecting the question, Michael visibly paused mid-step before returning to the podium. Keeping his voice calm, he replied, "Yes. Yes, I did." Feeling the ether in the room boiling with the expectation of the story, he took a deep breath and began. "When I first met Lord Walker, I was working as a hunter. My team and I were not the best people. We occasionally took jobs that weren't what any would call good when we needed the money. Therefore, when word came down that someone was looking to make a new noble disappear in the wilds, a new noble who was barely out of his awakening, we accepted the contract." Pausing at the podium, memories of the event flowed over him, his body reflexively shivering in fear. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, he continued, "We ambushed Lord Walker and his party, killing everyone but him almost instantly. However, Lord Walker wasn't so easy to put down. He alone stood against us." Michael then fell silent, remembering the team members he'd lost that day. The entire meeting hall seemed to hold their breath, waiting patiently for him to resume his story. Unable to stop themselves, that first voice who'd asked the initial question shouted, "Then what happened?" Eyes hardening, he looked out into the room to focus on the enthusiastic young man who was eagerly awaiting to hear how Lord Walker survived. "Suffice it to say, I'm the only one of my team to have survived the experience. Lord Walker required a prisoner, someone to interrogate," he added in a whisper loud enough to carry through the silence. Shaking off the memories, he said, "Lord Walker does not quit. He does not accept things that he does not want to. He is an adventurer, body, mind, and soul. When faced with an obstacle, he destroys it. My team and I were his obstacles that day, and we were destroyed. For whatever reason, Lord Walker personally saw value in redeeming me. He petitioned the Tower of Law to give me a chance to return to my path. Later, through chance or destiny, I was lucky enough to experience him showing me and many others how to walk that path. He showed us the way forward. And now you all have been given that same chance. I suggest you seize it." Without another word, he walked off the platform. Inside, he was feeling the burning need to push forward, to prove himself worthy of the chance he'd been given. He was not just the criminal scum he used to be, or the butcher's boy without any prospects. He was something more. He was a wacko. One of the Walker's wackos. Nero had experienced enough of the local culture to understand that everyone in the carriage was busy multitasking with their links. Kathleen and Angleton were holding a conversation while sending out orders. Vera was interjecting when appropriate, coordinating their supplies and support while doing the same over hers. Even Nick was sitting there semi-slack-jawed while focusing on his link. Nero, on the other hand, felt a little annoyed at not having anything to do. While it was nice that nobody was asking him to participate in the planning, he didn't like the fact that he wasn't in control of anything. This is why I didn't want to call my house House Walker. Something with my name on it should probably involve me, he thought sourly, while ignoring the hushed conversations going on around him. From the context, he could tell that they all had it handled, and he could just imagine the furious preparations that were going on back at the estate in response to the rapid-fire pings they were sending out. Yes, he knew about the pings because he was being CC'd on everything they were sending. His link kept reminding him.
With nothing better to do, Nero connected to the Thought Hub through his link and skimmed what they were sending him.
There were deployment orders to the various levels they'd set up,
supply requisition orders, wagon and transport requests, and typical stuff that sounded official and important. He ended up reading one of the earlier pings from start to finish. It was a chain of replies back and forth between the house leadership about how they were going to set up his house's forces. Unsurprisingly, it looked like everyone eventually ended up agreeing with Kathleen. His house would be using the same formation system that some of the northern houses used. She would be the battle leader, the one in charge of everything. Below her were the battle commanders, who were mostly taken from Knight Angleton's former forces. Then came the troop leaders, who managed multiple team leaders. From what Nero could tell, it was a system designed for flexibility, with no permanent assignments.
When needed, they could come together to form a cohesive force. But they could just as easily break up into teams of 5 and act like hunter squads. On paper, it sounded good, but he thought the system was overly complicated. It looked like they'd need to specifically assign everyone to teams before every deployment. Every time. Shivering at the thought of how much paperwork that would entail, Nero closed the ping and hid it far away in one of the folders he'd set up for pings he wanted to save. No longer interested in following along with their pre-battle planning, Nero instead chose to open one of the books he'd saved on his link. This particular book was one about spell design theory, which he'd found in his new library. While 80% of it was confusing as hell, the remaining 20% continued to give him ideas on how to futz with the few spell forms he'd managed to mostly understand. After leaving their cab and taking a teleporter back to the estate, Nero got to see exactly what he'd expected to see upon his return. The entire grounds were filled with people running around like they were late for work. Crates of supplies were being loaded into carts, horses were being saddled and hooked up to transport wagons. The ether around him hummed with controlled chaos. Not knowing where he should be headed, he decided to tag along with Kathleen, who was slowly accumulating people around her as she walked. One after another, people were quickly briefing her on what was being done. Like a roving efficiency machine, she curtly and firmly replied to every one of them and sent them back off like a boss. All it took for him to be ignored was a little flex of effort into his essence field. He didn't know why, and he didn't care, but he was getting pretty good at hiding himself with that essence technique former evaluator Quincy had shown him. Overall, he found the atmosphere surprisingly professional. He could only assume that Vera was behind everyone wearing tabards with his house's symbol on them. The gray and teal highlights gave the people a surprising amount of uniformity, despite everyone being in different kinds of armor. The only exceptions were the people in robes, who had acquired a house patch over their chest for some reason. Through his essence field, he was able to see hundreds of people creating the wagon train that would be heading off for the war. It was an odd sight, considering that around the main road leading up to his estate was a manicured landscape that wouldn't look out of place in an Emily Post fantasy reimagining. Chuckling to himself, Nero noticed a random guy pushing a wheelbarrow full of manure. Thinking about it logically, it made sense that someone had to be the one to clean up after the horses. Watching closely, he saw the guy skillfully use telekinesis to swipe another hunk of dung out from under a carriage and deposit it onto the rest of his collection. The casual display of powers once again highlighted to him how commonplace things like that were here. Shaking his head, Nero realized that he'd misplaced Kathleen and her entourage. Oops, he thought to himself before looking around in confusion. Using his essence field, he quickly found the group she was leading around, but decided that it wasn't worth chasing after her. He was already carrying all the supplies he'd need, and there wasn't anything for him to do here. He'd be better off finding a quiet place to sit his ass down and maybe do some reading. Until there were kobolds to kill, there was no point in him just walking around like a useless manager pretending to look busy. Near the front of the wagon train, Nero found the wagon he'd been assigned to in the deployment orders Kathleen sent out. It was as empty as he'd hoped, with only the driver there to do the final checks on the tack for the horses.
Silently slipping into the back under the canvas top, Nero took his seat along one of the benches. The wagon itself was utilitarian to the point of being almost ironic. He could tell that it was a fancy version of a transport wagon due to the padded seats and ornate woodwork. However, keeping with the cultural norm of everything being built for purpose over vanity, the benches were lined up exactly like they would be for a means of common troop transport. Taking advantage of the temporarily empty wagon, Nero pulled out his trusty wooden stump from his personal space to use as a footrest and closed his eyes. Intent on taking advantage of the time before people began showing up, Nero accessed his link and started reading. Not 10 minutes later, he was brought out of his book by a sense of wrongness in the ether. Opening his eyes, he uncrossed his arms and put away his stool.
His essence senses were practically screaming that something was wrong. There was a warpage to the essence flows that stood out like a bump in the ether, and it was moving. "Spying noble bastards," he muttered to himself before tweaking his essence to hide himself. Jumping out of the back of the wagon, he silently stalked the hidden infiltrator, intent on stopping them from doing whatever it was they came here to do. He moved through the crowd like a wraith. It was kind of weird to be hidden while in full sunlight, and he felt rather stupid stalking around like he was some kind of assassin while everyone went on about their business. Realizing that there was no point in crouching, he forced himself to stand up. Slipping between the wagons, he eventually tracked down the disturbance in the ether, noticing that it was moving through the crowd with purpose. He wasn't sure why, but he got the distinct impression that it was heading somewhere specific. Was it meeting someone? Had the house he'd set up already been filled with spies? Keeping his presence as hidden as possible, Nero followed along. Having to dodge people who were working was rather annoying, and it felt like it took more effort to move to the crowd while hidden rather than when he wasn't. He could only chalk it up to people having a sixth sense about running into people that pickpockets and children naturally exploited. Eventually, he came to a stop when the person hiding themselves met up with others who were equally hidden. He couldn't tell how many there were, but when they came together, their essence-hiding technique seemed to merge into one large blob of warped essence flows. To Nero, it looked like a bubble of wrongness in his essence field, not doing anything, but still wrong. Gently, and from behind an exquisitely landscaped bush, he reached out with his essence field and probed the disturbance. Despite not needing to, it just felt wrong to be hiding without finding a bush to peek out from behind. He didn't want to tip them off, but he needed to understand what he was looking at. The bubble of essence reminded him of something, but he couldn't remember why. He knew he'd seen something like this before, but wasn't exactly sure where. Like an unfolding origami paper plane, he lifted the essence flows and peeked behind the curtain. Widening his eyes, he was surprised to see the evaluators all standing there like idiots in a circle, chattering away without a care in the world. The Blackwoods have been trying to drum up support to cause problems for the expanding trading houses. But Lady Verena has had too much of a head start. She'd already had plans in place for multiple trading houses in every gate, and the only thing slowing her down is the availability of trustworthy people to run them, one of the evaluators said. Nero thought her name was Iddy or Drew or something. Another evaluator spoke up. "Shouldn't be a problem. I can arrange for her to get a list of a few minor houses that have been looking for opportunities. I've looked into them enough to know that they'd feel grateful for the opportunity." Quincy, still obviously in charge despite the fact that the evaluators were no longer wearing their stupid hat lights, ordered, "Be sure to keep your tracks hidden. We can't afford to let House Walker's burgeoning leadership know how much we're doing for them. They need to build up trust in themselves if they're ever going to accomplish anything." A dour-looking evaluator added, "This is a delicate time for any house. Right after a founding, many entrenched powers will do everything they can to pull them down. Having House Verena as a subordinate house will help, as they've been preparing for their ascension for years. But House Walker cannot rely on them forever. Iddy, Drew, or maybe it was Dora, replied, "They can't work against House Walker because House Walker isn't a house in this city. They can only attack its local support structure, and that means House Verena is the target. As long as we keep foiling their plans against House Verena, House Walker can fight the kobolds without worrying about politics. Lord Walker and his house need to present a strong showing, or any hope of getting quest requests from the other cities will be ruined." Quincy replied firmly, "Leave that to Lord Walker. I'm sure he'll be able to handle the fighting. That Averard woman is managing his forces well, and I doubt she has any intention of embarrassing herself with a failure on her record. That woman will be a powerful figure in her own time. Legends will be spoken of Walker's hands, just as much they will be speaking about him. People will remember the name, Kathleen Averett." For Nero, it was odd to see the normally kind and docile Quincy looking all superior and serious. Typically, the man's essence field radiated warmth and trust, not dominance. Seeing the man skillfully adjust how he was perceived by those around him was suddenly giving Nero ideas. While he'd known about the evaluators leaving their jobs to follow him, he hadn't thought much about what they'd been up to. They'd not been part of the formal oath-giving ceremony, and had basically joined him through paperwork. Vera had tried to explain to him the details, but he'd found the whole thing too complicated and culturally weird. Not to mention that every time he heard about people giving him everything they owned and pledging their loyalty to him, it gave him heartburn. Keeping himself hidden, he turned away from the secret council of support he'd discovered.
He didn't know why they were so intent on hiding themselves, but as long as they were working for the betterment of his house, which it sounded like they were, then he'd just as soon stay out of it. Despite his name being on the letterhead, he didn't feel like it was his place to pry. Don't lie to yourself. You just don't care enough to get involved, which you'd have to if they knew you were aware of what they were doing. He mentally mocked himself for his laziness. Returning to his assigned wagon while still in the stealth technique he'd been abusing, Nero hopped back up under the canvas covering. Seeing Nick sitting in the wagon alongside Archmage Jennings, Nero unconsciously stopped paying attention, ruining his hold on his essence field. Seeing him appear out of nowhere, Nick's head whipped around to stare at him. Archmage Jennings, on the other hand, didn't look in the least bit surprised to see him. "What the hell are you two doing here? You know what? Never mind.
I've got a book I want to finish before we head to the mountain," Nero declared, before waving offhandedly and adding, "Go about your business. Pretend I'm not even here." Ignoring the looks on their faces, Nero pulled out the wooden stump he'd been carrying around for who knows how long and took his seat. Decisively crossing his feet up on the stump, he closed his eyes and tried to return to his book. Archmage Jennings' voice interrupted him before he could even begin. "Nero, we need to have a discussion about the dwarves. They've set a team to fight with House Walker, and they've made it clear that they're only here for you. They didn't hesitate to let the nobles and army command know that they couldn't care less about whether or not we humans succeed in our attempts to retake the mountain city. Apparently, King Mithril-Spike made a promise to you?" he finished, as though it was a question, but Nero could tell that it really wasn't one.
Opening one eye to glare at the Archmage, Nero replied, "I don't remember any promise about dwarves fighting with me." Suddenly remembering some of the conversations he'd had with the dwarves while they'd been drinking with each other, he added, "Oh, never mind. But that was just the beer talking. Don't worry, I'll talk to them. It'll be fine." Both Archmage Jennings and Nick exchanged a knowing look that set Nero's danger sense off. "Don't do that. I said it'll be fine. I can handle the dwarves, and Kathleen will be happy to have the extra manpower. Dwarf power, whatever. We can talk about it when she gets here. She's busy getting everyone moving. And until then, I'm going to work on finishing this book."
There's a section in here about adding the property of burning to water spells without vaporizing it. So I'm busy, he declared firmly, before crossing his arms in a huff and closing his eyes to concentrate on his book. Why worry?
Leaning back in her chair, Lord Halima Cosgrave sighed heavily.
And why do you believe that the dwarves won't be honoring the agreement? The aide alongside Lord Renard said firmly, 20 dwarves under the command of King Mithril-Strike's right hand arrived less than an hour ago at the mountain gate. According to the dwarf Crusher, they're there to honor the agreement they had with Lord Walker. Lord Renard, sounding both annoyed and outraged, added, We won't stand for it. A lot of us put a great deal of effort into getting everything in place in a short amount of time to honor the agreement the capital reached with the Dwarven Council, and we expect those bearded bastards to honor it in turn. They've been burning through essence crystals to bring in more of their kind and wasting our resources left and right. Lord Cosgrave looked out at the group of assembled nobles and their aides, thinking to herself that things were slowly spiraling out of her control.
If the nobles here ignored the edict declaring house warfare suspended, then the Tower of Law would certainly call in the populators to act as adjudicators, which was absolutely the last thing she needed to be dealing with at the moment. Trying to keep the tone in the room calm, she did what she could with her presence in the ether. While everyone of some standing had similar abilities and would be aware of what she was doing, they would at least recognize what she was trying to accomplish. I understand your concerns, but you need to understand that I cannot control what the dwarves will do. I'm sure you've all done your research and know what they're like. I can assure you that they will live up to the agreement, and trade contracts with them will be distributed accordingly. I'm sure the agreement in question that they reached with Lord Walker, specifically the one that they are talking about, was not the one which made him and his local ties their sole contact, she said placatingly, making it clear that their interests would not be ignored. Another lord, Lord Mosgrave, stepped forward. You say that, but how can you be sure? House Verena, with the support of House Walker, has already taken control of almost 60% of the city's shipping capacity. Even with the exterior shipping lines being cut off due to the density shift, they are still growing. With their new trading houses and manufacturing concerns they acquired after your consort tried to kill Lord Walker, they are economically more powerful than their status deserves. As the lord of the city, you're required to monitor the ladder and keep things in balance. House Verena doesn't have the numbers to cover what they're trying to do. We need actions, not words, he said gravely.
Lord Cosgrove knew House Verena. Having recently acquired almost all of House Walker's local assets, was now disproportionately economically powerful. Through chance and fate, a house that hadn't existed during the last ladder evaluation was now a powerful force in the city's political field. Its rise was both unprecedented and awkward. The city and its political system needed time to fit them into the existing structure. Standing up from her chair, she removed any trace of kindness from her face, which already hadn't been all that much. Glaring at everyone in the room, she said, I said that I understood your concerns, and I do. If you wish me to act, then I will. Ordering an immediate revaluation of the ladder's standings is within my power. Is that what you want? During a war? How many towns and villages under your control are currently vacant? How many of your holdings are currently showing losses? House Verena is making money hand over fist, and their people are happy.
Do you think they don't deserve the success that they've had? They are tied to a unique. Ignore for the moment the fact that House Walker wasn't even on our ladder long enough to be evaluated, and think about how quickly Lord Walker rose to power. I, for one, will not forget the fact that both my heirs and one of my former consorts took it upon themselves to try and stop his rise, and are now dead. Do any of you think you can do better? Violate the noble war suppression edict and see what happens. I will ensure that the dwarves honor the agreement with the capital, as I've said I would. Beyond that, if you wish to fight House Verena economically, I can't stop you. But bear in mind that you need to stay within the bounds of the law.
House Verena is run by Lady Salvatore Verena, and I very much would like to see how that goes for you. Turning her attention to the new Lord Blackwood, who was standing off to the side and a little to the back of the group, she added, I believe House Blackwood can attest to how unlikely your success in that arena might turn out to be. Nero probably should have been more surprised than he was when the war caravan finished getting ready in short order. He'd known that he'd somehow acquired an abnormally competent group of people to run House Walker for him, but he still frequently underestimated them. Whether it was due to him not being used to people being good at their jobs, or just basing his estimated timetables on how long it would take for him to do anything, that wasn't a particular thread he wanted to pull. He'd barely gotten through a chapter of his book when Knight Angleton, Natalie Keening, and 3 other people hopped up into the back of the wagon with him, Nick, and Archmage Jennings. Before they even had a chance to find their seats, Nero felt as much as heard Kathleen's voice carry through the ether. "Move out!" her disembodied voice shouted, echoing through his head like an earworm. Rubbing his temples, Nero closed the connection to the link he'd had opened. What in the hell was that? Damned woman's a menace, he muttered under his breath, in a rhetorical whisper. While everyone was busy chattering away, being all serious, Nick heard his muttering and replied, Battlefield essence projection. It's a useful skill for when battle hubs and essence connections haven't been set up. It's not all that different than how you can essence project your voice with intent. Typically, essence connections are a skill developed in the South, as the North tends to be very direct with their skill focus. Interestingly, battlefield essence projection has found a place among sub-commanders and sergeants who are tasked with... Interrupting him, Archmage Jennings said, I don't believe he was asking for the history of the skill's development. He's just complaining about the resonance he felt, due to the fact that he was connecting too deeply to the ambient essence flows. Nick, ever helpful, said, Oh, right. Nero, you need to remember that when you're laying your presence over a wide area to keep your touch light. Holding on to that much essence isn't practical at your level, or any level for that matter. Sensing should be limited to just spreading out your awareness, not your control. One of the people Nero didn't recognize joined in on the conversation. Lord Walker, if I may, as a skilled sensor, I found that only overlaying my presence when I need to is the correct approach when I'm not actively scanning for threats. You should only push your limits when you're training, otherwise you won't be able to keep up with your control skill levels. Nick added, That's right, you don't want your range to exceed your control. How are your skill levels, in essence, monitoring in relation to your range? Nero, having very rarely, if ever, bothered looking at his skill panel, replied awkwardly, They're fine. I haven't really touched too much on the skill stuff just yet. Don't worry, it's on the list of things I need to read about. Archmage Jennings, sensing that the conversation was quickly turning into an impromptu lecture, stepped in. We can discuss how to assess and manage your skills at a later date. Now that we have your attention, we need to talk about the dwarves. Knight Angleton, suddenly pausing the conversation he was having with the 2 people next to him, said, What about the dwarves? As the wagon was designed with 2 opposing rows of seating facing each other, Knight Angleton was able to lean himself over the middle imposingly. Nero, being seated next to the Archmage, with Nick across from him, felt surrounded. All I wanted to do was have a few hours of rest before we showed up at the mountain to do some reading. These people need to learn to lighten up, he thought to himself. His voice was utterly serious when Archmage Jennings met Knight Angleton's eyes and said, The dwarves have sent a small contingent to join House Walker during their push into the upper mountain. It seems King Mithril Strike has decided to honor his pledge to aid House Walker
in its fight against the kobolds. Seemingly unhappy with the development, Knight Angleton asked, "I thought the dwarves were going to be too busy to get involved. Don't they have a city to build and their own mountain to defend?" Archmage Jennings nodded and replied, "They do, but I believe King Mithrilstrike wants to make his intentions to honor the pact he made with House Walker, despite circumstances not allowing him to." Scowling, Knight Angleton asked, "Where did they get the available warriors? Wasn't their contingent too small to spare anyone?" Nick added, "Until they get their dwarven essence tunnels set up, they won't be bringing any of their citizenry over." Offhandedly correcting him, Archmage Jennings said, "They call them rune tunnels, and they don't have any set up yet. The troops they've brought over came from the capital. They've been portaling dwarves over every few hours since they arrived. The essence crystal cost is being afforded to them on credit as part of the agreement they reached with the kingdom." "Does the city have that many essence crystals to spare with everything that's going on?" asked one of the people Nero didn't recognize. Glancing over at her, Nero thought the woman looked hard. She was definitely a fighter, and most likely one of the elites that used to be part of King Angleton's forces when they were still under the army. It was at times like this that Nero realized how ridiculous that people like her had chosen to follow him. Knight Angleton and his people had agreed to give up everything to join House Walker, and he really didn't understand why. Responding to her question, Archmage Jennings replied, "It doesn't matter if they do or not. The city is required by law to honor the agreement. In time, they'll be reimbursed." The woman replied angrily, "Time the city may not have. Those essence crystals would be better spent in service of the war, not in bringing over dwarves for a city that may, someday in the future, provide economic value." Archmage Jennings sighed and replied, "I'm not disagreeing with you. Furthermore, that leads rather smoothly into my point." Turning to address Nero, he said, "Dwarves, by their very nature, tend to go wherever they want. Right now, that is with you. Whatever you did to make them like you, it worked." Nero, surprised at the turn in conversation, replied, "What do you mean, whatever I did? You were watching the whole time. All I did was offer them a few beers and teach them a drinking game. If they're inserting themselves into the war to help us, I don't see how that is my fault, let alone a bad thing. I say let them." Knight Angleton said, "It's not that simple, my lord. Dwarves are not a controllable factor. They'll do what they want, where they want, how they want. Everyone knows this. The last thing we need is them interfering with our operations." Archmage Jennings added, "That's correct, Nero. As the reason they're here, you'll need to keep them from causing any problems." Nero looked around the rumbling wagon as everyone swayed a little from the ride, surprised to see everyone staring at him in silence, seemingly waiting for him to say something encouraging. Sure, I'll talk to them. But what is it exactly that you're worried about? It seems like you're expecting them to blow up the mountain or something," Nero said with some worry. Nick offered Nero the required explanation. "Not exactly, but dwarves are known to think differently than humans. They tend to ignore anyone's opinion but their own. Historically, when humans and dwarves work together, there is a great deal of tension. Dwarves don't listen to anyone's orders but their own. They are, at best, an unstable factor on the battlefield, and at worst, a problem needing to be worked around." Archmage Jennings added, "Dwarves are not humans, and normally don't particularly like them. The fact that you managed to forge any sort of relationship in a single afternoon is surprise enough, but having them pledge to defend your house as an ally, as if you were a friendly clan they want to support, is so out of character for them that it has people worried." Nero replied quickly, "You mean nobles? The nobles are worried." Archmage Jennings replied, "Yes, Nero, the nobles. They just interfered with the trading agreement you reached with the dwarves, and now see the dwarves honoring what they think may have been part of that agreement.
Various people, including the city lord, have tried to reassure them that the agreement the dwarves had reached with the capital is still in effect, but I doubt very much any of them are comforted by that fact.
They know as well as anyone that the dwarves will interpret things however they want.
Nero frowned, for some reason rather insulted at the implication that dwarves may be less than honest in their dealing with humans. They didn't strike me as all that untrustworthy. I think the nobles may be projecting a bit there on that one. It's not a matter of dwarves being untrustworthy. The agreement the Dwarven Council of Kings reached with the kingdom is set in stone. However, King Mithril mind is his own. Every dwarven king is like that. He'd honor the agreement to the letter if everything had gone smoothly. However, with you having had to agree to some bureaucracy in order for that agreement to still be valid, he may choose to ignore it. I can't stress to you how much that might anger the nobles. I shouldn't have to explain to you why the idea of you and your allies being the only trading partner with the dwarves is untenable, do I? He asked angrily. Nero, not intimidated, replied, "No, I get it. The dwarves were supposed to be a trading partner for the whole city, and that offhanded proposal I had to trade the mountain for exclusive trading rights screwed that up. I still don't see how any of this is my fault. I agreed to the paperwork nonsense that backdated, updated, or reworked the land rights however the local council of leadership wanted. What else could they possibly want from me?" Archmage Jennings replied, "They want you not to develop such a close relationship with the dwarves. The dwarves are supposed to be partners with the city, not just House Walker. You're not even a local house. Can you really blame them? After you leave Dorchester, your local representative, House Verena, will become too powerful if they manage to become the sole trading partner of an entire city that is barely 2 days' travel away from here.
The local nobility will have no choice but to declare a noble war and wipe House Verena out, if only so that they don't completely lose control of the situation." Nero nodded in understanding while rubbing his chin in thought. "Yeah, that would be bad. But what am I supposed to do to? I already agreed not to be the only go-between the dwarves and the city." Nick, who, as the Lord of House Verena, seemed suddenly very invested in the conversation, replied, "You need to make it clear to the dwarves that you both value their friendship and respect their choice to help House Walker fight the kobold threat, but you cannot be their only trading partner. The agreement the Council of Kings had with the kingdom must stand. Otherwise, the local nobility will come together and crush us." They might not be able to act right now, as under the law the city is at war, but once the kobold threat is handled, they'll have free rein to kill off your connection to the city, which is House Verena. Nero, uncharacteristically serious, replied, "They'd really wipe out your house in retaliation for this?" Nodding, Nick replied, "They'd kill us all to stop us from rising that quickly, and they'd have every right to. An economic advantage like that is too much for them to put up with. We'd have to fight for control of the city, remaking it as our own in the process. House Verena isn't nearly ready for that level of a fight. Altogether, we barely have 30,000 troops. We'd be massacred." Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Nero stuttered, "You have 30,000 troops?" Nodding, Nick replied calmly, "Between the guards and forces working multiple duties, yes. Vera has been slowly building up our forces for years in preparation for when I took up my lordship."
You've pushed her to act quicker than she'd like, but she's handling it. But if you can't get the dwarves to live up to their side of the agreement with the city, her preparations won't be enough to save us."
Thinking about it, Nero figured many of the troops Nick was talking about were probably the guards and people Vera had running the precision shipping company. They were spread out over the entire city, and when put in relation to how large the city was, that actually didn't sound like that many. The city was huge. Like Rhode Island huge. Or at least he thought it was. He'd never had a comprehensive understanding of how large a space it actually took up.
The one time he'd seen Nick presented as a model, he couldn't accurately conceptualize what he was looking at. Rubbing his temples, Nero asked, "And how many people or troops do I have now?" Knight Angleton replied, "Altogether, probably around 800.
1,500 if you include the mercenary and guard forces on joint assignment with House Verena. However, most of those are either out working as hunters or guards."
Nero, utterly and completely confused, said, "I don't remember there being nearly that many people at the ceremony thing we just held. Were there?" Nick, along with the others, chuckled awkwardly before saying,
"Nero, those who took the oath in front of you at the ceremony were various levels of adherence. Almost all of them will be with you for life. Very few of them will be staying here in Dorchester to manage your estate."
Knight Angleton added, "We who took the life oath will be fighting and serving you wherever you travel. Other than our service to House Walker, there is nothing more for us. We will not found our own houses, earn titles, or do anything other than serve House Walker. Local forces are what would be used in a noble war, as they are the ones who could affect local politics.
While you could deploy us to act in support of your sub-house, House Verena, we could not raise House Walker's position in the city, because it has none."
Nero, somewhat understanding what they were saying, tried another angle. "I get that, I do. You've all made that abundantly clear to me. What I'm asking is that if I have so many people under House Walker, then why are there only a couple hundred people going with us to the mountain? And how many people or troops is the army sending alongside us? Aren't there only like 3 tunnels going into the upper city?" Many people in the wagon exchanged awkward looks, making Nero feel like he'd been missing something. Archmage Jennings said,
"Nero, House Walker is only bringing around 300 troops because the others are all either not suited for this type of combat or busy doing other things for House Walker. You and your forces aren't expected to clear out the entire upper city on your own. Yes, there are 3 main tunnels to the upper city, but there are countless other small tunnels that connect everything. Just in the upper city, the army will be deploying at least 100,000 troops at the minimum. You still don't understand the size of the city you are in, do you?"
Shocked, Nero remembered how large the battle with the kobolds on the surface was. There were troops all over the place, as far as he could see at the time. The numbers were too high for him to estimate, so he hadn't bothered trying to think about it. Rubbing his hands over his face, he asked helplessly, "Then why does House Walker's measly 300 troops matter at all? Let alone the fact that we'll have some dwarves with us. We'll barely make up a fraction of the forces the city is sending out. We had the whole meeting thing with the commander of the entire freaking army. Why did he need to personally get involved at all?"
"We're just small time." Archmage Jennings replied, "Yes, your forces are small, but your position is not. As a unique, you're on a quest for the city. Despite you not supposed to be having a large impact on the fighting, considering what you did to the kobold forces in the last battle, can you honestly expect the local forces not to consider you a person of note?" Waving away the backhanded compliment, Nero replied, "That thing with the essence explosion was just an accident. I sure as hell won't be doing that again. I barely understand how I did it in the first place." Archmage Jennings replied, "We're getting off topic. The point is, you have to get the dwarves to acknowledge that they'll stick to the trading agreement the Council of Kings set up with the kingdom. If you don't, I don't know that I'll be able to stop them from eventually destroying House Verena and cutting off your local ties. Without that support, your house will not be able to support itself, and will have to return to Hennings and take up quests directly from the capital."
Waving his arms in annoyance, Nero said loudly, "But I've never even been to Hennings. How am I supposed to return there?" Nick, his tone serious, replied,
"As a unique, that's where your citizenship with the kingdom is based, and where your house is from.
Nero, now thoroughly pissed at how complicated this conversation has become, declared, "Fine, whatever, just stop talking. None of this political crap makes any sense to me. I just want to kill some bad guys and save the day. I'll handle the dwarves. When we get wherever it is we're going, I'll talk to them." Leaning over to look toward the front of the wagon, which was hidden behind a wooden barrier, he added, "By the way, how long is this trip going to take?
And why aren't we just teleporting there?"
Nick, seeing as Nero was no longer interested in listening to anything serious at the moment, replied,
Around 5 hours. The cost to teleport everyone instead of just riding there would be wasteful to the point of idiocy. Luckily, your estate isn't all that far from the gate attached to the mountain city's entrance. Nero, spreading out his senses, looked around the environment they were traveling through and gave Nick a blank stare. "We're still inside the city, right?" Nick replied, "Yes." Nero asked, "Then why is there a forest around us?" Nick, face-palming, replied, "Because the city is large, Nero." Frowning, Nero asked, "If there is this much open space, then why is everyone talking about a population problem, with all the villages evacuating here?" Archmage Jennings, looking angrier and more annoyed than usual, replied, "Where do you think the council is trying to put everyone?"
Demons and devils from all the hells below. Nero, I know that you aren't from here, but read a damn book about where you are. With his piece said, Jennings flashed in a bright golden light, filling the shaded wagon with enough glare that everyone was forced to cover their eyes. Seeing everyone recovering, only to begin staring at him, Nero offered them a shrug before saying, "Well, that was a bit much. I think the stress of his job is finally getting to him. I hope I don't end up like that when I'm an all-powerful wizard with a tower. If you ask me, he's being a bit of a drama queen, getting all worked up over people just asking a few questions." Sighing, Nick said, "Nero, you need to learn to start taking some of these things more seriously." Glaring at him, Nero replied, "No, I don't. You all need to learn to lighten up. I'll handle the dwarf thing, and that will be that. The nobles will always be a problem, and assholes will always be assholes. If I let stuff like this ruin my mood, then I'll spend all my time worrying about everything. I'm just going to continue focusing on the fact that I'm heading off to war against an army of evil lizards bent on world conquest, preparing my magic powers to fight them, and looking forward to seeing my new friends, the dwarves. 99% of the problems people end up all bent out of shape about are completely out of their hands. If the nobles end up declaring a noble war, I'll just take you and Vera with me. Screw 'em. If they want to handle the dwarves, they're more than welcome." Turning to look up into the air, Nero added, "And all of you douchebags that are watching can take a message to your employers. Do you think that I won't burn the bridges behind me when I leave? Try me. The last thing you want is a city of drunken dwarves pissed off at you for ruining the only positive relationship they've developed since they arrived here. There aren't any problems unless you make them.
"Learn your lessons and stop being such self-involved, egomaniacal douchebags."
Done ranting, Nero threw his feet back on the stump which had been slid out of the middle of the wagon, and crossed his arms in a huff. "I'm going to get back to my reading. Feel free to talk about me while I ignore you," he told everyone. Muttering to himself, he said, "Giant-ass cities, run by committee. No surprise they end up talking themselves into wars with each other all the time. Assholes." Chapter 244. Realizing how small he is. Crusher and his dwarves had taken over a corner of the square, where they'd been told House Walker would arrive. Leaning against one of the makeshift war wagons they'd built the night before, he thought about what his king had told him. Neither he nor anyone else liked how the local nobility had handled House Walker. Interfering with clan politics was considered extremely rude in dwarven culture, and demanding a newly founded clan to give up its rightful position during a negotiation was grounds for a clan war. Lord Walker was well within his rights to tell them to shove their agreements up their asses and take a walk. It was his mountain they were arguing over, after all. While the humans had fixed the paperwork and made everything legal, King Mithril and the clan understood what had really happened. The local nobility had strong-armed the lad into giving his mountain away. Nobody but the local nobility was happy about the outcome. The young lord stomping off after kicking everyone out was practically proof of their suspicions. These human nobles were not to be trusted. After returning to their rooms, Crusher himself had spoken up for the young lord. He seemed like one of the rare humans that they could get along with, and Crusher recommended that the king keep up the relationship.
Luckily enough, the king had agreed. He'd ordered Crusher and a few warriors to tag along with the lad and see how he handled himself in a fight. If he proved half as worthy with a blade as he did with a mug, then he was a human worth knowing. Besides, this way the clan would get to see how the humans were in a fight. Most of them had never seen a human before they'd come to their lands, let alone seen him fight. They were all curious as to how true the tales were. Rolling his shoulders to relieve some of the boredom, he glanced at his assembled force, happy to see them handling being above ground well. None of them seemed put off by the open air or worried about the crowds of human soldiers around them. He'd picked them all personally from the clan's limited forces, and it was good to see that his judgment had been proven correct. He wasn't sure how long it would take to form his opinion of the lad, but he intended to stick close to him until he could be confident in his report.
The king wanted him to learn about these humans, and especially this housewalker, and Crusher intended to learn everything he could. Nero hadn't read all that many books on any subject yet, but he'd read several comprehensive texts on essence and magic in general. He knew a bit about a bit, and between what he'd learned from Nick and Jennings, he believed he knew enough to understand what he was reading. And what he was reading was beginning to piss him off. One thing that had been central to all video games, fantasy novels, game-lit, litrpg, and tabletop worlds he'd played back on Earth was that the rules were simple. Even complicated magic systems inherently had core aspects that were easy to understand and follow. In many ways, the worlds these authors and creators imagined were much easier to comprehend than real life. Unfortunately, Nero didn't find this world's magic system anything close to simple. Every chapter, every rule, they all had exceptions or qualifiers. According to what he was reading, if he wanted to understand the core principles of magic, he'd have to delve into ethereal physics and planar dynamics, among numerous other subjects. The more he read, the more he realized that this world was just built on different principles than the one he was used to. Of course, that realization also forced him to confront the fact that he hadn't understood his old world all that well to begin with. He understood the basic concepts of things like gravity and light. He had gone to high school. But he'd never wrapped his head around the application of any of those concepts. Hell, no one had. Humans didn't have the ability to interact with those forces without machines acting as a go-between. And no one had built anything that could affect primal forces like gravity or mass, or at least he didn't think they had. But here, in Oglavark, magic was all about affecting reality directly. Technically, you didn't have to understand what you were doing when you created a fireball spell form. You just carved it into the ether with your center, powered it, and then waited for it to do its thing. According to the author of the book he was reading, that was as far as most mages bothered to study. Memorization of hundreds of spell forms and their constituent parts was more than enough for a mage to become skilled in magic. The author made it quite clear how much respect they had for the researchers and spell developers who did the actual work required to build the knowledge base mages used to construct their spells.
opening his eyes a bit to sneak a peek at Nick, who was enthusiastically explaining the history behind the mountain city they were on their way to liberate from the kobolds. Nero tried to imagine an army of people like him, hiding away in towers, studying the fundamental forces of creation, so that spell developers could find new and inventive ways to kill each other. Shaking off the pessimistic thought, Nero chided himself for being unfair to his friend. He needed to remember that this was its own wholly realized world, and was not some fantasy game that worked on a simple system that he would ever understand. Or, at least, not one he'd understand any time soon. And his old world wasn't any different. People at universities were given grants to study any number of completely bonkers concepts that eventually were turned into things he used every day. Studying wave dynamics and energy projection led to the creation of the household microwave. He hadn't needed to understand any of what it took to make it, and he could still use it to make bagel bites. Man, I miss bagel bites, he thought to himself with a sigh. Returning to his thoughts, he tried to wrap his head around how convoluted this world was. Nothing was simple, while at the same time, everything was.
He could use his abilities to interact and influence the building blocks of reality,
but that didn't make it any easier to understand anything. It was like everyone in the world was born with the natural ability to become a car, while not being gifted with the inherent understanding of how an engine worked. It was more than a little disconcerting. He'd grown up in a society based around the simplification of grander concepts into small, discrete analogies that would fit on a Wikipedia page. The fact that summaries wouldn't be enough here was both hard to comprehend and disheartening. Just take it one step at a time, he muttered to himself. That was all he could do. Forces of nature were probably just as confusing back home as they were here, but back home he hadn't needed to understand them. Here, if he wanted to be more than just some guy slinging spells other people developed, he'd have to put in the study hours. He'd have to learn the local equivalent of quantum physics to have a chance in hell of comprehending this world's version of the grand unified theory. All those times Nick had been lecturing him with detailed explanations that he'd glossed over, Nero should have been listening. It simply wasn't enough to get the gist if he wanted to be the kind of mage who could rewrite reality to his whims. And he definitely wanted to be the kind of mage who could rewrite reality to his whims. Temporarily setting his book aside, mentally speaking, of course, as it was nothing more than a projection in his head from his link, Nero opened his eyes to see how the rest of the people in the wagon were doing. He wasn't surprised to see that a few were busy either meditating or sleeping, while others were quietly conversing about the upcoming battle and what they were expecting to see. Traveling in a covered wagon wasn't all that enjoyable from a sightseeing perspective. Spreading out his senses, he noticed that they were no longer in a forest and were now barreling down a wide 4-lane road that resembled a highway. It was weird to see horse-covered wagons speeding along like cars. Nero had grown used to using his essence field to see what was going on around him, and he took a moment to think about how the locals defined the power. Essence fields were what they called the interaction of a person with the world around them. Whether it was their soul, mind, or body, all of it came together to create their essence fields. Different aspects of it allowed for different things, and they had numerous names for each one of them. When a person was using them to look at stuff, they creatively referred to it as a perception field. Nero had found that it was kind of like a giant invisible eyeball that floated around and saw everything within its domain. Unfortunately, he could only focus on one particular area at a time. Whatever he wasn't looking at directly became sort of fuzzy and unfocused. It was like having a 360-degree view of the world that was separate from his eyesight, with a layered ability to perceive the ether and the material plane all mashed together. Like every subject he'd come across, there were scores of studies done that explained how it worked.
It was a combination of his soul's ability to interact with the ether, along with his mind's ability to interpret what it was seeing, and his body's ability to project his influence. Every aspect of a person worked together to form the field, and trying to define which part did what in any particular circumstance was confusing as all hell. Like everything else in the world, it was a combination of factors that all worked together to create a technique. Honestly, he wondered whether it was even worth it to study how it worked. "And we're back to thinking about how complicated everything is here," he complained to himself.
Being not completely delusional, he had to admit to himself that his tendency to try and simplify things was making things difficult. Not to mention making his head hurt. Trying to clear his mind, Nero mentally closed the book he'd been reading. Attempting not to think about anything, he listened to the sound of the wagon wheels flying over the road. It was an odd combination of a car and what he thought a wagon back home probably sounded like. Hours passed as he played with his perception field, learning to see everything while not focusing on anything in particular. It was like trying to learn how to remember what you were seeing out of the corner of your eye, but not really at all. Eventually, the wagon train exited the local version of a highway, and he started seeing people again. The sheer scale of the city was still mind-boggling to him. It was hard for him to keep in mind that everything he was looking at was inside a giant wall that surrounded millions of people, while keeping enough space for entire forests where the rich and powerful could hide their mansions. He wasn't sure which of the gates they were in, but the architecture he was seeing made it clear it wasn't like any of the ones he was used to. The buildings seemed simpler and more uniform. Instead of wood and paint, everything was made of stone. He remembered Nick saying that the areas on the surface had spread out from the mountain city, which had been the first place where the city had begun. Some of these buildings had probably been around for hundreds of years. Some of the people probably were too, now that he thought about it. All too quickly, the people he was seeing changed from average citizens in commoner-type clothes to robed, fancy assholes interspersed among people in armor and tabards. He saw multiple businesses temporarily closed or repurposed for use during the war. Wagons and supplies were being stacked all over the place, and everyone he could see looked busy. Their intensity was even affecting the ether. He could feel it. As the wagon train made its way through the congested streets, Nero noted that more and more soldiers were moving in groups, all in the same direction. Since his perception field didn't really show him anything outside his essence field, he couldn't tell where everyone was going, although he couldn't help but assume they were all headed toward the mountain city's entrance. Nero got to see entire areas being filled with essence cannons and shield generators, among other things that he couldn't identify, but that he recognized from his time fighting the kobolds near their tunnel. Engineers and nerdy-looking people swarmed over them, fidgeting and adjusting things in preparation for sending the tools of war into battle. Market squares that most likely normally held farmers' markets had been turned into mustering fields for soldiers. Rows upon rows of men and women were standing in ranks, listening to their superiors giving last-minute orders from wooden podiums that had been hastily set up. Nero had lost count of how many soldiers he'd seen in the last few minutes. He couldn't help but wonder what percentage of the local population made up the army. He recalled Mick and Vera saying that there were millions of people living in the city, and that was before half the villages and towns in the surrounding area took refuge behind the walls. How many people were they sending into the mountain to fight? 100,000? 200,000? 1,000,000? He had like 300 people. Would his forces even matter? Would he? Shaking off the feeling of insignificance, Nero focused instead on what he was seeing. It was a sight he would hopefully never forget. Hundreds and hundreds of armored fantasy warriors, preparing to storm a mountain full of evil, plane-invading lizards, bent on killing and eating everyone. It was epic. It was awesome. When they'd finally gotten where they were going, the wagons all came to a halt in a line. The horses were almost immediately detached from their harnesses and led away, while he and the rest of House Walker poured out of the back of the wagons like a pimple popping all over the courtyard they'd been assigned. Back under the sun, Nero took a moment to let his eyes adjust as he began looking around. Dropping his jaw, he stared up at the mountain hanging over the city in awe. It was massive, like proper massive. The damn thing took up half the horizon and made him feel tinier than he ever had by comparison. He could see the top of the door to the mountain city over the buildings, and it alone was enough to make him feel inadequate. Never in his life had he seen something so ridiculously massive. And that was including the completely unnecessarily tall walls that surrounded the city. He couldn't understand what the point was of building doors that big. What could they have possibly been trying to allow for entry? Godzilla? "Lad, are you and your clan ready? We've been waiting here for hours for you all to show up," a voice shouted loud enough to overcome the ambient noise going on all around him. Nero turned around to see one of the dwarves he'd met the day before walking up to him, along with two other bearded and armored warriors. Smiling in greeting, Nero replied loudly, "We stopped for breakfast first. Can't go killing kobolds on an empty stomach now, can we?" Walking up to Nero, the dwarf ignored everyone around him to pat him on the back with a laugh. "No, you can't. The king's a dwarf of his word, and he sent us to fight alongside ye. For the duration of this jaunt into the mountain, our axes are yours."
So, where will you have us?
Turning his head, Nero located Kathleen, who was talking to a group of soldiers who he assumed were army based on their tabards. Gesturing with his hand toward her, he said, "That's Kathleen Everett, our battle leader. She's the one who's going to be running the show, and she's the one who's going to give you your orders." Seeing the grimace beginning to form on the dwarf's face, Nero added, "She knows more about war and killing than I do, and I'm not too proud to follow someone better than me at something. If you're to fight with us, then you best get used to it too." Nodding his head, the dwarf replied, "Fair enough, but the king told me that we're to follow you, so where you're going, we're going." Nero didn't bother to argue. Instead, he asked, "How many of you are coming along?" The dwarf replied, "Not too many. Most of us have already left for our mountain. Once the rune mages get the tunnel open, the clan will be coming through. Then the king and the warriors will push the kobolds from their end. There are only 50 of us here to fight with you, and we'll be staying until our king calls for us to come back. Don't you worry, though. A dwarf underground is worth 10 or 20 humans in a fight. We'll do our part." Chuckling at the obvious brag, Nero patted the dwarf's armored shoulder and said, "If you say so. Come on, I'll introduce you." As he led the dwarf toward Kathleen through the crowd, he asked offhandedly, "By the way, what was your name again? You're not that guy Philip or Colin or whatever his name was, are you?" The dwarf, seemingly both offended and amused, replied, "Crusher, boy. Me name's Crusher, and you best remember it." Nero nodded with a smile. "Right. Crusher. You look like a crusher, so remembering that will be easy. Although, if I end up calling you Wesley, don't be offended. Wesley Crusher was a storied hero from one of my people's legends back home, and you remind me of him."
He didn't have a beard like yours, but he was just as socially adept and warm as you are.
Crusher looked over Nero, his bushy brows furrowed in thought. He couldn't tell if the young human lad was insulting him or not, and he wasn't sure if he should be offended. While being compared to a hero sounded good, something about the way the human phrased what he'd said sounded wrong. "Kathleen, allow me to introduce the great dwarf Crusher. He and his dwarves will be joining us in our kobold hunt. His king has asked him to aid us in our fight." Nero shouted loudly upon arriving near Kathleen and the army folks. Turning around, Kathleen looked down at Nero with some annoyance at being interrupted. "Fine. He and his dwarves will be with you and your team. Find Nick, and he'll show you where to go." Looking around at the congested courtyard they'd taken over, Nero asked, "Okay,
But can you help me out here and point me in a direction?"
Kathleen, who'd already returned to her conversation, paused with a sigh. Turning back to Nero, she said, "Use your link, Nero. You're still inside Dorchester's through hub's range. Get with your team. I'm too busy to deal with you right now." Shrugging the cold woman's dismissal off, Nero turned to Crusher and said, "Well, let's go find our teammates. Then we can collect your dwarfs and get this party started." Whispering in a tone that sounded like gravel falling through a blender, Crusher asked, "I thought ye humans made your lessers speak with respect. She sounded like a dwarf." Chuckling, Nero replied, "That's Kathleen in a nutshell. I'm told she's from the north, whatever that means. Everyone seems to take that as an explanation." Glancing over at the dwarf while Nero led him and his two followers through the crowd, Nero added, "I honestly can't wait to introduce you to Nick."
"He's the most human you're probably ever going to meet. I think you're going to love him. Or hate him. Either way, it will be funny." Chapter 245. Off to see the kobolds. Commander Dahl was happy with how quickly the army was adapting to the new operations paradigm. Much happier than he thought he'd be, in fact. Over the past day, he'd received over 20 transfers into his command, directed by the Grand Master himself. Each of them had taken over aspects of his responsibilities, dealing with briefing the Council of Leadership and interacting with the nobles. Several were simply there to ward off personal requests he had been constantly receiving through his link. Even better, the chain of command had been verified by the Grand Master and sent out to all the commanders in the city. No longer would different assignments have isolated command structures. There was now just a singular chain of command across the entire army. How that would work in the future with special assignments and differing areas of responsibility, he didn't know. And he no longer needed to care. According to his new orders, he was simply responsible for the war, and nothing else. As the provisional head of the new operational structure, other commanders and sub-commanders would be handling all that. Now, all he had to do was focus on winning the war, or at least pushing the kobolds out of the mountain city. While standing at the deployment table at Central Command, he stared out over the map the dwarves had sent him. The holographic depiction of how many cities the kobolds had built up throughout the mountain range seemingly mocked him with how out of his depth he was. He'd thought he was just fighting the kobolds in the mountain, but this was just too much. Their numbers would be practically endless. And if any of those cities had developed portals to the kobolds' planar home, then they really would be. He needed to clear out the city as quickly as possible, cut off their tunnels, and rebuild the defenses. The density shift was slowly getting worse, and no matter how many hunters arrived, more and more essence disturbances were being allowed to grow. More and more villages and towns were arriving with their supplies, taking refuge behind Dorchester's walls. Already, several isolated areas within Dorchester's area of influence had been lost to monsters and the beginnings of the beast waves. While the roads weren't unpassable yet, he knew that time was coming. He had months, maybe a year, but not much longer to get the city prepared for what was coming. Sighing deeply, he thought about how outnumbered they were, how much was against them, and how unlikely their chances were. Firming his resolve, he straightened his back and squared his shoulders. Angrily swiping away the hologram, he changed it to the current display of his army's progress through the mountain. One foot in front of the other will get us down our path. There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome, he reminded himself firmly. No matter how many times he'd experienced it,
Nero was still amazed at how intuitive the thought hub was. With a link in his pocket, he could get answers to any question he wanted. It was no wonder people here were willing to walk around with a piece of metal on their temples, connecting their brains to the local equivalent of a central computer. Although Nero still found the entire process suspect, he could understand the appeal. Using his link, he was able to locate Nick in the mustering square easily. It barely took any effort. Nothing more than a thought request sent to the thought hub. After leading Crusher and the two other dwarves through the crowd, Nero found Nick in a serious conversation with Natalie Keening. They were surrounded by a few other people wearing House Walker colors, all of them stoically waiting for the opportunity to go into the mountain and fight for House Walker. Walking up to them, he introduced Crusher to them and then stepped back, eager to see how they'd get along. Just as he'd thought, Nick began immediately assaulting Crusher with questions. The first words out of Nick's mouth were, "Are you a practitioner of runic magic?" Before the dwarf could even formulate a reply, Nick was already changing the subject and inquiring about Crusher's armor, whether it was runically enchanted or simply smithed. While chuckling at the awkwardness, he didn't want the dwarf too pissed off, so he quickly stepped in. "Hold your questions until the end of the class, Nick. Let's let Crusher introduce himself and collect the rest of his friends," he said, patting Nick on the shoulder. Crusher looked less than pleased at the moment, so his voice was rather gruff when he stared up at Natalie and asked, "So, you're the one who's going to be leading our war band?" Looking every bit the professional soldier, she replied, "I suppose I am. I've been requested to incorporate your forces into mine. Am I to understand that you wish to stay near Lord Walker?" Grunting in appreciation of her not wasting words, he replied, "Aye, that I am. I have 50 dwarfs ready for war. Me and a few others will stay near the lad, while you can use the others as you see fit. I'll keep an eye on you, though, so you won't be misusing my warriors. Not if you want to leave this mountain alive." Seeing Natalie's expression becoming a frown, Nero headed off the totally justified reply by saying, "That's fine. We'll treat your warriors the same way we do our own. Until we know how you all fight, we'll be taking things slow. Have no worries about Ms. Keening here. She knows her business." Nodding gruffly, Crusher replied, "I'm sure she does." Turning away, he added, "I'll collect my warriors, and we can head off." Watching Crusher and the two unnamed dwarves walk away, Nero stepped up next to Natalie and said quietly, "Don't mind him. Dwarves are just grumpy by nature. Even when laughing, they sound like they're mocking you. Don't take it personally." Nick, apparently not caring about the tension, asked, "Did you find out if he or any of their warriors are runic casters? I'd like the opportunity to see runic magic in person. From what I understand, it is fundamentally different than spellform-based casting, operating instead on the concept of casters' intentions and the world's interpretation of the ethereal carvings." Glancing over at Nick in amusement, Nero said, "Never change, Nick. Never change." Confused, Nick was about to reply when Natalie interrupted him. "Lord Walker, everything is ready for deployment. We'll be heading in under Knight Angleton's command. You, Lord Verena, and I will be working together, alongside 7 others. I've been ordered to incorporate whoever the dwarves would like into our assault team." Nodding in understanding, Nero replied, "Yeah, I took a quick look at the deployment plans. We're just going to splitting up into teams and clearing rooms unless we find a concentrated area of kobolds. It shouldn't be a problem to let the dwarves tag along." For the next few minutes, Natalie and Nero went over the specifics. He found it more than a little amusing how she continued to hint at the fact that he needed to listen to her and stay out of the fighting as much as he could. She seemed more than a little concerned that he would just run off and try and clear the mountain out by himself, leaving her to have to explain to Kathleen what he was doing. Honestly, he couldn't really fault her for her suspicions based on what he did at the battle on the mountain's surface. However, he did find it funny how uncomfortable she was trying to give him orders. Before long, Crusher showed up with the rest of the dwarves. Together, they looked like a rolling wave of shining metal and hair. The moment they arrived, Knight Angleton and a few other serious-looking soldiers appeared alongside them from out of nowhere. He and Crusher seemed to recognize each other the moment their eyes met, probably due to the relative strength of their presence in the ether. It was an interesting sight for Nero to witness with his perception field, as he could practically see their essence fields clashing. While it wasn't exactly hostile, it was definitely confrontational. Luckily, nothing happened aside from Knight Angleton giving out a few orders and assigning dwarven teams to different troop leaders. The man didn't even bother to stick around long enough to say hi, and promptly headed off after he was done.
Crusher and a few others came over, while the other dwarven teams headed off with their new groups.
"All right, so, are we ready to get moving?" he asked grumpily, apparently unhappy at how long this was taking.
Natalie replied quickly, "Almost. We're just waiting for word from—" Pausing mid-sentence, she turned her head to look out over the courtyard before nodding at nothing. "There it is. We're heading in now. We'll be with the first wave. Lord Walker, if you'd please stay close by, I'd appreciate it," she added, in a tone sounding less like an order than a request. Sighing in acceptance of the fact that he'd probably just have to get used to the special treatment, he replied, "Sure thing, boss." Despite saying that they were heading right in, it still took around 20 minutes before everything was ready. In addition to the team, which altogether counted as 15, dwarves and humans included, there was a wagon with handles for supplies that had to be dragged by manpower.
Nero hesitated to call it a wagon, as it was more like an oversized backward wheelbarrow. The one bright side of having to wait for everyone to get moving was that Nero was able to get his first look at a female dwarf. Apparently, 2 of the dwarves who'd be accompanying them weren't just beardless. For the most part, female dwarves were indistinguishable from the males. They were still short, wide, and imposing. Their faces, however, were much softer and shapely. That, unfortunately, didn't stop them from having the same perma-frown on their faces that every other dwarf did when they were looking around. Nero wasn't sure if they were just unhappy to be among humans, or if they were always like that. He couldn't help but wonder how grumpy they were in general, and what a date between dwarves would even look like. The fact that female dwarves even existed was enough to answer some of the questions he'd been thinking about. As a fantasy race, dwarves could have just been birthed from the earth like elementals, or reproduced in any number of weird ways. Being a binary species made them seem instantly more relatable, and Nero wondered how different they really were from humans. While their essence fields and feeling made it clear that they weren't like him, he could still feel a sense of kinship with them. Something about the way they looked at the world resonated with him, almost more than the humans he'd been living with. Eventually, he ran out of time for serious thoughts as Natalie called for them to move out. Heading toward the mountain, Nero stuck close to her as he'd been asked. Around him, Crusher and his group of 4 dwarves followed along, while the rest of the team marched in rows of 2s. Behind them, 2 burly-looking wackos dragged the wagon. Nero, spreading out his senses, watched the controlled chaos as more and more groups began organizing themselves. Smiling to himself, he noticed Rose's presence gliding along silently, weaving her way in between people who didn't notice her presence. She'd been in the background of his life for a while now, always watching. Now that he'd grown used to noticing people dimming their presence, he had no trouble picking her out of a crowd. While she'd grown quite good at hiding herself, she was no match for his improved ethereal senses. While he walked, he recalled his time in the wilds with Nick and the others. She had always been there, just out of sight, slipping out of his attention,
and just watching. She'd started off as a spy for the former general and had now agreed to follow him as a wacko. He still didn't know why. She hadn't spoken to him about it and hadn't filled out any forms that he'd been aware of. For all he knew, she was now spying for someone else. Honestly, he didn't know why the idea of her being around didn't bother him.
He was 90% sure it wasn't just because she was hot. He just didn't feel like she was much of a threat. Or at least, that's what he kept telling himself. He didn't know why, but her presence being close by made him smile. "It's really impressive, isn't it?" Nick asked. Blinking a few times to come out of his thoughts, Nero noticed Nick looking around at the exterior of the entrance in awe. Now that he was closer, he could see how large the mountain city actually was. Impressive was an understatement. Hundreds of meters across, the entire entryway opened up to a massive chamber that could only loosely be described as a tunnel. Along the sides, there were massive pillars of stone that stretched up to the ceiling. Nero could practically taste the architectural history in the ether. Domed essence lights hung in the air, filling the tunnel with a sense of grandeur and firmness. The place just looked solid. When humans first arrived in the area, this is where we lived. The wilds were too dangerous, despite the efforts of the populators to clear them out. Thousands upon thousands of man-hours went into building the mountain city, creating a safe haven for us to return to while we stretched out above ground. The underground farms and habitats were essential for us for quite some time. It wasn't until we finished the beginnings of the wall that we dared come out above ground, Nick said, sounding like a tour guide. Nero walked in silence as he stared up at the distant ceiling. He hadn't been this impressed with anything since he saw the Hoover Dam, and this was just the entryway. Thinking back to the holographic maps he'd seen, he had trouble wrapping his head around how big this place actually was. Supposedly, it went through the entire mountain, both up and down. And now, it was full of kobolds. "Why did you abandon it?" Nero asked quietly. Nick, ever helpful when it came to a question, any question, replied, "We no longer needed it. Our population took a massive hit during the failed Dorchin rebellion, and many people who'd lived underground took the opportunity to refill the villages and towns who'd lost people in the fighting. Without the need for the space, the Council of Leadership decided to turn off the generators and seal the doors. We knew it would be here if we needed it. Even if the density shift hadn't come, eventually it would have been reopened regardless." A dwarf walking along next to Crusher said from behind them, "Ye lot never should have left the space empty. Unused ruins like these are breeding grounds for dimensional incursions." Looking surprisingly angry, Nick looked over his shoulder and said emphatically, "They're not ruins. Ruins imply destruction, and there was barely any fighting here." Suddenly losing some fire from his tone, Nick looked around at the areas of the floor which were now blackened by soot due to the conflict, adding, "Or at least there wasn't. Who knows what the kobolds have done to our history while we built the rest of Dorchester?" Sounding almost compassionate, Crusher said, "Don't you worry. We'll see your home cleared out. You'll have your chance to rebuild." Nodding in appreciation of the dwarf's words, Nick seemed no longer in the mood to talk. Nero, on the other hand, still had questions. However, he could tell that the man was no longer interested in playing tour guide. Taking advantage of the silence, he spread out his perception field as far as it could go, trying to see through the crowd to estimate what kind of fighting had taken place here. He could see areas of stone that had been rebuilt and remnants of heavy spell effects hanging around in the ether. Nero had a sense that he could delve into them to witness the past, reliving the events that caused them. He almost did just that, but was interrupted by the sight of wagon trains being dragged out in the other direction. He could see piles of kobold bodies being brought out, along with more than a few wagons filled with humans. It was easy for him to forget the cost of fighting, what with all the healing magic and success he'd had. He thought about asking what they were going to do with all the bodies, but thought better of it. There was no reason to put Nick in any worse of a mood than he already was. Time passed as they walked, and Nero thought about what this tunnel must have been like when it was inhabited. It looked more like a massive fairground than an entryway, and he wondered if they used to have stalls arranged up and down the place. There were probably wagons of good heading in and out all day and night, filling the place with commerce and people. Now it was just a long train of humans heading off to war. At least someone had the good sense to clean up after all the fighting. I wonder if they used brooms to sweep everything up, or if they have some kind of large-scale cleaning magic to pick up all the blood and whatnot, he thought to himself. While they pushed deeper into the mountain, Nero's thoughts bounced all over the place. From the history of the space to what kind of fighting they were likely to face, he rarely thought about a singular subject to conclusion. Mentally, he was just wasting time. Eventually, Natalie led them to their first checkpoint. It was through a large door alongside the central tunnel leading to another massive chamber. This one looked like it was once another way to move through the mountain. There were exits all over the place, with stairs and platforms leading off in all kinds of directions. To Nero, it looked like a really humanized anthill. He could just imagine assholes with clipboards at each exit, checking people off as they and their wagons went through. Natalie didn't bother to stop and check in with anyone, ignoring the army tents and soldiers who were taking a rest. Instead, she led them directly toward one of the exits, splitting off from the wider forces and heading toward their assigned area of operations. It was still about an hour until they met their first kobolds. They'd had to go through multiple tunnels, which showed the after effects of fighting. Charred walls and broken essence lights gave the entire place the vibe of a horror game mixed with a tabletop RPG. The tunnels were wide as hell and mostly empty. There was no furniture or leftovers of civilization, despite how many rooms they checked. It was all just depressingly empty. So when the front of the 15-man group called out, "Contact!" Nero was happy for the change of pace. Chapter 246. Indoor Shells. Kathleen looked over the various teams getting ready for deployment with pride. While she hadn't had all that much time to train them, they were performing admirably. Each and every one of them was dedicated to House Walker's development and eager to push themselves further along their path. She had always been the type of woman who enjoyed seeing others working hard to improve themselves, and this new challenge, ostensibly leading a new house, was turning out to be everything that she'd hoped it would be. Through her position as House Walker's viceroy, which is what they called provosts here, she had limited access to the members of House Walker's Thought Hub records. So she knew that most of the newly appointed wackos had already taken the time to read through the recommended reading list she'd sent out. Back home in the north, several texts were considered mandatory reading for young warriors. Walking Your Path by Skellig Jagerberg, Why We Fight by Helen Otorus, and Earning Your Pride by Corinne Ilias were practically venerated as religious texts among the warblades. In time, she knew that these wackos would become a formidable force, led by a formidable demigod. Lord Walker may not be much now, but she had faith that he would reach the pinnacle before his time on this plane came to an end. Her task was to make sure he was allowed to develop, helping him stay alive while allowing him room to walk his path. Hopefully, she'd be able to convince him to head north, as her clan was looking for people exactly like him. That was, after all, what she'd been doing in this backwater in the first place. "All teams are reporting ready, Battle Leader," Blackwood said, pulling her out of her thoughts. Nodding, she looked over at the man,
once again wondering what someone like him was doing here. His family was practically an enemy of House Walker, but he'd given up his ties to their house and dedicated himself to his new position as a wacko, along with all of Knight Angleton's other subordinates.
Well, it was possible he just wanted to follow Knight Angleton. She couldn't help but wonder if he had just embraced the opportunity to walk his own path. Very good. Send out the call for deployment. We'll stay together until we reach the forward operating positions. I want all our team leaders to stay in communication over links through our battle hub, and relays set up for our private comms, she ordered tersely. Blackwood's expressionless face nodded before replying, "Yes, battle leader." While he turned away to get everyone moving, she isolated a communication channel between her and Natalie Keening, who'd she assigned to watch over Lord Walker and the dwarves. "Any problems?" she asked. Natalie replied quickly, "No, battle leader. Lord Walker seems to be able to handle the dwarves well enough. Knight Angleton has spread out most of their numbers with the other teams under his command, while their leader and his team will be staying with us. I can confirm that they seem interested in observing Lord Walker, but I haven't been able to determine why." Replying quickly, Kathleen said, "I believe we're correct to assume that they're most likely unhappy with the other nobles and are looking to develop a relationship with House Walker. Their new city will require a local trading partner, and despite what the agreement with the capital entails, they'll end up doing whatever they want. Like most beings with intelligence, they can see that Lord Walker is special, and likely want more information about him." Natalie Keening was one of the wackos who'd begun to comprehend the breadth of Lord Walker's growing legend, and was eager to see it blossom. So, she understood what Kathleen was hinting at. "Any change in my orders?" she asked. Kathleen replied, "No, your area of operations should be relatively safe. Just keep an eye on the young lord and let him fight when he wants."
I doubt you'll be able to keep him out of trouble, and your main priority is to support him.
Understood, battle leader. I'll see it done, she promised. Kathleen cut the connection, temporarily putting Lord Walker and his team out of her mind. She had a larger battle to command, and his part would be minimal at best. House Walker needed to make a good showing, and she intended the entire city to hear about its exploits before she was done. The team of 15 had spread out a little, as the hallways were rather wide. Groups of 2 had split off to confirm the rooms alongside them were clear, so Nero had been standing alongside Nick behind Natalie on their own. The forward scouts who'd called out were rushing back toward them from the other end of the hallway, looking grim. Both were younger-looking men, wearing leather armor and carrying bows. Their tabards were smaller and tighter than normal, cinched tight with their belts and straps. With their dark cloaks trailing behind them, they blended into the shadows rather well. While the team regrouped in the middle of the hallway, one of the scouts skidded to a stop right in front of Natalie and said in a voice barely louder than a whisper, "We were spotted. 2 groups of kobolds are on their way, numbering 50 or 60 together. There are probably more, though. From what we could see, there were no mages or casters among them. 4 larger kobolds in command." Natalie, not wasting time, called out, "Form ranks!" Turning to Crusher, who was still standing behind Nero and Nick, she asked, "How would you prefer to take part in the fighting?" Folding his arms, Crusher replied, "We'll just watch for now. If you look like you're needin' help, we'll step in." Nero, figuring that the dwarf wanted to see how the humans fought, just chuckled to himself in amusement. In no time at all, the melee fighters with shields took up positions in the front, while Nick and 2 other casters brought up an arched shield of magic over their heads. The ceiling was only 15 or 20 feet tall, so there was plenty of space above them. While their group arranged themselves in an arc covering the entire hallway, Nero stayed back with the dwarves, wondering what his contribution to the fighting should be. No one bothered to tell him what his assignment was, and he was starting to get confused at how everyone was moving around without saying anything.
It made no sense that they were all coordinating what they were doing without ever having trained together. Suddenly, he remembered the command channel he had not been privy to during his last battle. They're probably all talking to each other over that, he reminded himself, feeling like an idiot.
Leaning over, he whispered to Crusher, "Hey, you guys on the command channel thing?" Crusher turned his head toward him with a frown on his face.
Of course we are. You think we're idiots?
Nero's expression was blank as he stared into the dwarf's judgmental eyes. "No, I'm sure that you're not." Mumbling under his breath about asshole dwarves, Nero reached out to Natalie through the ether, wondering if she was the one running the command channel.
Yes, what is it, my lord?
She asked, clearly having no trouble multitasking while setting up their defenses. The command channel thing for the team. Shouldn't I be on that?" he asked, somewhat awkwardly. He could practically feel her confusion as her mind checked something. Turning her attention back to the connection with him, she replied,
Yes, my lord, I apologize. I thought you knew that we had a battle hub in place with the operations center. Your link should allow you to access our team's channel.
If you'd like, I could act as an intermediary if you'd prefer.
Nero, still not having taken the time to read up on how everything worked, replied, "No, that's fine. I'll find it." Cutting off the connection quickly, he reached out for the link in his pocket. As usual, he had multiple pings waiting for him, one of which was the request to join the various command channels available to him. It took barely a moment for him to connect with the one for his team, as it was practically vibrating in his head with the demand to link himself up. All at once, he felt the surrounding minds of the team slam into his head like a series of loud presences snuggling up alongside his brain. He could pick out who was who without issue, feeling them all like individual people standing right next to him. Be sure to keep a watch out for incoming abilities and magic. While we haven't seen any evidence of that before, we have no idea if these are the same type of kobolds that we've faced on the surface.
Watch each other's backs and keep your center steady, Natalie called out over the command channel.
Nero, figuring that he needed to make up for his missing the part where he was assigned a place in the formation, decided that he would contribute by doing what he always does: winging it. Stepping away from the dwarves, he took up position directly in the center of the hallway. Casting his most reliable spell, he raised the floor underneath him in a pillar, allowing him to see what was happening beyond the front of the formation. The scouts sure weren't lying, as the end of the hallway was already filling with ravenous kobolds intent on killing everything in sight. Isolating the mind of Nick through the command channel, Nero dragged the connection into a private part of his mind. "Hey, Nick, not to distract you or anything, but with all the rooms having been cleared out, I figured that this area of the mountain had already been wiped clean of the kobolds."
"So what's the deal with these assholes?" he asked.
Nick, whose mind was currently focused on maintaining the shield he'd set up with the other casters, replied, "It was, but that doesn't mean that the kobolds from above aren't sending out scouting parties to harass us. Our task is to continue to flush them out and thin their numbers now that they aren't getting reinforcements from the lower floors. This won't be the last kobold war party that we run into." Nero nodded in understanding, carefully sending out the appropriate emotion over the connection. "Understood. Do you and the other casters mind if I throw out some spells? I'm confident that I can shoot them out under your shield while not headshotting anyone." Nick, sounding rather annoyed, replied, "Why? Just wait for your orders." Nero, sounding equally annoyed, replied, "You just expect me to sit here and not do anything?" "Isn't that what you were ordered to do?" he asked, somewhat confused. "Was it?" Nero replied.
How am I supposed to know? Nick replied.
"Because you know stuff?" "I don't know. Shut up," Nero replied, before cutting the private connection and returning their presence to the rest of the command channel. By the time their conversation finished, the front of the kobold assault had arrived. The small lizards were frothing at the snout, eager to engage in some violence. Like idiots, they didn't bother with much of a strategy, and instead just threw themselves at the front of the line, hissing and screeching, as if a 4-foot-tall lizard could actually intimidate anyone. The front-line fighters responded to the aggression in kind, cutting them down with their swords and axes like they were chopping wood. Off and on, Nero saw abilities going off along the line, various wackos flashing with light in the ether. He saw one wacko's sword trail fire in the air, leaving lines of destruction hovering like lasers that would cut into any kobold stupid enough to get themselves caught in one.
Another had small balls of what looked like bubbles that would explode on contact floating in front of her. There were so many varied ways in which the front-line fighters killed the kobolds that Nero was struggling to keep track of who was doing what. While none of the abilities on their own were all that impressive, together they were enough to rip through the kobolds like paper. One thing was for sure, there were definitely more than 60 of the little bastards. Behind the kobold forces, Nero could see the 7-foot-tall super kobolds directing the little ones. Occasionally, they would hiss and smack a few with the flat of their curved swords, demanding that they hurry it up. To Nero, it looked like they were just herding cats, while being assholes about it. Not having anything to do, as he didn't want to annoy anyone with his magic, he tried to take a larger view of the battle.
From his position on his pillar, he was able to see the shield above them occasionally flaring from deflecting an arrow or two. He didn't see any kobold spells going off, and Nick and the two casters looked almost bored. Ranged attackers like Rose were using their bows and javelins when they could, firing through the lines directly where there was an opening. They looked like they were running up and down the lines, looking for opportunities to contribute. Muttering under his breath, Nero said to himself, "This is dumb. If this is the extent of what the fighting is going to be like, then I'm going to have to pull out my shield and join the front lines. Otherwise, all I'll be doing is watching." Since his perception field was spread out wide, he could see the entirety of the hallway, watching everything happen. It was a good thing that he was, because he sensed the dwarves assembling themselves quickly into a defensive formation, pointing themselves back toward the way that they came. Confused, Nero turned around to see what they were looking at. While it was outside of his perception field, he could see with his eyes that another horde of kobolds was rushing them. As the hallway was longer than hell, he had a few seconds to wrap his head around what he was seeing. Grinning like a madman, he shouted over the command channel, interrupting what everyone was saying. "Lizards in the rear! Don't worry, me and the dwarves will take care of them!" Already, several arrows were being launched by the running kobolds, falling down onto the dwarves like useless sticks. The dwarves looked like they barely even noticed them. Nero, however, quickly assembled his mage armor. While it wasn't the super fantastic, all-encompassing defense type of mage armor that he'd lucked into before, it was still the standard one that required part of his mind to maintain. Predictably, it was still more than enough to shrug off the few arrows that were heading for him. Nick and the mages altered their shield to arch over the team's back, cutting Nero off from the dwarves who'd started marching toward the oncoming kobolds. Nero could hear Natalie ordering the lines to change formation, intending to split the defenses. He could tell that the dwarves had no intention of listening to her, and honestly, neither did Nero. Lowering his pillar, he ducked under the shield and jogged after them, calling out over the command channel, "I said don't worry about it! Me and the dwarves got this!" Chuckling to himself, he could feel the annoyance and acceptance in Nick's mind when he focused on him. Natalie, on the other hand, was freaking out. He tried to send her some calming thoughts, but didn't expect much luck in having her not coming after him. Everything was happening quickly, so he didn't have a lot of time to wait for things to develop. Instead, he just decided to prove to her that they had it under control. While at a jog behind the dwarves, Nero began casting one of the spell turrets he'd developed while assaulting the kobold encampments. It was a combination of napalm-spewing acid-like jelly, which should cut off the entire hallway if things worked out as planned. Shouting out loud to the dwarves, he warned them, "Heads up! Things are going to get a little hot if you keep pushing forward."
Without bothering to wait to see if they would listen to him, Nero fired an arc of death over the dwarves' heads, starting on one side of the hallway and running it across the floor. Almost immediately, a wall of fire erupted over the ground, cutting the hallway in half. The first bunch of kobolds who were running at full speed didn't have enough time to stop and slid through the flames at a tumble. Nero kept up his fire spewing like a sprinkler, running it back and forth across the floor.
As his spell was tied to his personal reserves of essence that he'd collected for his shield, he took the time to continually refresh it by pulling in chunks of essence every few seconds. While needing center to keep casting, he tried to focus on maintaining his control. He didn't want to get in the habit of requiring dead things around him to cast. Theoretically, if he was able to maintain his will and control his center, he shouldn't be wasting too much center with simple spells like these. Although, that was just based on his reading and his few classes with Specialist Howard, who'd taught him some elemental magic. The idea with center was that it was who you were, and if you kept yourself centered, then you could maintain your personal reserves. As you grew stronger, you'd be able to control more essence without taxing yourself. Only when you become too mentally tired should your reserves start to deplete.
While that level of skill should arrive around levels 30 or 40 for simple spells like what he was using, Nero took that more as a suggestion than a rule. Archmage Jennings himself said that he should ignore level requirements as they barely applied to him, so Nero figured it was just a matter of training. And what better way to train was there than char-broiling murder lizards? The dwarves, seeing the line of fire erupt in front of them, stuttered to a stop, angrily turning to glare at Nero for denying them a fight. Nero was too focused on what he was doing to care. The spell form floating over his shoulder was spewing death by the gallon, filling the hallway with the smell of roasting kobolds. His grin must have been something to see, as the dwarves' expressions quickly lost some of their heat and instead turned to curiosity. "Come on, you stupid iguanas! Daddy's got some lettuce," Nero shouted in glee.
The kobold charge had come to a complete stop, none of them willing to brave the fire which was now burning taller than them. Inside the flames, and in front of the dwarves, kobolds were rolling around on the ground, trying and failing to put themselves out. Nero, checking his center reserves, shrugged at the sight of his center dropping below 90%. Muttering while waving his hands back and forth to continue spreading his sticky flames, he said to himself, 10% isn't terrible, considering how much center I actually put into this stuff. Cutting off the spell, he estimated that the fire should burn for a while on its own. Crusher, stepping up near Nero, said, "Lad, do you intend to just let them just sit there? Cut off the fire and let us do what we do." While Crusher was speaking, more and more arrows were raining down on them from over the fire, crashing futilely against his mage armor and the dwarves' armor. Nero could feel the rest of the team paying attention to what was happening, while still embroiled in the fighting on the other front. Natalie's presence seemed proud, while Nick felt smug. Not wanting to mentally dig into what any of that meant for how they probably saw him, instead pulled out a canteen from his personal space and took a swig, blatantly ignoring Crusher, who was still staring at him. After he was done taking a long drink of water, and before Crusher lost his temper, Nero pushed the canteen hard into the dwarf's chest, causing him to grab it reflexively with the hand he wasn't using to hold his axe. "Here, hold my beer," Nero said with a chuckle. Casting a quick spell to raise up a little pillar to give himself some height, Nero barely stopped himself from laughing out loud at the look on Crusher's face. Pushing everything unnecessary aside in his mind, he focused on what he intended to do. Reaching out with his essence field, he first collapsed some more essence for his mage armor, before carving one of his shell-hurling turrets above his head. Holding up his hands as if he were welcoming rain, he pulled in some soul stuff to empower his spell. Being careful not to go too far, after all, he didn't want to cause the ceiling to collapse.
he began firing shells out over the flames into the kobold lines. It barely took any center at all, as he was relying on the leftover essence from the dead kobolds. There wasn't a ton to work with, but it didn't take all that much to empower the shells themselves. His spell form was all him, and his center was fully capable of shaping the shells on its own. The essence from the ether was what was providing the real oomph. In fact, with how hard he was concentrating, he doubted he'd be losing much center at all. Like a howitzer going off indoors, the walls shook.
Nero didn't realize it, as he was too focused on what he was doing. But everyone, kobolds, humans, and dwarves included, stopped what they were doing and covered their ears in pain. Eruptions of kobold parts exploded one by one as the shells reached their targets. Nero swung the turret back and forth along the kobold horde, obliterating them in droves and painting the walls with their bodies. It was overkill, a massive and unnecessary destruction of the enemy that was both shocking and awe-inspiring. With a mere 10 shells of death, he shattered the kobolds' resolve, killing their few larger kobolds in the process. The kobolds broke, running back where they came from. Nero lowered his hands and recaptured what little center he could from his spell form. Still grinning from ear to ear, he said, "That was freaking awesome." Lowering himself to the ground, he wiggled his finger in his ear and flexed his jaw a few times, trying and failing to get his ears to pop. The sound around him felt muted, like he was underwater. Crusher, who was now standing next to him, was saying something. Looking at the dwarf in confusion, Nero shouted in his face, "What?" The dwarf, looking incredibly angry, while also impressed, shook Nero by the shoulders and started talking again. Nero, still not understanding anything, glared at him and shouted, "I think my ears are messed up from the blast. Hold the fuck on a second." Carving his go-to spell form for healing, Nero looked into himself, discovering that his eardrums had been perforated by the sound of the explosions. A quick flex of his spell fixed it in no time, returning his sense of sound. "Much better. Now, what were you saying?" he asked smoothly, a smile reappearing on his face. Crusher, glaring at him while also smiling, said, "I said, are all humans capable of what you just did?" Nero shrugged and replied, "I have no idea. I've been practicing magic for like a couple of months. I'm sure I still suck at it, so probably." Behind them, he could feel the fighting that was going on with the main force of wackos dying down. The last of the kobolds attempted to retreat while being shot down by the ranged fighters. Nick, who'd now either dropped his shield or, more likely, had simply disconnected himself from it, as the blue barrier still floated in the air, walked up to them. No, most humans at Nero's level can't do what he just did, not to mention that anyone who could wouldn't. It is both idiotic and impressive that he was able to do so, Nick said with a glare while staring at Nero in accusation. Idiotic and impressive. Yup, that tracks, Nero replied while watching the last of the flames he'd spread die down. All words are made up. Standing near the edge of the overlook on the 3rd level, King Mavros Mithralstrike looked out over his new mountain city. Although his expression didn't show it, he was happy. Here, he would rebuild his kingdom and revive his clan. The empty mining town below him had been built by and for humans. There weren't too many large buildings, and they'd wasted a great deal of time and energy carting in wood from the surface. Most of these buildings would have to be torn down, especially those poor excuses for ore processing plants they had set up. Human smithing relied on essence crystal forges and smelters, requiring large amounts of energy to even run. Dwarves didn't have to put up with any of that nonsense, and instead used runic magic to power their industry.
It was the power of the world that forged their creations. Humans were wasteful and short-sighted. Based on what he was seeing, it was easy to figure out how the town had progressed. Whoever had first inhabited this place had simply chosen the first larger cavern they could find and began setting up camp. From there, they spread out across the cavern floor.
Looking over to the walls of the cavern, he guessed the multiple rings of floors overlooking the surface came much later, and only because they had run out of room. Before now, he hadn't thought much of human stonework, but he had to admit they did a good job creating the basic structure of a central cavern. The floor was well processed and strong, and the tiers and ramps were carved directly into the walls. Overall, it was a large and reasonably well-done little town they had built for themselves. The only thing that stood out as odd was the large number of wooden barracks and housing towers that they had built. There were 20 of them, arranged in rows, bucking up against all 3 floors to the cavern's ceiling. Primarily made out of wood, they were obviously meant to house warriors for some reason. Thousands of them. Even more confusing were the nearby caverns that had been cleared out to provide training areas and more housing.
Altogether, those structures had changed what had initially been conceived as a mining town into a warrior city. He'd been briefed that the town was wiped out due to the clan's treason or something, but he refused to believe that there wasn't an altogether more logical explanation for all these warriors than just preparation for some future battle. Although, it did, however, explain why the town's original inhabitants spent so much effort creating the multiple hidden tunnels to the surface. They must have needed a great deal of food from the surface to keep the warriors fed and well hidden. Grumbling under his breath, he whispered, "Stupid humans and their poor city planning." He'd have to tear everything down to the stone. Farming tiers would have to be set up in the side caverns, and the walls completely recarved. The central exit would have to be expanded, and a new gate built for the entryway. There was a great deal of work to be done.
"Sire, the rune priests are ready to fire up the tunnel," a voice shouted at him from behind him. Turning around, he addressed the warrior who was peeking out from the tunnel.
"Good. It's about time." The warrior waited patiently for Mavros to stomp over, his expression doing nothing to hide his eagerness to see their people again. As Mavros walked past him into the tunnel, he asked, "Did they say why it took so long to path the connection to Umershad?" The warrior walking quickly alongside him explained, "From what I overheard, the initial teams we sent to scout the area wouldn't let them get started until they cleared the area. They were worried about how dangerous the caverns were, based on how many warriors looked to be living there. Also, the destruction and damage to the roads was substantial, not to mention the number of bodies they had to take care of. Whatever happened here was a slaughter." Women, children, and elderly weren't even spared. Mavros couldn't argue with the investigative team's logic, so instead he merely grunted in acknowledgement of the point. Changing the subject, he asked, "Have the runic mages finished setting up the tunnel beacons?" The warrior replied, "Yes, sire. They report that the area is clear of any sentience, but they haven't had time to ward any of the caverns. Defensive teams are on the lookout for now, but we need more warriors to cover the entire area." Once again grunting his understanding, Mavros walked through the tunnel at a brisk pace, eager to get this done. Soon enough, his clan would be coming through, and his people would begin working on reshaping his mountain to his needs. For now, the kobolds could wait. Defenses were what were important for now. After the fires he'd started died down, Nero was able to get a better look at what his spell shells had accomplished. Kobolds had died by the dozens, and the walls were painted with their remains. It was a gruesome enough spectacle that he didn't envy whoever's job it would eventually be to clean it all up. He sure as hell wasn't going to be the one to do it. While he was looking over the battle's aftermath, Nick was explaining human magecraft to Crusher and a few dwarves who'd come by to listen in on his impromptu lecture. "It comes down to spell forms for us.
We shape our center into functional shapes that interact with the ambient essence to create effects much like your runic magic. The difference is that we aren't able to affect the essence flows as much as you are with our intent. Although, as you can see, that doesn't make our magic any weaker, just more specialized, he said while gesturing to the kobolds painted on the walls. Nero had to admit, what he'd done looked impressive. He'd wiped out an entire warband with only a few spells. What Nick didn't mention was that Nero hadn't really relied on his own power, so much as channeled the leftover soul stuff from the cut-down kobolds the rest of their party had already handled. The only reason it had worked out as well as it had was that the kobolds were all extremely weak. Rubbing his chin in thought, Nero walked away to get a better look at where his shells had hit, leaving the conversing dwarves and Nick behind him. Ignoring the squishy kobold parts and the smell, he gingerly stepped over the corpses and focused on the ground of the hallway. He couldn't understand why there weren't holes blown into the stone, or at least some evidence of what he'd done. Not that he hadn't been careful of how much center he'd been pouring into the spells, but he expected to see at least some damage after what he'd done. Looking around the hallway, he could see that if all the kobold corpses and blood were removed, the hallway would look perfectly fine. Aside from a few broken essence lights and some scuff marks. Examining the stone through the ether, he could tell that the stone was much firmer than the kobolds had been. It was almost as if it had been enchanted to be stone. He could tell that it would take a great deal of concentrated effort to affect it. It was no wonder his temporary pillars of stone had been so easy to cast. The stone under his feet was so stony that his spells had no problem mimicking it. Nodding to himself, he realized that was the crux of the matter. The kobolds weren't strong enough to stop the spell's effects, while the stone had been made to endure. Spellcasting in this world, at least how the humans did it, was based on 3 factors, only 2 of which were in control of the caster. First, there was the spell form, which was created by the caster from his own center's power. It defined how the various essence flows in the ether would be collected and then used. Second was the amount of power the caster chose to infuse into the essence after it had been collected. That would determine how real the spell was to those who'd end up getting hit with it. Typically, that was determined by how much center the caster dedicated to the spell. The third bit, however, has nothing to do with the caster and everything to do with the spell's target. Depending on how strong a target's essence field was, they might be able to completely ignore a spell effect, just like the stone did. "That was a masterful display of control, my lord," Natalie said from Nero's right. Startled by her sneaking up on him, Nero glanced over at her and said, "Huh? Oh, right. Thanks. Good job on the other side of the fighting."
Everyone's all right, right?
Nodding, Natalie replied, "Yes, there were no casualties. These kobold squads weren't all that powerful. They didn't have any mage support or shamans among them." Nero, not really listening to her, was still thinking about the difference in spell effects between what had happened to the kobolds and the stone hallway. He realized it could basically be likened to an application of willpower. Center was like personal willpower made manifest. Stronger people had more and could use it to empower their spells to be more real the more they pumped into them. The more center a person uses, the more they weaken their willpower. It was a 3-way battle between the world, the caster, and the spell's target. The spell itself was just an illusion that the caster was trying to get the other 2 to believe was real. That also explained how weird center levels were. Center wasn't exactly a finite source of power, as it was determined by the caster's strength. The more center a caster used, the harder it was for him to hold on to it. Rubbing his temples at the headache he was getting from trying to wrap his head around all this, he looked over at Natalie and asked, "Hey, how did the kobolds end up sneaking up behind us? Weren't we clearing everything on the way over here?" Natalie nodded, her face becoming serious. Yes, these hallways should have already been cleared. As I'm sure you noticed, all of the furniture and remnants have been removed, and the hallways scoured clean. There shouldn't have been anything behind us. So, where do you think they came from? He asked. I'm not sure, my lord, but we're going to find out, she replied, turning to look over at the two scouts who were walking over to her. Offering her a nod, they both sprinted off toward where the extra kobold warband had come from. Nero assumed Natalie must have given them private orders over the battle hub.
The rest of the group had been busy stacking up kobold corpses and getting them ready for pickup.
Meanwhile, Nick was still busy conversing with the dwarves, who seemed more than interested in listening to him talk, as long as the subject of what he was talking about included how humans could cast spells like what they'd seen Nero do. Chuckling to himself, he couldn't help but feel annoyed that he'd robbed himself of the opportunity to see what the dwarves could do. After all, they were all carrying pretty intimidating weapons, and he doubted they were only using them as a fashion statement. Images of dwarves in Gucci suits and well-groomed beards danced through his head as he amused himself with his imagination. Natalie recaught his attention by saying, I've reported our encounter with local command and alerted them to the fact that there might be hidden cobalt tunnels we'd missed. Shrugging his shoulders, Nero replied, I'm sure there were. Just let me know if you want me to do anything. This is your show, and I'm just another wacko along for the ride. Offering him a firm nod, Natalie turned around and walked off, obviously using her link to communicate with the troops currently still working on cleanup. Walking over to the group of dwarves and Nick, Nero listened in on what Nick was saying. You see, where runic magic borrows power from the world, spellcasting requires the mage's understanding of what they are doing. There is no divine or worldly element to it at all, he stated emphatically. Crusher turned to the dwarf next to him and said, Uli, what would it take for a Yi to get a spell effect like that? Standing there, like a boss in full armor, Uli rubbed his beard with one hand while he tapped a finger on the hilt of his axe, which was casually laid across his shoulder. I'd need a good 5 minutes to prepare the runes. Then maybe another 10 to charge them.
Doubt I'd be able to avoid damaging the stonework, though.
Nick, eager to help, said, It's a delicate balance to fill a spell with enough center to damage opponents while keeping the surrounding integrity of the material intact. Lord Walker, was lucky that this entire city was built back when Dorchester's ambient essence levels were much higher. The stonework here was set in a time when the area was much, much stronger. Nodding along, several dwarves understood what Nick was saying. Even Nero had a general idea of what he was talking about. Over the command channel, Nero heard Natalie call out, Everyone on me! Victor and Sam found the kobold tunnel. Nero was picking up everyone's names as circumstances allowed him, and he assumed that Victor and Sam were the scouts he'd seen Natalie send off. When everyone was back together and heading out, Nero looked over his shoulder and chuckled at the sight of the battle they were leaving behind.
The more intact kobold bodies had been stacked up along the wall, while the ones that weren't so together were just shoveled there. The center of the hallway was clear enough, but no one in their right mind would call the place cleaned up. He listened closely as Natalie assigned everyone their positions, discovering that the two mages alongside Nick were named Peter and Merrick, although he didn't know which one was which. He was surprised to find how many of the warriors were women. Not because they were women. It was just that with so many of them in armor, he hadn't noticed. Something about a woman named Claire being covered in blood and gore while wielding a sword and shield just didn't sit right with him. It was weird, and he wouldn't say otherwise. After a short 10-minute walk, where Nero was in the middle of the pack along with Nick and the mages, they finally arrived at a door that had one of the scouts, either Sam or Victor, leaning alongside it. Gesturing with his head, he led them into the room after he went in.
The other scout was standing near a blank wall, the stone looking the same as every other wall around them. It's here,
the scout said quietly, before pushing his hand through the stone like it wasn't even there. Nero, surprised, focused his senses on what he was looking at. Where before the wall seemed completely solid, now that he knew it wasn't, he could feel that something was off with it. His perception field was telling him that the wall was both there and that he shouldn't bother looking any closer. It was almost a suggestion floating along the essence flows, teasing him with the hint that the other walls were more interesting. Shaking off the suggestion, he pushed his senses deeper, finding the initiation point of the wall's projection. It was a spell. A spell that had no heft to it. On instinct, or maybe just because it didn't look right to him, he pressed his mind onto the spell and tried to fix it.
It was eerily similar to one of his earthen wall spells that he'd learned, but also not. Almost immediately, the spell unraveled, freeing the essence that had been in the shape of the wall. With his eyes, he could see the wall disappearing, leaving a rough cave tunnel heading off into the dark. It was probably 10 feet around and roughly circular. The kobolds had just forced their way through the wall and then hidden what they'd done. Nick turned to Nero and nearly shouted, "How did you do that? You didn't dispel it, you broke it? No, you unmade it!" Nero, not understanding what Nick was so excited about, replied, "I just futzed with the spell form holding it together. I didn't mean for it to break, I just wanted to see how they did it. It was like a spell, but not. I don't even think it was an illusion. I have seen those before, you know." Natalie, not letting the group be distracted, shouted, "Quiet! I have to call this in." While everyone was reforming back into formation, he could tell that Natalie's attention was currently elsewhere. Interested in what she was saying with command, he looked through his link to see if he had the option to connect with the command channel she was using. When he found it, he connected himself immediately. Smirking to himself, he realized he was getting much better at keeping multiple connections going. He also took the opportunity to remake his mage armor to get some more practice at having more than one thing pulling at his mind. Was the one who dispelled the illusion. Unfortunately, from what I gathered from Lord Verena, the method isn't repeatable, Natalie said in a clipped tone. "Is there any way to determine where these hidden tunnels are?" a voice Nero didn't recognize asked. Natalie replied, "Not that we can see. The only reason we found the one we did was because we tracked the group that assaulted us back to it." Even looking right at it, we couldn't tell it was anything other than a standard wall. Nero flinched when he sensed Kathleen's presence asserting itself. "That's unacceptable. We need to get our mages working on a way to determine where these hidden walls are. Otherwise, we won't be able to establish a working perimeter." The conversation was happening quickly, but Nick didn't seem willing to let Nero listen. Tapping Nero's shoulder, Nick said in a somewhat demanding tone, "Nero, I'm sure whatever you're listening to is interesting, but I really need to talk to you." Mentally closing his connection to the command channel, Nero looked over at Nick and asked in confusion, "What?" "I need to know how you did that with the illusion. Also, why are you powering an essence shield? Do you sense something?" he asked while looking nervously at the dark tunnel leading off into the mountain. Nero, allowing his mage armor to dismiss itself, replied, "No, I was just practicing."
Don't worry about it.
"What did you mean about the illusion?" "I just told you. That wasn't an illusion." Nick, now reassured that they weren't going to be attacked, replied firmly, "Yes, Nero, it was. It was a fabricated reality that influenced the minds of anyone in contact with it. That, by its very definition, is an illusion." Rolling his eyes, Nero said, "Okay, maybe technically or whatever. All I know is that the last time I was in an illusion, it was like an overlay on top of reality, like altering what the world looked like. This, what the kobolds were doing, wasn't that at all."
Nick, now extremely interested, replied, "All right, then what was it?" "It was a spell," Nero replied smugly. Immediately annoyed by Nero's tone, Nick replied, "I know it was a spell. It was an illusion spell."
That doesn't answer my question.
Nero, now confused, replied, "What was the question?" Well aware that Nero wasn't used to the terminology of magic, and often frequently substituted his own, took a calming breath. Keeping his tone devoid of any anger he might be feeling, he said, "Nero, what I'm asking is how you disrupted the spell form's cohesion. I'm assuming you did something similar with the portal that you closed, as you have an ability to see the ether in a way that I, and, as far as I know, no one else can. Spell forms for illusionary spells are typically not able to be seen by anyone other than the caster after they are activated, since they seat themselves into the caster's mind. Or, in the case of a static emplacement, like a ward scheme or a wall like this, they are distributed throughout the entire illusion. Breaking them typically requires the brute force of a counterspell form or a ritual. So, to be clear, I'm asking about your exact process.
What was it you did to disrupt the cohesion of the illusion? You didn't break it. You unmade it. I need to understand how you did that."
Nero, finding a fundamental fault with Nick's assumptions, ignored the question. "I don't know how many different ways I can say that it wasn't an illusion. I don't know why you never listened to me." Seeing the vein on Nick's forehead, indicating that he was about to blow his top, Nero quickly said, "Remember when we faced those assassins in the forest?" Realizing something, Nero added, "No, of course you don't. You were dead at the time." Waving his hand as if that wasn't his point, so Nick should disregard it, Nero went on to say, "One of those guys made an illusion of the campsite we were at, just without any of the assassins present. It was identical to the reality underneath it, and almost indistinguishable."
I learned how to see past illusions then. And I'm telling you for a fact that this here wall, it wasn't an illusion. It was more like a mud wall spell, or I guess a stone wall spell. Now looking more intrigued than annoyed, Nick asked, "How do you mean?" Running a hand through his hair as he thought out loud, Nero said, "It was like a basic spell that I could recognize, but not sufficiently powered with enough center to be real. It was like a spell that wasn't doing anything, but also not. I don't understand exactly how the kobolds did it, but they created a spell for a wall that didn't make a wall. It just made what looked like a wall. Then there was another part that I didn't recognize. It somehow made the wall look uninteresting, or more like not worth investigating. That part I didn't get at all. It was like that hiding technique some of you do, but in a spell form. I also have no idea how it was powered. It almost looked like it was feeding off the essence flows that were being directed by it." Nick, listening closely to every word Nero said, suddenly widened his eyes. Opening his mouth a few times as if he were unable to voice what he was thinking, he finally managed to get out, "Good, good. You did well. Stay here and don't move. I have more questions." Before Nero could respond, Nick took off at a run directly for Natalie, shouting, "I need a direct line to the closest Center Research Survey team available. Also, get someone from Central Command on the connection. And Kathleen. Yes, and maybe someone from the Mage Tower. We need to reconfigure the localized scrying array." Nero, not having any idea what Nick had figured out, decided to ignore him. While the formation of soldiers had placed themselves halfway into the tunnel in order to watch for anything coming through, the dwarves instead were examining where the wall had been broken through. They were running their hands over the cracked stone, occasionally using rune magic and waving their stubby hands around. Nero, not having anything better to do, looked around the room, and wondered, where did the kobolds dump the stone, dirt, and crap that they excavated from the wall? Suddenly, he found himself chuckling at the image of a group of kobolds sweeping the floor and using dustpans. Even evil murder lizards have to clean up after themselves, he thought to himself happily. Chapter 248. Why can't things be simple? It was common knowledge that excellence and success are rewarded with responsibility and elevation. So, despite their grumbling and conspiracy theories, Kendra Sterling and David Henderson knew they'd been assigned as center liaisons to the Army survey teams due to their achievements. Having recently been on the team to discover the density shift, and then being among the few survivors of the first kobold attack, they rapidly rose through the ranks. The only problem was that neither of them were particularly enjoying the new positions they found themselves in. Dealing with a war was not what they signed up for. Kendra had joined Center Research to help farmers like her parents. Yes, she enjoyed the scientific aspects of her job, and it was also true that she found the connections and workplace politics stimulating. However, her primary motivation had always been to advance Dorchester's scientific level to aid the villages and towns outside the wall. David, on the other hand, was only interested in the science. He was born to be in the lab. While he was proficient with magic, and not unskilled with a spear, it was the study of the planes and how they worked that he loved. Both of them missed their time in Center Research working under Nicholas Salvatore. When he'd left the center to found his own house, House Verena, they both seriously considered leaving with him. If, in the future, he ever created a research division for his house, they both secretly promised themselves that they'd join him. Although David wasn't so secret about his intentions, as Kendra already knew about them. Unfortunately, events seemed to be pushing them further and further away from their goals. The war with the kobolds had forced them out of the lab, and any thoughts about their former boss had long since been pushed aside for more immediate concerns. Or at least they had been, until Command got an urgent ping from Lord Verena, stating that he needed to immediately speak with whoever was in charge of the survey teams. As everyone knew their history with the man, Kendra and David were, of course, brought in. Walking into the meeting room, neither of them knew what the topic of discussion was about, only that they were ordered to be there. Seated at the table were 3 members of the Tower of Magic, 4 subcommanders, and 2 commanders.
All of them were speaking quietly, but urgently with one another, completely ignoring Kendra and David's arrival. Taking their seats, Kendra whispered to David, "What do you think this is about?" David, ever the stoic, replied, "I'm sure we'll find out soon enough." He was proven correct, as the moment they sat down, the commander at the head of the table stood up. As he did, he activated the table's communication array, connecting the conference room's speaker to an active communication channel. "Lord Salvatore Verena, both the representatives from the Tower of Magic and the survey teams have arrived. You may begin," he declared firmly, while leaning over the table imposingly. From the center of the table, Lord Verena's hurried voice spoke up. "It's about time!" Both Kendra and David shared a surprised look with each other. Without bothering to introduce himself or ask for anyone's name, Lord Verena just started talking.
You all know that we haven't been able to figure out how to get through the kobolds' illusions. They are a form of spell weaving that we have never seen before. While we're sure that the technique is known to the kingdom, our level of development hasn't earned us the right to utilize the Tower of Magic's database to learn how to counter it. In short, we've been trying to figure it out on our own." The commander, clenching his fist in victory, asked, "And you've discovered how they're doing it? Outstanding, Lord Verena." Lord Verena's voice, having been interrupted, paused for a second before replying, "What? Who was that?" "This is Commander Hagen, currently assigned as the coordinator between the Tower of Magic and our intelligence efforts," the commander replied quickly.
Lord Verena replied, "Of course you are. Now please be quiet. I need to speak with the people who are actually capable of understanding what I'm saying."
I just told you that we don't have the ability to pierce the kobold illusions. And furthermore, why it's so difficult for us to do so. I'm attempting to be brief, so a great deal of what I'm saying will need to be inferred. We don't have time for me to repeat myself. Kendra couldn't help but chuckle into her hand at her former boss's obvious disdain for anyone who dared interrupt one of his lectures. David, having known the man for the longest, wasn't surprised in the least by his cutting response. Changing his tone, as if he fully expected the commander to sit down and shut up, Lord Verena continued. Now, since we haven't been able to pierce the kobold illusions on their encampments, and what we can assume are subterranean cities, we assumed that we couldn't pierce any of their illusions.
However, what if they aren't illusions, in the strictest sense that we understand them? Both the three mages from the Tower of Magic and Kendra and David exchanged looks of confusion, obviously none of them having any idea what Lord Verena was talking about. You see, while working to clear out the upper city, my team and I discovered a kobold tunnel that was hidden by using an essence construct with an illusionary overlay. The spell that anchored the effect was not technically an illusion. There was no array, just a powered spell that was actualized by ambient essence flows. While I very much doubt they're doing the same thing on a grander scale, it's not inconceivable that they adapted the technique to a powering array anchored to whatever they want hidden, he said, while sounding somewhat impressed with their ingenuity. David, suddenly understanding what Lord Verena was getting at, shouted, "If that's true, then we can interrupt their illusionary effect by simply bypassing it. If we tune our scrying arrays correctly, we can sidestep their so-called illusion and see what they're hiding." Sounding surprised, Lord Verena asked, "David, is that you?" Somewhat ashamed at having spoken up without being asked to, he replied quietly, "Yes, my lord, it's me. And Kendra is here too. Apologies for interrupting." Lord Verena replied happily, "No need, young man. It's good to hear from you. How is the survey team treating you two?" Before David could reply, Lord Verena shouted, "Wait, never mind that now. Let's keep our focus on the problem at hand." Kendra, having been able to follow along, spoke up. "Of course, Lord Verena. First, we need to recalibrate our scrying arrays for a wider spectrum. We'll have to fine-tune it as we go to determine at what wavelength the kobold spells are working at." David, nodding along, added, "Yes, but we'll have to be thorough. I very much doubt all of their illusions will be set up by the same mage. Who knows how many signatures we'll have to isolate." One of the mages interjected, "We'll have to set up a variable assembly to scan across a large bandwidth until we get a hit with an active spell form. From there we can isolate the interference signature and use the Tower of Magic's thought hub to filter through our collected data for similar instances of essence irregularity. It would work like spellcaster tracking, but on a much larger scale." David, once again too excited to keep his mouth shut, shouted, "Of course! That's why you wanted the survey teams here. We need to find an active kobold illusion to use as a reference for the Tower of Magic's scrying teams. Otherwise, we'll be trying to find one essence signature in a million." The commander, realizing that they may have just cracked the kobold illusion problem, asked firmly, "Are you saying that you can break through their illusions?" Lord Verena's voice blared through the room's speakers. "Hells be damned, man! Let the scientists work." While Nick was in contact with whoever he needed to talk to, Nero had taken out his trusty wooden stump to sit his ass down. The dwarves remained fascinated with the broken stonework around the edges of the kobold tunnel, while everyone else was still roughly in formation, both watching the room's exit and the tunnel for incoming enemies. Natalie and the mages, meanwhile, were huddled together talking with the two scouts. Pulling out a plate of some type of meat and what looked like blue mashed potatoes from his personal space,
Nero decided to take advantage of the opportunity to enjoy some food. If there was one thing that he still found amazing, it was the fact that he could store anything he wanted and pull it out whenever he felt like it. He would have killed for this ability back home. Just the thought of being able to pull out a cliched bag of popcorn after he'd started an argument between two strangers was enough to send him into the giggles.
Smirking to himself as he used the silverware he'd stolen from the keep to dig into his meal, he reminded himself that he needed to acquire another stump the next time he was in the wilds to act as a table. Having to sit his meal on his lap like he was at a picnic simply wasn't cutting it. While he ate, he thought about how excited Nick had been about what he'd said and tried to figure out what the man had figured out. It was obviously important and could probably affect the war as a whole. It also was pretty apparent that it had something to do with the weird kobold spell technique that acted like a mind-altering illusion. Thinking back to the only other kobold illusion that he'd seen, Nero tried to remember what the one on the mountains felt like. It definitely wasn't a spell like the one they'd just found. The one covering the tunnel here was definitely more like a spell, while the one on the mountain was more like that hiding technique Rose and the former evaluators, used. Was there a connection he was missing? Mentally reviewing how he'd gotten around the illusion on the mountain, Nero realized that he hadn't broken it like he had the one hiding the tunnel. Instead, he'd just mentally gone around it. So, reasonably, it was possible that they shared some similarities that he wasn't aware of. If that were true, then, theoretically, all spells could be gotten around. Mentally thinking himself into circles, he paused his logical gymnastics and took a sip from his canteen. Looking around, he saw the dwarves had finished their examinations and were now in the argumentative phase of their scientific process. Seeing them shouting at each other while trying not to be too loud was pretty funny. Seeing that Natalie and the mages were walking over to him, Nero turned his head toward them and waited. Before they could say anything, Nero asked the mages, "Hey, either of you two know if it's possible to use your own center to ignore another person's spell?" One of the mages, either Merrick or Peter, replied immediately, "You mean like a counterspell?" Shrugging as he took another bite of his meal, Nero replied, "I don't know, maybe. What's a counterspell again?" The other mage said, "A counterspell is exactly what it sounds like. When someone fires a spell at you, you fire the opposite spell back at them. When they meet, their effects cancel each other out. It's a difficult technique that usually doesn't work perfectly. The goal isn't to actually counter the spell. Usually, it's to stop the spell they're firing at you, causing it to misfire." Looking confused, Nero was thankful that the first mage clarified what the other one just said.
Imagine a person sending a bolt of concussive force at you. You fire one right back at them. Both spells are hypothetically just as strong as the other one, and when they meet, they both project an equal force in opposition to one another, he said. Nero nodded before saying, "I get it. So if the spells are exactly perfect, they cancel each other out. But in the real world, that doesn't happen. The counterspell is never a perfect counter, so the spells just destabilize each other. In the example you just gave, that would probably end up with the two spells just blowing up when they hit." "Not really. In that example, they would probably just fizzle apart and cause a small release of wind from whatever force is left over," the first mage said. Interrupting them, Natalie said, "As fascinating as this is, we need to talk about our orders. Ms. Averett has asked us to push through the tunnel and see where it goes." Meanwhile, other teams are backtracking and checking the cleared areas to ensure that we haven't missed any other hidden tunnels. Nero, nodding in understanding, put his half-eaten meal and silverware back in his personal space, along with his stool. Clapping his hands together to clear off the non-existent crumbs, he said, "Sounds good. I'm ready when you are." While Natalie got everyone back into formation, the dwarves returned to the rear.
still arguing with each other about whatever it was they were arguing about. Nick took up his position in the middle of the formation, right next to Nero and the mages. To Nero, it was obvious the man was still focused on the conversation he was having over his link. He was barely paying attention to where he was going. It took one of the mages holding his arm and dragging him to get him heading in the right direction.
While they slowly made their way up the tunnel, Nero was happy to see that someone had thought of the magical equivalent of flashlights. Almost a third of the people in the formation had cast a simple light spell, either hovering above their hands or, in the case of the two mages, over their shoulders. Nero, copying what they were doing, cast one of his own. It was a pretty simple spell, one he'd already learned from his household spells book. But what was interesting was that almost everyone cast it subtly differently than the person next to them. They all inherently attached themselves to a person's center, requiring constant power, but allowing them to carry them along, unlike most spells. And while they all looked identical, at the spell form level, he could see the discrepancies. As far as he knew, spell forms were supposed to be rigidly defined. Mages who studied and created them needed to learn exactly how they were supposed to be carved. Any deviation from the pattern was supposed to cause problems with the spell, but obviously that was not an actual rule, because he was looking at half a dozen exceptions. Keeping his voice low, Nero nudged the mage next to him, catching his attention. "You're Peter, right?" The mage replied with a small smile. Merrick Gottlieb, my lord." "Right, sorry. Anyway, you know your light spell. Well, I was wondering why it's a little different than everyone else's. Not that yours is the only one different. Everyone's is. I was just curious as to why that is. I thought spells were supposed to be cast the same way by everybody," Nero asked, trying to smoothly move past the fact that he hadn't known the man's name. Looking confused, Merrick replied, "It is? They are? That doesn't seem right. I'm casting the standard light spell everyone learns in school, like everyone else. When you say different, what do you mean exactly?" Nero, not knowing how to explain it, still tried. "It's like they're all kind of warped reflections of each other. Or better yet, like everyone was shown the same pattern, but then kind of copied it freehand. They're all pretty close, but not really identical." Merrick paused for a moment to focus on his spell, furrowing his brow in concentration. He then took a moment to look at the mage next to him's spell, whose name was, by process of elimination, Peter. After a moment, he turned back to Nero and said, "I'm sorry, my lord, but they look the same to me. If they weren't all the same, they wouldn't work correctly. Therefore, I believe you may be mistaken." Nero had never been so respectfully told he was crazy before. It was a new experience. Not wanting to argue, Nero replied, "Thanks, Merrick. I'm sure it's just the nerves getting to me. Don't worry about it." Immediately ignoring the man, Nero kept up the pace with the rest of the formation, while staring at his feet in thought. Obviously, the locals didn't have the precision essence sight to see what he was seeing. To them, everything was too fuzzy to recognize that the spell forms were different. So, either nobody ever bothered to use any of their fancy machines to check the same spell from multiple people and compare them, or he was missing something. Once again, Nero wondered why he couldn't have found a universe where the spell abilities and reality were controlled by hotkeys. It reminded him of the time in college when he had to take a physics course. Even at the most basic level, it required a ton of math that he never really understood. After having figured out the way all the forces and everything balanced out, and having solved for the resulting direction of the theoretical pool ball, the professor had made it very clear that everything they had just learned only worked in theory. In reality, there were too many variables unaccounted for which could affect the pool ball's ultimate trajectory. All that pointless math, all that brain-melting thought, and what they learned was only
kinda applicable to real life. Nero stayed lost in thought for a while, completely ignoring the winding slope of the tunnel around him. The formation stayed quiet, silently moving through the cobalt tunnel, ready for anything. When they eventually arrived at the end, they found the forward scouts standing in front of a solid wall of stone, waiting for them. Guessing that they would be communicating over the command channel, Nero quickly joined in to hear what they were saying. "Like the other one. We checked the other side and it was an uncleared floor. We're not sure which one. We didn't want to head into the hallways and find out," one of the scouts said. Natalie asked, "How do you know it's an uncleared floor then?" The other scout replied, "Because there is still furniture and stuff lying around. Nobody's cleared it out yet." Nodding, Natalie replied, "Reasonable assumption then.
But we need to know what floor we're on." Turning to Merrick and Peter, she asked, "Can either of you two determine our location?" Surprisingly, it was Nick who answered her, while still looking like he was completely lost in thought. "We're on floor 4. We must have bypassed floor 3. Luckily, whoever set up the Tokybook relays did a wonderful job. When the engineering teams got the central control chamber up and running, the floor relays seemed to have activated." Nero, surprised to see Nick participating while still looking like he was stoned out of his mind, asked over the channel, "Wait, we can still access the Thought Hub? I thought we were on the Battle Hub. Or is that the same thing, just of battle or whatever?" Coming out of his daze, Nick took the time to look directly at Nero, making sure that he was able to see him rolling his eyes. "Nero, check your pings. I've sent you a book that I want you to read before you ask any other questions that make people question their decision to follow you," Nick said before going slack-jawed again, obviously re-engaging with the multiple conversations he was probably having. Muttering under his breath, Nero said quietly, "Damn, that was a solid burn. Respect." While Natalie and the rest of the team were determining how they should proceed, Nero did what he was told and checked his pings for the book Nick had sent him. Right there at the top, he saw Nick's ping. Opening it, he found a fully typed-out note. How Nick was able to quickly write it, while likely having multiple conversations with people across the city, Nero had no idea. "Nero, this is the standard introduction to the Thought Hub that all children are given when they get their first link. While most people only bother to read the first few chapters, most of your questions will probably find their answers in the later ones. Knowing you, I doubt you care much about the history of how they came to be. But you should at least try and learn about how they work. Historical social pressures and developmental paths are forces of nature that are inevitably entwined. Why and how the initial thought hubs were created are both important factors in understanding what they eventually became. Of particular note is Chapter 14. It covers the interactions and types of thought hubs, both private and governmental. Also, be sure to read Chapter 7. Twice, if you have to. That should put to bed any conspiracy theories you might have on what evils the entrenched power base uses the link system for. Lord Nicholas Salvatore Verena, Head of House Verena. Checking the attachment, Nero saw the title, The Hub Where We Think. Muttering again, Nero scoffed, "Yeah, 'cause that doesn't sound suspect at all." Chapter 249. Hints of what's behind the curtain. Smacking his fist against the table in frustration, Archmage Jennings closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He needed to calm down and get a hold of himself. In front of him, hovering above his desk, was the map of the kobold cities given to the army by the dwarves. While not detailed, it clearly showed multiple cities spread out under the mountain range, some of them being nearly the size of Dorchester. It was clear the kobolds had dug deep into the ground, probably breaking into the outer layer of the underworld. He quickly activated his override for the Tower of Magic's scrying array, secretly using a secondary and hidden wavelength to confirm what the dwarves had found. He'd already configured the array to be able to handle most known forms of kobold illusions, so if there really was something there, he should be able to see it. Seconds turned into minutes as the array powered itself for a long-range scan, and he mentally reminded himself to replace the essence crystals he was using. It would be quite a problem if half the Tower of Magic's reserves disappeared without anyone knowing why. Impatiently tapping his fingers on the desk, he scowled at the display, waiting for the scan results. When it came up, he immediately began cursing. After he'd first arrived, he looked into everything the capital had on Dorchester. He'd known all about the kobolds having taken over the mountain city. He'd even done his due diligence and took a look for himself. After seeing that the records from the capital didn't include the kobolds' expansions, he made sure to thoroughly check their current progress. Or, at least, he thought he had. Obviously, he'd missed a few things. Rubbing his hands over his face in shame, he couldn't stop thinking about how monumentally stupid he'd been.
He hadn't bothered expanding the search area at all. The thought of other kobold cities already having been founded hadn't even occurred to him. All he'd had to do was look, and he would have found them. Suddenly freezing in his seat, he wondered whether or not the king was aware of this. Or, more logically, when had the king known about this? The king's observational pillar was well known, and his ability to see everything within his kingdom wasn't a secret. So, he'd probably known all along. "How many layers are there in the boy's game this time?" he muttered to himself as he thought about the king. Although the man was old, Jennings had been there to see him grow up, so he knew what the king was capable of, and manipulating events of this magnitude was exactly the kind of thing he'd do. The only question was, how far back did his machinations go? Had he purposefully used the populators to cause the density shift to happen early? Could he possibly have predicted the arrival of Lord Walker and his influence over recent events? However unlikely, Jennings had to at least consider it a possibility. While it was more conceivable that the king was just taking advantage of the situation to clear out the influence of the Tower of Fate, Jennings couldn't be sure that there wasn't a larger game being played he was unaware of. He hadn't felt so much like a piece in centuries. He'd been fine allowing the king to use the Tower of Magic to damage the Tower of Fate, as he agreed that they had been growing too powerful, and he could forgive the man for using him and his mages to do it. But what he didn't like was not being able to see where things were headed. All of his predictions were now useless, as he hadn't accounted for the kobolds being so widespread. He had no idea what was going to happen, or really even what was happening. How big a threat were the kobolds? Could they even be contained by a singular city's forces? Did the king arrange for the dwarves to come here by using the populators to clear out the mining city under the excuse of clearing out traitors to the kingdom? All for the express purpose of getting them involved. This was why he hated dealing with the king. The man was just too well informed, and therefore too skilled at the game. Facing someone who was aware of all the variables before they became apparent was too complicated. Deciding that he needed more information, he dismissed the current holograms hovering over his desk and sent out a connection request to the Tower of Magic in Hennings. After a minute, he felt the connection establish, Archmage Mather's face appearing before him in a scrying window. "Archmage Jennings? We didn't have a call scheduled until 11. I'm assuming you need something urgently?" Mathers asked, sounding annoyed at being interrupted. Jennings snorted at the man's growing confidence. The temporary position as the head of the Council of Mages seemed to be doing good for him. "Yes, I do. In fact, I need several things," he said emphatically, his tone utterly devoid of warmth. Hearing Jennings' tone, Archmage Mathers sat up straight and lost some of his confidence. "What can I do for you?" he asked. Jennings replied quickly. "First, I need you to use the tower's scrying array to inspect the mountain range around Dorchester. And before you ask, no, the one here isn't good enough. You're going to have to use the control hub in my lab. You already have access, so don't worry about having to use the temporary override I gave you. Seeing Archmage Mathers staring at him in confusion, Jennings growled, "Are you writing this down?" Jumping at the question, Archmage Mathers replied quickly, "Yes, of course. Go ahead." Sighing in annoyance, Jennings began. "Now, before anything else, you'll need to configure the scrying array to—" Nero had tried to read the book. He really had, but events didn't seem likely to allow him any time to do so. Before he'd even gotten through the introduction, Natalie had begun getting them ready to move out. Nick had even interrupted him by harshly making him promise to leave the kobold illusion alone so that the arriving survey team he'd ordered could study it. Or use it to find other ones, somehow. Nero hadn't been listening all that closely. He'd been trying to read. The largest downside of having his book displayed in his mind over the link was that Nero couldn't hold it up to show others that he was too busy to talk to them at the moment. He missed having a physical excuse to ignore people. Regardless, he still ended up having to close his book when Natalie ordered them forward. Despite being in the middle of the formation, there was still too much for him to see after they walked through the illusion of the stone wall. Instead of finding empty rooms, like the ones on the floor below, the room they walked into was obviously being recently used to house kobolds. The lights were still the standard essence lights that looked like glow balls hanging from the ceiling, and the furniture was obviously at one point meant for humans. However, the kobolds had definitely made their marks on the place. Bunched up piles of linens and curtains were all over the place, looking like makeshift dog beds. A few chairs here and there still managed to avoid the fate of the desks and other furniture, which had been broken down into piles of wood. Stones had been arranged in the middle of the room to provide a place to hang a cooking pot, making the room loosely resemble a campsite. Nero frowned in confusion as he looked around, not understanding why there was still any wood left to burn. If the kobolds had been using the furniture as fuel, then there was no way it should have lasted this long. Hadn't Nick said that the kobolds had been here for hundreds of years or something? While the rest of the team spread out and searched the room in silence, Nero took a closer look at the cooking area. From what he could see, the kobolds weren't actually using the wood to fuel the fire. Instead, they were using some kind of paste that smelled awful. Right next to the fire was a bucket full of the stuff, and he sincerely hoped that it wasn't kobold manure. He'd often read about using cow patties as a fuel source, but he had no idea how that could actually work. But if that's what the kobolds were doing, then he had no idea why they went to all the trouble of smashing the dressers, desks, and beds. Were they just being assholes for the sake of being assholes? As he was performing his own little cultural investigation, the rest of the team was reporting their findings over the command channel. The scouts had already headed out to explore the hallways, easily slipping into the shadows. Nick was busy studying what looked like a loose collection of pages he'd found. Just looking at them made Nero wonder what they were made of. They didn't look like paper. And the moment he realized that, he stopped wondering. Shivering at the obvious thoughts of what else they might have used, Nero listened in on what the others were saying. The consensus was that the kobolds had recently abandoned the floor, but no one had any idea why. A few theories were tossed around, from their forces being too thinned out to them consolidating themselves for an organized counter-assault. Nero had nothing of worth to contribute, so he kept his mouth shut. Well, he should have taken the opportunity to read the book Nick had practically commanded him to read. He instead found himself too invested in studying how the connection between everyone worked. He was at least self-aware enough to recognize what he was doing. Considering the answers to all his questions were probably in the book Nick had sent him, it made practically no sense for him to be trying to figure things out on his own. However, he had always been a more hands-on learner than the type that studied.
And with his weird, as yet unnamed ability to perceive the ether at a level that bordered on the prodigious, there was a lot for him to see. It started with him trying to determine who was talking. The connections allowed everyone's mind to kind of butt up next to each other in the ether, almost like they were in a metaphysical Zoom meeting. Instead of faces, each person's essence presence was on display.
There was no way to confuse who was talking, and matching that essence to who they were in the room was rather simple. Even more interesting, but not really surprising, was that two people with the same name didn't lead to confusion at all. When he discovered that there were two Helens on the team, he was easily able to tell which one the person mentioning them was talking about. That, of course, led him to try to figure out whether it was a feature of the link connection, translation magic, or both. It turned out that it was simply the intention of the person who was speaking being transmitted through the translation magic of the world, which led Nero to discover that the dwarves had been speaking an entirely different language the entire time, something which he hadn't even realized or even noticed. There was no odd dubbing effect or anything that could hint that what he was hearing wasn't exactly what they were saying.
It was all happening automatically in his head, and unless he used his senses to override the translation, he wouldn't have noticed at all. After beginning to listen carefully, he was able to recognize how thoroughly the translation magic was working. It was converting everything everyone was saying into something he could understand, including things like sayings and metaphors. Once he started actively listening for it, it was spooky as hell. But that wasn't all. He also discovered that if he looked closely, he could see the essence connections spread out like a web over the area. He could tell who had multiple connections open and where they were headed. Some people were having private conversations between themselves, and the dwarves had a secondary network they were using to talk to each other. Nick looked like a tree considering how many connections he had going at once. The only one who didn't was Rose, who, as usual, was hugging a corner and practically making herself invisible.
Considering how low-level she was, the fact that she always seemed to be around was something he'd have to eventually ask Kathleen about. But that was for later. For now, he was too focused on studying the connections. She only had one, and it was obviously the command channel. Using her as a baseline, he could see that it was leading off through the wall, flowing through the ether, probably back to wherever the battle hub was set up. The moment he realized that, he felt like a moron for not tracing his own connection he had with it. Standing in the middle of the room, while everyone was busy looking around and waiting for the scouts to return, Nero sent his mind along the link through the walls. In many ways, it was a lot like delving, and it required him to keep a tight rein on his thoughts. Luckily, he'd had some experience at this point keeping his center contained, so it wasn't a problem to keep most of his attention back with his body while part of his mind traveled along the ether. As he rushed through the walls, he went straight through the stone, interfering with his ability to see anything. Occasionally, flashes of rooms appeared before quickly being left behind. It was like he was flying through the mountain city like a ghost. It was odd to see the connections in the ether. They weren't like essence flows exactly, but they were similar. He kind of had to focus to even be able to recognize them. His ability to perceive the material plane somewhat faded away into a grayscale as he did so, and couldn't figure out why. It was almost like there were layers to the ether, and he could only focus on one or two at a time, while the material world acted as the background. So, this is controlled scrying.
This is going much better than last time, he thought to himself, somewhat proud of his progress. He even had the time to check his center levels, using his identity as he flew through the walls. There was definitely a drain, but he was able to keep it under control. Now that he was aware of it, losing center felt like a combination of his focus wavering and his confidence failing. It really was a metaphysical drain on who he was, rather than anything like muscle fatigue or something of that sort. When his mind probe slammed to a stop, It was back at the forward operating station where they'd come from. His attention was drawn to the ridiculously large wagon, which looked like something out of a steampunk novel. While it had 6 wheels, what really set it apart was the fact that it was mostly cylindrical. Armored plates were attached all over the place, while little essence lights lit up areas underneath them, making the thing look all magi-tech.
Meanwhile, several people were at control consoles, fiddling with things alongside it. So, this is a battle hub, he thought to himself. There were so many connections coming off it that when he focused on them, it practically blinded him. But there was also a solid pillar of essence that was shooting off toward one of the walls, which he guessed was probably back toward the Dorchester Thought Hub. He was careful not to try and interact with any of them, as he had no idea if he'd end up inadvertently frying someone's brain. Noticing that his center had dropped below 75%, he quickly closed off his connection to his mind probe. Slamming back into his own mind felt like someone had set off a firecracker in front of his face. He instantly reared back and closed his eyes. "Son of a bitch!" he swore in an angry whisper. Nick, having been standing nearby, thoroughly engrossed in his reading, said quietly and somewhat blithely, "I warned you not to mess around with scrying yet.
Enjoy your headache."
Nero, now rubbing his temples, which were throbbing, glared at the man. Nick hadn't even bothered to turn away from the book he was reading. Walking away, intending to get some space from the man, Nero muttered, "Dick." Thinking to himself, Nero realized Nick had gotten a few good digs on him over the past bit, without reprisals. He'd have to remedy that soon, or the old man would start getting too full of himself. Putting his growing grudge against his friend aside for the moment, Nero thought about doing some more investigations into the Thought Hub-type connections they were using. The pain in his temples convinced him he'd be better off focusing on the team's current mission. Luckily, his connection to the command channel hadn't been affected, so he could still hear what everyone was saying. Although, he had to admit it was weird to see everyone grouped up while just staring at one another while their minds talked to each other.
"Command says it's up to us if we keep going.
Technically, our mission is to clear our area of Level 2, so there isn't any reason for us to be here," she stated firmly. One of the Helens replied, "But we might as well try and find out where the kobolds are grouping up. It doesn't seem weird to you that they have abandoned the entire floor?" Natalie replied, "We don't know they have. We only know that they aren't using this room anymore, and even that is only conjecture." Another soldier, one whose name he hadn't caught yet, added, "That's right. For all we know, they could be using one of this floor's central market areas as a mustering ground. It's more important for us to find the hidden tunnels they've set up so we don't get surprised." Merrick, one of the mages, suggested, "I think that we should return to our assigned route. There will probably still be warbands that are patrolling which need to be cleared out.
We should let the survey teams and the Tower of Magic worry about the hidden tunnels,
while we focus on the fighting. They'll find them." While Nero knew that his opinion would definitely matter, he didn't want to influence Natalie's decision. He knew he had no idea what they should be doing, and he currently didn't feel like pretending he did. Interrupting their conversation, one of the scouts who'd gone off to check the hallways said, "I found out where they went." Natalie, along with everyone else, went silent. They were all eagerly waiting to hear what he had to say. "They've retreated to the upper levels, leaving behind warbands being sent out from central positions near the main tunnel junctions. There are currently a few thousand of them swarming around the one nearby. It's obvious they're prepping for a defensive engagement."
I think the warbands we've run into are meant to hinder us and buy them some time to get the defenses in place,
he said in what Nero was beginning to recognize as his typical quiet voice. Natalie's face scrunched up in annoyance. "That's going to make clearing them out difficult. With the hidden tunnels throughout the floors, they'll be able to strike out wherever they want. They'll get the time they need to set up whatever they want." Nero, not seeing the issue, spoke up.
"Why don't we just go clear them out? He said there are only a few thousand, right?
After we defeat a few waves, I can use their soul stuff to just nuke 'em." Nick, having been listening to the conversation, stepped up next to Nero and glared down at him. "Nero, while that might work, we have no idea how prepared they are for us. Also, you don't know what kind of kobolds are there. If there are only the basic grunts that we've been facing, your plan might have a chance."
However, I very much doubt that, now that we're inside one of their strongholds, we won't find some of their actual leaders and upper castes. Nero, understanding what Nick was getting at, replied, "You mean actual, real kobolds, and not just the clone army they've bred to assault us? I guess you're probably right. But how different could they be from the ones we've been facing?" Natalie, her tone grave, replied, "The simple kobolds we faced, both just now and on the mountain, were, at best, equivalent to level 10 or 20. There may have been a few of the leadership castes among them, but I doubt it. Kobolds don't usually send out their leaders for assaults. That's why digging them out of their holes is so difficult. Above ground, they're swarm predators. Here, they're more like an army." Shrugging his shoulders as if he weren't worried, Nero replied, "Well, we'll just have to kill them harder then." One of the soldiers who'd been silently listening along replied,
"What? You mean like stab them more than once?"
Nero, pretending to be utterly serious, replied, "Yes, that's exactly what I meant." Chapter 250. But that's it? While her time among the Southerners had done a lot to alleviate the prejudices she'd once had, she still occasionally found herself wanting to lash out at them for their idiocy. There was something about being able to choose when and where they fought that dulled the tactical skills they should have developed as battle-hardened warriors. Sub-Commander Jates was a perfect example of what kind of soldier the southern cities tended to produce. He was individually strong, self-confident, and tactically intelligent. However, he was also rash, overconfident, and too eager to bet on his troops' overwhelming superiority. "I understand what you're saying, Ms. Everett, but I still believe it's unnecessary," he said, once again, bringing up what she and everyone else in the command tent considered a settled matter. Barely stopping herself from visibly rolling her eyes, she looked away from the map currently being projected over the table to glare at him. "Yes, I know. You've made that abundantly clear. Your opinion, however, has no bearing on whether or not you're right. And in this case, you are not," she replied firmly. Jade's expression was making it apparent to everyone in the room that he was coming close to his emotional limit. The vein on his forehead was visibly throbbing in tune with his accelerated heart rate. "I have the command authority for this position, and you have no right to countermand my orders," he declared in a hiss. Nodding in agreement, Kathleen's stoic face showed nothing. "You do, and I don't. That being said, I've already contacted Central Command, and they've agreed with me. This argument is pointless," she said. Finally losing it, he shouted, "You had no right to contact Commander Dahl directly." "This is no place for politics. It's a field of war." Responding to his pathetically sad display of anger, Kathleen's expression finally broke into a grin. "Oh, I hadn't realized. You've been treating this as a monster hunt, so I may have unintentionally gotten confused. Do you typically overextend your troops during a war, when the enemy has proven their ability to outflank you?" she asked somewhat mockingly. "They haven't outflanked us. We're underground. There is no flank. Our reserve can simply follow the directions given by the survey teams to collapse the hidden tunnels as they find them. The forward positions do not need to be moved back," he shouted adamantly. Replying in a calm but firm voice, Kathleen replied, "Those aren't your orders. Your orders have always been to clear out and maintain a growing field of control in this section of the city. Nothing more,
nothing less.
Having found that the areas currently under our control are riddled with possible hidden tunnels, allowing the enemy to get behind our troops, the only logical decision we can make is to pull back until those holes are addressed. But we haven't faced anything close to an organized counter-assault. There is no point. We can shore up our zone of control while we continue to clear out the kobolds who are amassing in larger numbers. The longer we wait, the more time they have to build up their defenses, he countered, trying and failing miserably to mirror her calm demeanor. You could very well be correct. However, at worst, my plan will have us facing enemy strongholds built up quickly and with limited supplies. Yours, on the other hand, could lead to our forces being split and taken out piecemeal. The risk is both unwarranted and foolish. Command has agreed, and the matter should be settled.
The fact that you continue to rant and rave in support of a position that has already been discarded is not going to change anything, she said, sounding somewhat like a parent admonishing an unruly child. Gesturing with her hand to the rest of the command tent, where multiple people were busily coordinating a withdrawal, she added, "Despite being in command, no one here is bothering to listen to you. They are all busy doing their jobs, as you should be doing." Turning her head to the left to address one of the soldiers, she asked calmly, "Have any of our assigned survey teams reported in yet?" The soldier she was speaking to snapped to attention. "Yes, Battle Leader Everett. 3 teams are coordinating with the Tower of Magic to begin working on marking the tunnels nearest to us now. The first has already been dispatched to where we know one is located. They estimate that they should have a working technique to find them within 4 to 5 hours." Nodding in appreciation of their efficiency, she replied, "Good. Make sure all our teams are accounted for and are back here as soon as possible. We'll restart our push as soon as we resupply and have some targets. Be sure to coordinate with the engineers so that they are ready to close the tunnels." Sub-Commander Jates stood there fuming, absolutely furious that his own soldiers were listening to her. However, there wasn't much he could do. Both command and everyone in the room had either heard or seen what happened when he'd attempted to duel her. It had not been a proud moment for him. Rubbing his still aching shoulder, which hadn't seemed to heal right, he stomped out of the room to go and clear his head. As he left, he couldn't help but hear Kathleen mutter, "Weak southern pretty boys should be seen and not heard." Nero shouldn't have been all that surprised that they were being called back. That had been Natalie's recommendation, and as far as he could tell, she seemed like the type of woman who knew what she was doing. From what he recalled, she had joined the wackos for the challenge and excitement being around him would offer. Having been a guard captain for Precision Shipping, Vera's company, she also had plenty of experience leading people. If she thought it was best for them to retreat, then that should have been the end of it. Looking back, he realized that he really shouldn't have said anything. It made absolutely no sense to him how she seemed to be taking it as a personal failing that she couldn't allow him to lead what was likely a doomed assault on the closest kobold position. She'd gone out of her way to offer him the opportunity to take control of the team and lead them into battle despite her orders. His opinion should not matter to her that much. After hearing her once again apologize to him, he replied tiredly, "I told you it's fine. I wasn't even really being serious. It's probably better that we're being careful. We should clear out the hidden tunnels and make sure that no one else gets surrounded. Stop worrying about it." Walking alongside him down the hall in the middle of the formation, she replied sadly, "I understand. I just want you to know that I don't doubt that you would have led us to victory. If at any time you feel the need for us to disregard our orders, you only have to say the word. We're all behind you. You are the walker, and where you lead, we shall follow." Nero couldn't help but droop his shoulders at her sincerity. He couldn't even mock her. She was like a tactical weapon version of a puppy that had for some reason imprinted on him.
Not wanting to prolong the uncomfortable conversation, he said, "Understood. And I appreciate it. If and when that becomes an issue, I'll let you know. For now, keep doing what you're doing, and I'll keep my eyes and ears open. I still have a lot to learn about warfare and how you do things here, so don't expect me to offer much of an opinion on anything. Just consider me another wacko under your command." Looking like she was nodding in appreciation of his humility, she replied, "Of course, my lord." Dropping back in the formation, Nero sighed in relief when she didn't follow him. They had been returning through the halls they had already cleared to get back to the forward encampment. Apparently, before they pushed deeper into the mountain, they needed to locate and close all the hidden kobold tunnels. Nick had somehow figured out how to do so, and was still busy talking to people over his link about it. Nero, however, found the entire situation tedious. His one experience with war was the adrenaline-filled assault on the surface of the mountain against the kobold invasion. There was no downtime, and the battle had been one long slugfest filled with spells and steel. It had been awesome. Yet this slow and grueling trudge through the tunnels was nothing like that. Since they'd arrived, they'd been in one battle, and it was against what was basically a small group of paper kobolds that had barely managed to put up a fight. This was not the war he had signed up for. Looking around the formation, he could tell that no one else seemed bothered by their progress. In fact, everyone else seemed proud of their little victory. Having found himself near the dwarves at the back of the formation, he made his way over to Crusher and interrupted the dwarf's conversation with the dwarf next to him.
"Hey, you guys fight in tunnels like this a lot, right?" he asked, completely ignoring the fact that they might have been in the middle of something. Looking over at Nero with some confusion, he replied, "Aye, we do." "Is it always like this? Slow? We've been walking around for like hours and only had one fight, and it sucked," Nero said angrily. Several of the dwarves chuckled, while Crusher replied, "It's war, lad. What did you expect?" Blanking his expression, Nero replied, "I don't know. Fighting? The last time I was in a war, the forces involved numbered more than I could count. There were lines of troops up and down the mountain, and fields of dead enemies that had to be carted off to make way for our advances. It was freaking intense, man. This just sucks." Crusher, his tone full of amusement, reassured him. "You'll get your fill of fighting, don't you worry. This city is large enough to house hundreds of thousands of kobolds, probably millions.
While we're only cleaning out the upper floors, there should still be plenty of them to get your axe wet." Cringing at the imagery, Nero replied, "Right. Thanks, I guess." Now no longer wanting to talk to the dwarf, and having no one else to distract him, Nero retook his place in the center of the formation. They were probably halfway back to the forward encampment, and he figured he should probably try and be remotely productive. He should at least get something out of this waste of time. Opening up his link, he returned to the book Nick had given him about though hubs and all that they entail. Before he'd barely gotten through the introduction, so it should at least occupy him for a while. It wasn't all that hard to read while he walked, since his mind wasn't occupied by anything else.
He had no mage armor up, and he'd already closed off his connection to the command channel, because listening to everyone continuously theory-crafting what they might end up doing in the future was doing nothing but pissing him off. So he let himself get distracted by the tale of how thought hubs were developed and why. Nothing he was reading was all that interesting, as he'd already heard the basics of the story from Nick. Some asshole had wanted to take advantage of the fact that crystals could transmit thoughts, and he was bad enough at it that he annoyed the dragon who'd laid claim to the entire continent. He still found the dragon's name, Plastia, incredibly stupid. Nevertheless, she was the one who helped the guy build the first thought hub. While the book went into a lot more detail, Nero felt a lot of the exposition was totally unnecessary.
Why did it matter who was in charge of city monitoring at the time? And why was it such a struggle?
From what Nero could tell, the fact that people could actually get away with a crime shouldn't have been such a surprise to anyone. The book made it sound like crime had been rampant, but looking at their examples, it sounded to him like the typical city experience he'd grown used to. Cities back home had tons of homicides and crimes that were never solved. How was that a reason to set up a massive, all-knowing uber brain to watch over everything? It sounded to Nero like a bit of an overreaction. But, on the other hand, if he were being honest, he could see the appeal of an all-watching sense of community that monitored everyone and handled the day-to-day. He just couldn't understand how the people in charge had gotten anyone to agree to it. But apparently they had, and it had quickly been adopted by practically everyone. Central thought hubs grew with their city. They were influenced by the minds of everyone connected to them.
They had no actual power and no real sentience, but they were involved in almost everything. Anyone and everyone in range of them could link up to them, and identifying who was who by their spiritual essence imprint was central to their ability to function. Banks and government buildings were able to track people and their assets, and therefore hiding funds or relationships was an impossibility. Everything was fundamentally exposed to anyone who had enough reason and access to look for it. Laws were quickly developed, and their intentions were uploaded into the thought hubs. To Nero, it sounded similar to an AI, but also not nearly as intelligent. There were too many things about thought hubs that sounded more like beliefs dictating processes than anyone actually coding anything. By Chapter 4, he'd discovered that most of how the thought hub was run was dictated by the masses. If people freaked out about someone running down the street with a chainsaw, the thought hub would instinctually alert the relevant authorities, and they would be the ones to dispatch someone to subdue the nut job. The thought hub itself didn't actually have a mind to form an opinion about anything, which then led to private thought hubs, which were similar but much less powerful. Houses and estates usually had them. Some were even small enough to fit in rooms, like the one he'd had on his desk at the center. These kinds of thought hubs were more like access ports to other thought hubs, with limited individual functionality. The book never got too far into explaining how anything was coded into them, or how they were built, but it did cover what they were capable of. Battle hubs were interesting in that they were able to move, and were much more self-reliant than even the city thought hubs.
Where the ones for the cities were influenced by the people linking up with them, battle hubs were statically built and then deployed. There was an entire section about early battle hubs being influenced by people's emotions and thoughts during combat, which ended up causing them to be useless. Nero could just imagine how disjointed and confusing it must have been to link up with a group mind filled with dying people. One thing of note was that everything he read about thought hubs backed up Nick's assertion that they weren't dangerous. Even when they failed, they simply became too difficult to interact with. The best analogy Nero could come up with was that they were like a shared document on a computer that everyone could access, all the time, but infinitely more complicated. The thought hubs themselves never forced any information through the link to people. The person using them had to actively go and look for it.
The book made it very clear that there was no concept of viruses or any other mental attack that could be passed on through them. There was even an entire chapter on it. Nero, as usual, remained skeptical. However, he could at least see now that the system seemed to intrinsically not allow for that sort of thing. But the people who wrote it could just as easily be lying. By the time he was halfway through the book, the formation had arrived back at the forward encampment. So, Nero ended up having to put it away. By closing his link, that is. Since the last time he'd been here, it was obvious that they'd made a few changes. For one, there were a lot more people around. Whether they were reinforcements or other teams that had been called back, the place was packed. Everywhere he looked, there were groups of people setting up temporary tents and finding a place for themselves. The defenses around the exits had evolved past a guy with a clipboard. They now had defensive walls and kill zones, taking up a lot of space in front of them. Troops were on alert behind enchanted walls of stone, and in the center of the chamber, several cannons were arranged in a circle pointing at the possible incursion points. There were even some of those shield generators he recognized all over the place. Based on what he could tell, this was becoming less and less of a temporary encampment and more of a permanently fortified fallback position. Natalie led them through the crowds quickly, somehow easily finding their assigned place in the chaos. And while she and the scouts went off to report in, the rest of the team was told to set up camp. In many ways, it was weird for Nero to set up his tent in a giant chamber underground. But in others, it was kind of nostalgic. It reminded him of his time in the wilds, just with a lot more people around, and this time with dwarves. Interestingly, the dwarves didn't use conventional tents. They instead used runic magic to make little stone dwellings that looked like squat blocks with a door. Some of them were even stacked on top of each other, with little stairs built right into them. To Nero, they looked like squished buildings meant for little fat people. Were the dwarves more sociable, Nero might have even tried to get a look inside them. As it was, he knew he'd eventually end up trying to get them to explain how their runic magic worked. Right now, all he could tell was that they imitated spell forms with some sort of language. Nick's brief explanation hadn't been much of a help, despite how intricate it had been. But for the moment, all Nero could think about was taking a nap and consolidating the experience he'd built up in his soul. Since they weren't likely to be sent out on a mission any time soon, he figured he at least had enough time to do that much.
Hopefully I'll have some time to finish the Tokybook so I can prove that bastard wrong about my willingness to learn anything, he thought to himself sourly.